Gonna take it slow. When I'm loving you. Oh, gonna take it slow. Oh, no, no, no. When I'm loving you.
Good morning, lovely. How are you doing today? I am doing well. I apologize for us being late, but I was up late last night helping some persons evacuate, finding a place to spend the night with communicational issues. So I didn't get really any sleep last night. So I apologize, but that is the way it is. This is what's happening in our world right now. And we can always play catch up to a trial. But I found them a place to stay. All is well. Everybody's happy. Well, not happy, but safe. They are safe. Excuse me while I get my desk. I'm going to get my glow in the dark back there. No. So, anyway, I hope this finds you well. Hello, Lexicon. See Morales. Hello, Bridge. I think I'm going to. Once I get live here, I got to go live over at the other site and say hello to everybody. It's been running forever. Okay, guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and hop right into trial. We can catch up more later, but trial has been on for a little over an hour, and so we need to catch up. So let's go ahead and get in. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Waking up, y'all. Okay, here she comes. Oh, she's got her coffee. I'm surprised she's not walking in with the attorneys. This is unusual. I'm not used to seeing that at all. Not at all. I'm trying to find my space here. She went to Pandora or whatever. Oh, I'm looking at. Oop! I'm looking at the images. You can definitely see the tide has changed. It's getting a lot more choppy. I better do this. The company that I uh, that sponsored the service dogs to go um, for a fundraiser and shared their donations with us was the DJC law firm, hence the beautiful hat, not sponsored. Wish I was. But they were fabulous people, and I just wanted to honor them. They have a scholarship fund that they were raising money for. It was for disabled military personnel, their children, and also decedent personnel, their children's college funds. So that's what that was about. Let's get back into play.
No, that would have been, so there was.
Okay. Okay, here comes Judge. Judge. No, he's not Judge. Here comes the judge. He's kind of country, kind of relaxed, kind of cool, kind of yeah. The jury can put their breakfast or lunch in my fridge. That's cool. They can put it in my fridge. I don't care. Sorry, I do have 2 lives going today, just FYI. We're just gonna leave that going for now. Okay, so we're in day 3, I believe. Ooh, coffee, a must. And I'm having the Ethiopian dark roast. Oh. I wore pajama bottoms because I'm planning on staying here throughout the evening tonight as the hurricane affects the coast of the whole state of Florida, actually. So I will be staying here to avail myself to the community in which I serve. Just FYI. So if I look extra comfy today, I know it's not professional, but when you're going to stay in an office for 24 hours, you dang well better be comfortable. And that's my humble opinion. And I'm sticking to it. Oh. Wow. Well, I'm sorry. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada Kate. Thank you for joining. It's a little awkward this morning. I'm a little late, so I'm a little out of sorts. We appreciate you being here. Let's roll the beautiful, I was going to say boon footage, but we're not going to do that. We're going to roll my intro real quick and get ready for court. Hey, y'all. I'm Ada Kate. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Just in time for the coffee to stop. Gotta have my coffee. Love my coffee. And I am so blessed to have a fabulous sponsor. They
You can get your own chair.
are
Move around
amazing.
now if you want. Y'all are out of the sight line. They moved the camera, and we did double check it, and all we got was just the top of your head. Or all they got.
Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman
y'all want to
Homestead
help today, let's
Coffee.
move your chairs around
They
now. You
are
can.
fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. They did. They did.
All
It's
we got
good
is
coffee.
Top of your head. All they got. But if y'all want to help the bailiffs move your chairs around now, you can, because you're out of the sight line. All right, we're gonna order lunch for y'all. Y'all got the menus and major selections.
Oh, they get to choose this morning.
You know,
They don't have to
an
use the
an hour
fridge of the
lunch.
judge.
Maybe even, we will try to break as close to 12 as possible and start back at noon. All right. And if y'all want to take a walk or something, that's fine. Just tell the bailiffs y'all want to go outside and they'll take a group of you or whatever y'all want to do. All right. Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Officer Shaw, good morning. I'll remind you, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. One thing I didn't ask you when I was first started my cross with you, you seem to have a love for crime scene investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, currently you're with the school police.
Yes, sir.
All right. When did you leave the crime scene investigation unit with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
It was time for me to make a change in my career for both myself and my family.
Okay. So you don't do, obviously, I don't think you do any crime scene investigation with the school police, right?
When asked by the detectives to do some processing, I will perform those duties for them, but that is not my primary functions as a school police officer.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now, going to the front door, the blood droplet that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
At 2155%. In viewing your report last night, you had indicated, and if you need to see your report, let me know. You had indicated that you were told on July 6th to examine that blood droplet, or presumptive blood droplet. Who told you to examine that?
I was either Lieutenant Ballard or Lieutenant Clark. I don't recall which one, but I was asked to go in there and take a look at those.
So, to the best of your knowledge, neither you nor Miss Thrasher, one of the other crime scene techs, discovered that blood droplet.
I did not discover it. I can't say what CSI Thrasher saw.
Okay.
That's fair.
And you don't know exactly who discovered it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about Blue Star and how, when you order it, how does it come?
So Blue Star is ordered in sets of 2 vials. They come in a tablet form, and then we mix those as needed for use. And then we use an aerosol pump sprayer to distribute the Blue Star across the substrate that we want to process.
Okay. And what do you mix Blue Star? So you got these tablets. I'm assuming you put them in the pump sprayer, and then you have to put some type of liquid in it, correct?
We use distilled water.
Okay. So you put distilled water in it, not sterile water.
We use distilled water. Yes, sir.
Distilled water. Okay. Now, the reason you use distilled water, distilled water, the reason you use that is because it doesn't have any organic or inorganic materials in it, correct?
Correct.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, back in 2018, when you was the pump sprayer that you used solely dedicated to using Blue Star?
It was.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was it used for any other purpose?
No, sir.
If there was any testimony that sterile water was used to mix Blue Star, that would be incorrect.
If they're referring to distilled water as sterile water and they're mixed using terms, then I don't know what their testimony would be. I know we use distilled water because we buy it in gallon jugs and keep it sealed on our crime scene truck.
Okay, so the distilled water is on the crime scene truck along with the spray bottle.
Correct.
Okay. And you use that same pump sprayer when you tested the RTV, the tractor, and the towel that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir, because it's solely used for our Blue Star application.
Okay. I don't have a photograph of the bottle or anything like that. Is it clearly marked that that's the only use of it?
I mean, it's what we tell it's used for. We don't use it for anything else.
Okay, but like my question is, is it marked? Like, does the bottle have some tape on it that says Blue Star only?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's just a clear plastic pump sprayer?
Well, it's not clear, but it's
Okay.
used for Blue Star.
What does it look like though? That's my question. What does it look like?
It's an HDX pump aerosol sprayer that you can find at Home Depot.
I was about to say HDX, that's the Home Depot brand.
Mhm.
Okay. But it's not marked in any way that it's solely used for Blue Star, to the best of your knowledge.
It is not.
I see
Now,
where you're going.
With the tractor, I think everybody knows now what the tractor looked like. Because you examined the tractor at the jail, at your crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, so you didn't find any evidence of any blood in the bucket of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any evidence of blood on the back of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
What we were looking at yesterday, the Blue Star of the, if you will switch on the TV.
So are you trying to imply that that container we use for something else? Well, we don't have any new Boone news, though no new court documents. Nothing new has been filed.
There you go.
There, all right. I'm showing you SHA 246. Now, this that you indicated to the jury yesterday indicated the presence of what I believe you testified to mammal blood. Because that's what Blue Star reacts to, correct?
Correct. Mammalian blood.
Mammalian blood. So not amphibian blood or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. But you did not take any swabs of that for DNA confirmation or human blood confirmation.
Correct.
Now, on the RTV, on 2 locations, and tell me if I'm wrong, because your report's not clear on that. We're looking at 266 at the back of the RTV, and you had indicated that there is the presence, according to Blue Star, of some mammalian blood on the outside of the tailgate on the left-hand side. Correct?
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
That wasn't swabbed for any type of DNA confirmation, correct?
Correct.
And you also had testified that on the, call it the driver's side of the RTV, that there was a little bit on the outside, also confirmation from the Blue Star.
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
And that was also not swabbed for DNA confirmation.
Correct.
Now, you would have investigated the bed of the RTV, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's no presence of any illumination in the bed of the RTV.
There was not a reaction.
And in the inside, you had taken, perhaps not you, but there was a droplet of blood found on the L2 shifter of the RTV. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was swabbed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, that was sent off to the crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. Did you spray, when you're spraying the Blue Star on the RTV and on the tractor, are you picking and choosing places to spray it, or are you essentially just hosing it down and seeing if you see anything?
No, sir. We apply it to the vehicle as a whole to see if we can observe a reaction.
Okay, so you're spraying the whole thing down,
Yes, sir.
and that is the only reactions that you got.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me switch. I'm going to show you what was previously admitted under Miss Thrasher. I'm just going to pull it up. I think it was Thrasher 55. Now, because you were at the scene, right? You've been in the house, been at the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. All right. So on the right-hand side of Thrasher 55, those doors where the mouse clicker is, that led to Gary's office, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
All right. And here in the center of the photograph, underneath the circular deck, those doors led into that living room area of the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, because you had taken, and Mr. Bogus went over with you yesterday, there was some tracks in some mud. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, my mouse dried this morning. You didn't observe any type of tracks up at the house in that lush grass, did you?
I did not see any, no, sir.
You didn't find, well, let me answer it two ways. There were no RTV tracks anywhere around the back of the home, correct? In this photograph? Like up by the house is my question.
You wouldn't be able to see them in this photograph. So
No,
I
you wouldn't be able
can't-
to see them, but you did not see any up by the house.
No, because when I was observing that, it was dark.
Well, did you go back in the daytime?
I was, but I was not at the back of the house during the daytime. I was at the burn pile and observing the search and rescue at the pond.
Okay. I thought that when you got there on the 5th, it was daylight, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you stated that you had walked essentially the property, you had walked around the house,
No,
down to
sir.
the burn pile? So you never, being the lead crime scene technician, went to the back of the house where the alleged crime scene is and observed it?
We didn't know where the crime scene was when I first arrived.
Okay. Did any, to the best of your knowledge, did any of your investigators that you were in charge of note any tractor tracks or RTV tracks up by the house?
Not that I'm aware of that they noted.
Okay. And going, let me show you a second of what has been admitted previously as Aerial 19. Were you out there when they did the drone footage?
Yes, sir, I was.
Yes. Stop it right there at 9 seconds. Now this is a year, or how much later is this when they went and did that?
If it was done the same day we did the decibel readings, it would have been in July of
Okay.
2019. And I believe we did all of that on the same day.
Okay, did all that on the same day, July of 19, so a year later.
Yes,
And you took, actually on July the 5th at the burn pile, you took all of those photographs?
the previous year.
Mm-hmm.
Between
2018.
Between myself and Investigator Olnick, yes, we took the pictures.
Okay, and you didn't notice any tracks or anything, at least according to your testimony yesterday, or any drag marks leading down from the house to the burn pile?
I did not note any on the day I arrived.
Okay. You nor any of your other investigators, you took into evidence, you didn't take in any ropes, correct?
None were brought to me, no, sir.
Okay. Chains,
No, sir.
straps,
No, sir.
and you found no corroborating evidence of any of Gary Farris's DNA on anything like that, correct?
I'm sorry, ask the question again, sir.
Oh, this is a horrible question. So you didn't take any of like chains or ropes or straps or anything like that, and so therefore you didn't find any corroborating DNA on anything like that, correct?
I don't know that I understand the question. I can't collect DNA on items I didn't collect, so I don't understand the question.
Well, that is true. That is the question. So there can be nothing found because nothing was collected.
We did not collect any of those items you listed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, you also took into evidence a trail camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, were you actually the one who found the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, did anybody tell you about the trail camera? Or did you just stumble upon it while you were around the burn pile?
I happened to look down and see it tied off to a tree.
Okay, and you went down and you took it off the tree?
Well, after we took pictures of it, but yes, sir. We
Okay.
removed it, removed the SD card.
Okay, so you took the entire camera, the physical camera, and the SD card out of the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you took it down, was it functional?
I don't know, sir. I don't know a lot about trail cameras. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. But you took it into evidence. Did you review any of those photographs?
I did not. We gave that over to our forensic, digital forensic section to let them do their work on that.
Okay. And next question is, did you delete any of the photographs from the SD card?
No, sir.
Now, we established yesterday that you were the lead crime scene technician, right?
Yes, sir.
So Ms. Thrasher and Ms. Eckhart, you were in some ways their supervisor.
For lack of a better term, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, because they were both fairly inexperienced at that time.
No, sir.
Would it surprise you if Ms. Thrasher testified yesterday that she was in fact inexperienced at that time?
Well, that would be an opinion of herself, but having worked with her, she is capable and competent in doing her job, and I trusted her to do her job.
You said you trusted her to do her job.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't directly supervising her.
I don't know what you mean by directly supervising, sir. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, because when we had talked to, or Mr. Thrasher had testified, she stated that, and Lieutenant Stewart also stated that
Good
prior to
morning,
getting so many
Dawn. Good
hours
morning,
and getting
everybody.
your state certification, that you have to essentially work under somebody else.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've got your state certification. You went to the National Forensic Academy. That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you know whether or not Ms. Thrasher was able to work alone, or did you just allow her to work alone?
She was able to complete the task that we assigned her, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you assign her those tasks to work inside of the house?
Between myself and Lieutenant Ballard, yes. We divvied up the 10 plus acres and all the different areas between the crime scene investigators.
Okay. And Thrasher she was in the basement doing what she had been assigned, and you were at the burn pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you assigned the burn pile, or you chose to do the burn pile?
I chose to take the burn pile.
Yeah. Because you had testified yesterday that you kind of find that stuff interesting, correct? The anthropologic aspect of it.
It was also important to make sure that the remains were documented correctly.
Well, absolutely. But I mean, it is a personal interest to you in crime scene investigation.
Sure.
Okay. So if you're at the burn pile and Ms. Thrasher is in the house, you cannot supervise her, correct? You're just relying on her to do what she's supposed to do.
I did not do direct supervision. We don't micromanage our crime scene investigators. I don't believe in that form of supervision.
Mm-hmm.
We're task oriented. So they were given tasks to complete. They were able to complete those tasks.
Okay. Now, as the lead crime scene tech, because your report doesn't indicate it, did you ever go out to the barn?
I did not go out to the barn. No, sir.
Okay. Never stepped foot in it.
No, sir.
Don't you think that's kind of important, being the lead crime scene tech, to evaluate the entire property?
If I were to look back on it, yes, I would say it would be important. But at the time that we were tackling this scene, I had faith and trust in my other crime scene investigators. I had another lieutenant who was helping supervise, if you will, to use that term, that he was able to go down there and make sure that those detectives and investigators were doing their job, so that I could concentrate on the burn pile and the residents there.
Okay, and would that other lieutenant be Lieutenant Ballard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in some ways you're relying on Lieutenant Ballard to, and I'll use the word supervise again, to supervise the other crime scene technicians.
Yes, sir, because this was, I mean, it's a large scene, large piece of property to try to
Well, I understand
manage.
that. So would Lieutenant Ballard be giving out directives to the other crime scene technicians?
It is possible for him to, yes, sir.
Okay. You never reviewed the work of Thrasher, Stewart, or Eckhart, correct? Like, you didn't review what they did in this case.
What do you mean by review?
Like, go over it, like, at the end of the day, like, Lieutenant Stewart, tell me what you found. Ms. Thrasher, what did you find? Ms. Eckhart, what did you find? Where are we at?
No, I did not do that.
Do you know if Lieutenant Ballard ever did?
That I do not know, sir.
Did you learn anything while you were at the scene regarding Mr. Farris? But let me be more specific. That was fake. Specifically, did you learn while you were out there that Mr. Farris was a 6'4", 6'5", 300-pound man?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Miss Farris at the scene?
No, sir.
Now, you didn't go to the barn, you did go around the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the basement,
Yes, sir.
on the main floor,
Yes, sir.
and you went upstairs.
No, sir.
Didn't go upstairs.
No, sir.
Okay. So the main floor and the basement.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in the basement, you didn't observe any holes in the wall or any broken household items.
I did not see any defects. No, sir.
Okay. And same question upstairs on the main floor. Didn't observe any holes in the wall, any household broken items.
I didn't see any defects.
Regarding, did you ever go those doors that I showed you on, it was 55, the doors leading out of the basement? Did you ever go in and out of those doors?
Once or twice when it was dark.
Okay. Did you ever go out the front door?
Not until the following days when the detectives were going through the residence after we had completed our work at the pile in the barn and search and rescue completed theirs.
Okay. In either of those, even though it's dark, being the crime scene technician, did you observe any damage or anything to the entryways of those doors?
No, sir.
You didn't see any evidence of a struggle in the basement, correct?
I did not see any evidence of a struggle in the basement.
Same question upstairs in the main house, main part of the house. No evidence of a struggle up there.
No evidence of a struggle. Correct, sir.
1 second here. Just one other question. Did you drive the crime scene truck to, your big crime scene truck? Did you drive it or did Ms. Thrasher drive it?
I believe I had Ms. Thrasher drive it to the scene and I maneuvered it down.
Sorry, guys.
close to
Just did
get
the
to pile.
weather update
Okay, exactly.
and
you
sign
did
language.
take the crime
Glad to
scene
be back.
truck down to as close to the burn pile as you could get.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming you went around the back of the house.
I called it the side. It was the left side of the house.
So we don't have any confusion. I'll just show you, okay?
Okay.
Thrasher 2. So you got the garage here. Did you go to the left side of this photograph or the right side of this photograph?
Left side.
Left side. Okay. So that would have been toward the chicken coop because we've seen some evidence that there's a chicken coop in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you drove it that way down to the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Judge.
All right. Folks, we're gonna do the videos now, or you got a few minutes?
Judge, I can walk into that. I got a couple of redirects if I can.
Let me know when we're gonna get there, and I'll tell the jury they can stretch and stuff before we get to it.
Good morning, Shaw. How are you?
Good, sir.
Now, I seem to interpose the numbers and things like that, but 2155 Purcell Lane, sometimes I say 2511, but 2155 Purcell Lane, what county is that in?
It's in Cherokee County.
When counsel was asking about evidence of a struggle or anything like that, but law enforcement did find evidence of a violent crime, didn't they, in the house?
Yes, sir.
Blood up top, main floor,
Yes, sir.
blood down the steps.
Yes, sir.
Just there's evidence that there's blood down the steps, and they testified that. I may not like the answer, but that's
I don't know. There's been testimony about blood on the steps. You could ask about.
I'll rephrase. You collected things you believed law enforcement suspected as blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find a projectile in the basement?
Projectile was located. Yes, sir.
Now, sometimes we were talking about when you did tests, we talked about a field test versus a GBI test. So the jury knows when you do some type of testing, are you just trying to see if there's the presence of, say, blood? And that's the difference. In other words, you can use like a field test is a certain thing, and then if you have luminol or blue star, that's a different type of testing. But ultimately, the GBI does a completely different type of testing on evidence. What is a field test? When you say a field test, and I think it was OBTIS, that type of test, what is that exactly?
They are tests that we use in the field to determine if we have the presence of something to go the next step in collection, packaging, and then make the determination later to send that to the GBI for them to do their specific test, whether that's biology, toxicology, firearms, latents, so that we're not just collecting an entire house to say we've collected evidence. We want to use field presumptive tests to narrow our collection, but stay within the scopes of any legal documents that we're using to collect, so that we can make those determinations in the field using recognized testing.
So field test is you believe it's something, then you have a field test to see if that confirms or gives weight to what you believe the item is. Would that be fair?
I would use the analogy. It puts us in the ballpark.
And then the GBI testing, there's no requirement that a field test has to be done before the GBI does its testing, does it?
That is correct.
And so totally different, separate things, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to turn your attention to going back to the property about a year later, and Judge, this is where I'm going to get into the July 18th of 2019. I believe it was a Thursday. I believe this was the same day that.
Good morning, Miss Polite Mom. Good morning, Miss Dawn.
Drone photographs and videos were taken on July 18th of 2019. Did you go out there that day, and were you there when the marshal office did what they did?
Yes, sir.
If you could, when you went out to do the testing, the firing rounds and things like that, why did y'all want to do that?
During the course of the investigation, I believe it was brought up that someone couldn't hear a sound, and so we wanted to perform an experiment to see if, in fact, those statements were true.
And if you would, just kind of tell the jury what the setup was, what did the marshals do, what were you doing? Just give them the layout of how this sound testing went that day.
So the marshal's office purchased read decibel meters. They'd had some issues elsewhere in the county, so they were able to purchase these. We knew they had these devices there, calibrated and maintained by the Cherokee Marshal's office. And so we asked them to bring their decibel meters, and we were going to set them up in different locations on the property to have the marshal's office do the reading. They were going to compile the data since it's their equipment. Prior to deploying their equipment, they made sure that it was within their tolerances. Their deputy marshals held the equipment, recorded the readings. We were there to observe and to discharge the firearm.
Did y'all set up in different places on the property?
We did.
What do you mean, where are all the places that people were at?
We were in the apartment in the barn.
So Scott's apartment?
Yes, sir. We were at the front gate. So at the end of their driveway with the deputy marshal, in the master bedroom and the main floor.
Now we've agreed, the parties, instead of calling about 4 or 5 other witnesses, we're going to present the evidence for you. So were you able to get a look at the reports by the marshal's office and kind of the findings, the sound readings that they took?
Yes, sir.
So the marshal's office, what is the marshal's office in Cherokee County? What type of law enforcement agency is that compared to the sheriff's office?
The marshal's office main mission here in Cherokee County is to enforce the county ordinances, the will of the board of commissioners, animal control, and certain DOT roadway regulations. They are a full service marshal's office with the power to arrest. They're deputized by the sheriff, but they are not primary law enforcement in that they don't respond to traditional calls for service like a police officer or a deputy sheriff would. They have a very specific mission, similar to my mission as a school police officer. So that's their main function.
Did they do investigations or cases dealing with noise violations, something along those lines?
They do illegal dumping, runoff, construction, permitting, all that stuff falls under their purview.
Did they bring the sound readers, the sound meters?
They did.
You know, is this something that is used in law enforcement practices at the time?
I was not aware of it being used. We do have certain laws in our Title 40 where we would measure decibel meters. I've only seen it used one time when I was a city police officer, and that deals with noise at a certain distance. But in this type of investigation, this is the first time that I had witnessed it being used to prove or disprove a statement.
Somebody ends up shooting rounds into something, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury who was doing it and where were the shots being taken place and what was being shot.
So we have basically it's our defensive tactics mannequin from the training center, Captain Joe Satterfield, who at the time was the CID commander, was the one discharging the weapon. We found a .38 caliber pistol that we believe was similar to the projectiles that we had gotten back, and had several old vests that we had returned to us at the sheriff's office that we were discharging the projectiles into. And so the vest would be draped over the mannequin, set up in the house, and then we were all on a talk around radio channel. I would give them a countdown, and then you'll hear shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, and then they know to record their data. And
was this done in a manner so everybody was safe?
Yes, sir.
Could Satterfield shoot?
Yes, sir.
You know, so you nod your head. Very good shot.
Yes, sir. He's the national champion.
Okay. So in this environment, where were you mainly at during this time?
Right next to Captain Satterfield.
Now, the marshals that were involved, make sure I get this right. Gene Beluso is one. Matthew McMullen was another. Dakota Smith was a third. And then Richard Ricketts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then they were set up in different places. And we have the videos and things that we have. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to ask you about the recordings as we go, probably. Judge, at this time, by agreement, state tenders into evidence CMO for Cherokee County Marshal's Office, CMO 1 through 28.
We don't get
This first one is CMO 1, and it's about 2 minutes and 35 seconds long. I'm just going to play it. Which I don't know if there's a mute on or.
Three, two, one. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your reading. Ceasefire, ceasefire.
I'm gonna close the door. You get that reading? You get that reading?
Yeah, I got it recorded.
All right. No.
Is this framed about right? Can you see good with the camera? What you're,
Yeah. Take a half step to your right and get your shot. There you go.
I'm still a decent shot, but I'm going to spread these next two out a little bit to protect that Kevlar.
Yeah.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record.
This is exhibit CMO 2.
2, 1.
It is about 37 seconds long.
Fire. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
So here we move from upstairs to downstairs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is CMO 3,
Stand by.
about 32 seconds long.
2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 4, 41 seconds.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 5,
3,
51 seconds.
2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
Sometimes doors will be open, sometimes doors closed, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 6,
3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired.
CMO 6,
Record your data.
doors closed in this one.
Stand by. 3, 2, One, shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
As you look on CMO6, you see, was it Captain Satterfield?
Yes, sir.
What does he have around his ears or over his ears?
Ear protection.
Now, when you qualify, you have to qualify twice a year with firearms. Once a year. How many times do you qualify?
The state requires once a year. In my current position, I shoot 6 times a year.
Have you been shooting pistols for quite some time as in your career?
Yes, sir.
You ever been on the range and you forgot to put your ears on?
Yes, sir.
Is there a distinct difference between hearing a gunshot with ears on or ears off?
It's a very distinct difference.
Now let's go into Pelusos. There's going to be CMO 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. You want to see those, but when you have, if you could just tell us, give us the, I'm going to start and go through the sections here. So for Peluso's recordings, the first 4 here I want to talk about. The sound meter was in the, I guess, the living room, dining room area, and the gun was in the same area. And then I think these are with the master bedroom door open and the basement door closed, the first 4. If you would give the jury what the reading is, the ambient reading, by that I mean no guns being fired, just whatever the room is giving off. And then when the fire takes place, what the reading is. So when you have the living room, the sound mirrors in the living room and the guns in the same room. So what are the first 4 readings for those?
From Captain Peluso's report, he said the ambient room resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 126.3 decibels for test number 1. For test number 2, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 106.8 decibels. For test number 3, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 103.4 decibels. And then for test number 4, the resting sound was 45 decibels with a max sound of 113.3 decibels.
And then when the sound meter is in the basement and the gun's in the same area, the videos and things that we were watching, looks like there's about 5 through 14. So let's go through. So 5 is when the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is closed. What was that, the 2 readings for that?
For test number 5, the resting sound was 57.6 decibels with a max sound of 109.5 decibels.
And then the next shot, the 6th shot, master bedroom door open and basement door closed, was that?
The resting sound was 46.6 decibels with a max sound of 127.8 decibels.
And then the next reading?
For test number 7, the resting sound was 56.4 decibels with a max sound of 111.4.
You give us the next one, if you would.
Yes, sir.
You can just go through them until it changes.
For test number 8, the resting sound was 49.5 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. Test number 9, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 109.9 decibels.
It appears on the 10th one, the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is open too.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's how it is until you close it out. What are those?
Yes, sir. So for 10, 11, and 12.
Right.
For test number 10, the decibel reading for resting was 46.6 decibels with a max of 108.7. For 11, the resting sound was 54.4 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. And then for number 12, the resting was 54 decibels with a max of 127 decibels.
And then 13 and 14 with the master bedroom door closed and the basement door open. There are no videos for these, but what were the readings that you had?
For 13 and 14, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 124.8. And for test number 14, the resting was 40.1 with a max of 127 decibels.
CMO 7, Calypso 1. 13 seconds. CMO 8. 32 seconds. CMO 9. 33 seconds. I'm going to back this up so about the middle of the recording. You need, for the screen, where you're actually looking at the device itself, the read device, it has some sound levels. Can you just tell us what the low levels are and the high levels?
Specifically for this device, I'm not sure. I know for.
I just went, what's on the.
Oh, theirs, they set, their low is 30 to 100 decimal meters. So that's their range when they have it on low setting. These were all set to high setting, as indicated in their reports with a max hold. So their high setting ranges from 60 to 130 decibels. And so they have their plus or minus, and the read device plus or minus is 1.4 decibels.
CMO 10. About 23 seconds. CMO 11. About 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Never takes care of others. Come up a little bit. Like this one.
CMO 12, about a minute 53.
We don't need to go anymore. Open the doors. And then we'll open that one. This is where the bar is on the street. So it's not a mistake. Unless you want to leave the bedroom down. Make a statement? Yeah. Yeah, you say you check that out. I did. Good. Yeah. Start tonight. We want to flip that desk again, pull the bottom one out from the top.
I wouldn't do much like this.
CMO 13, the last one from this side. About a minute 22.
I'm ready. I need you a half step left. There. Perfect. You good, Gene? Gene? You good? Very good. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
No, it feels like a Monday. This is a Monday. I know I've been kind of running around and I apologize, but I have to close my bank account and reopen a new one. Yep. Someone got me. I am so not happy. So if I'm moving around, guys, I've been dealing with that. And luckily we caught it and the bank is going to, close that one down, start a new one. I have to go through all that mess. But forgive me for being kind of in and out. Hopefully we got it dealt with and I'm back. Let's keep watching.
Now let's go to Matthew McMullen's readings. The first one, sound meter in the master bedroom, the gun in the living dining room area. There's 4 readings there. All the doors are open. The first 2, 1 and 2 doors are open, master bedroom. Then the third and fourth master bedroom door closed. Give us those readings if you would.
Yes, sir. The resting sound for test 1 was 14.7 decibels with a max of 90.
What can I say?
Decibels.
I guess it's a
Test
part of our
2,
lives now.
The resting sound was
Overdrew my
14.7
account.
with a max sound
Mm-hmm.
of 109.
Now I got to fight it.
And then the third and fourth are with the door closed.
Yes, sir. The doors were closed. The resting sound for test number 3.
At least I'm not having dental
14.7
surgery.
decibels with a max sound of 92.2 decibels. And then for test 4, the resting sound again was 14.7 decibels with a max sound of 90.
Hope you feel better, Zach.
And then shots 5 through 14. I think the sound meter is the master bedroom. The gun's in the basement. Let's see. 5 and 6 in the master bedroom door open. What are those readings?
The resting
Dawn, I'm
sound,
sorry.
14.6 decibels with a max of 77.3 decibels for test number 5.
I wish.
Test number 6 had a resting sound of 14.6 decibels.
We don't get fall colors here.
77.9 decibels.
7 and 8 master bedroom.
The bank is
closed.
cooperating. They're very kind. It's
The
a good
resting,
bank.
Again, 14.6 decibels with a max sound of
Sucks.
63.6 decibels for test number 7. Test number 8, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 66 decibels.
9 and 10 looks like a master bedroom door open. Well, what are those?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 65.5 decibels for test number 9. Test number 10, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 67.2 decibels.
So I missed a little. Forgive me. Are they saying that he was actually shot in the home?
On those, but the 13th, 14th
Yes,
master
sir.
bedroom door closed. What were those readings?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels for test number 13 with a max sound
Y'all,
of 54.9
the lowest part of
decibels.
Florida,
And
the
for test number
southernmost
14,
tip,
the resting sound was 14.6
is getting
decibels
hammered.
with a max sound of 57.8 decibels.
McMullen,
Key West.
CMO 14.
Oh my gosh, the winds are really strong. And the water is coming up over the bulkhead.
CMO 15. 6 seconds. CMO 16. 8 seconds.
You have questions, Miss Palau's
CMO
mama?
17.
I'm going to call you Miss Mom.
8 seconds. CMO 18. 23 seconds.
I think she's protecting her son. In all honesty.
CMO 19. 6 seconds. CMO 20. 10 seconds. CMO 21. 7 seconds.
There are people out on the key getting their freaking pictures.
CMO 22.
I got to do this, guys. I got to show you this. Don't know what I meant to do. Don't know what I meant to do. I want you to see these idiots. Look at these freaking idiots. Walk up. Look at them over here in the corner right there, y'all. This is Key West. This is Key West. Look at that water coming over there. Knock them flat on their butts. What? That is stupid. And then you're going to have two people come and stand right here. Y'all, you can't swim against that current if you get knocked out. If I was your mama, I would be beating your butt. Let me zoom. I want you to see the people. Look at this. With the child. And they're going to come up here and get pictures. You think by holding their hand, you're making it safe for them? That should be reported. I mean, that right there that would be a CPS call. You are putting your child, look at that water coming over, in danger. Really? Look at this. All it would take is that water to push you up and down, flip you back over, and you're being banged up against the rocks and potentially dead. This is insane, y'all. Why do people have to be freaking idiots? Now look at them. Yay, look at us. We're waving at the camera. We made it. We're stupid. Stupid. Oh, look at that kid. Stupid is as stupid does. Look at them. And then when one of them passes on, they're going to want to know, what did I do? What did we do to deserve this? I'm not trying to be mean, y'all. I'm not. But y'all... Stupid.
Camo 23.
And the thing is if one of them gets hurt or dies and they're sitting here begging people for help and money and we don't know what we did wrong. Oh my God. I've seen it. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just not in the mood for it today. You're right. My bank is fabulous. Ada, you can call me LOL. Oh, Lola. That's right. Lola. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Lola.
That's about 16 seconds. CMO 25.
Yeah, exactly, Lola. That's one of my questions. She couldn't have done it alone.
About 9 seconds.
I'm watching this. They're being even more stupid.
Turning to the, I believe, the sound meter is going to be.
Someone just got knocked down.
Officer Dakota Smith in the apartment, and the guns in the main house. Is that now where we're going?
Why don't they have a cop car parked there to stop people from being stupid? Oh, because they're spread too thin.
Shots there with the refrigerator on. Give the jury, if you would, and so it looks like it's the same reading for all of them.
Yes, sir. So they had
I
the
agree.
refrigerator turned on, and then we did it with.
I agree
On
100%.
the first 6 tests for these, the refrigerator is on. 4 shots.
I'm waiting for an
fired.
ambulance or cop to show up on the other one. Just watch. Just wait. They'll be there.
For all 6 was 40 decibels.
This water, they're having
And then
20-foot
7 through
swells.
14.
And people are out
Doesn't look
there.
like there's any data for the 14th shot, but with the refrigerator on, give us the readings for Smith's recordings 7 through 13.
For 7 through 14, the refrigerator was turned off for those. So shot 7, the resting in the max was 35 decibels. For 8, the resting in max was 39 decibels. For shot 9, the resting in max was 39 decibels. For 10, the resting in max was 36. For 11, the resting in max was again 36 decibels. For 12, the resting was 35 decibels, but the max was 47. And for 13, the resting was 35 decibels and the max was 47 decibels.
CMO 26, Smith's first one. About 5 minutes and 17 seconds.
God, it's so stupid.
Clear.
Those swells are getting bigger and bigger, and these people are just being stupider.
I can barely hear. Okay, there we go.
I'm just gonna stop this pretty much like that. The rest of them gonna stop right at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. No objection from this.
All right.
And we'll go to CMO 27, which is Smith.
Yeah, we need the Davy Jones Locker song.
Off.
That's right.
And this one is
I don't know how she got him outside. That's something I'm really wanting.
about 1 minute mark.
These kids are out there. These are teenagers now. Go figure. That was my kid. I'd be beating their butt senseless. And I don't care what happened to me. I'd rather have a beaten butt than a dead butt. My humble opinion. Y'all, I'm doing some arranging. Please be patient. Why is this not? Oh, that's their play thing. I thought it was like, why wasn't my thing clearing? That's why.
Let's get that to about 3 minutes.
insane. If y'all want to watch the insanity while listening to this insanity, it's like one insanity after another. I have a second live going right now, and it is the live with the hurricane post. If y'all want to pop over there and help boost my rating numbers, that'd be great. But you can see the crap that's going on with these people down in Key West. It's insane. Yeah, they're going to get hit a little harder than they anticipated. Definitely. I know. I'm sorry. Not everybody can switch. Lola, you can go back and forth. Just leave this one, go look at that one, come back. It's okay. But it's stupidity at its best. Absolute stupidity at its best. I'm just like, what the hell? Y'all, I so want my potato chips. I have salted vinegar potato chips. I want them so bad.
All right, so done.
Yeah.
And finally, let's move to the last one. Richard
Jules
Ricketts was
and
taking
Brandy are
the
both in the
reading down
disaster
with
zone.
Bacon down
I
with
don't
Tornadoes,
know
is that right?
where they
Yes, sir.
are or
And it looks like they're-
what's going on.
let's
Let me
give the
see if I can
readings
get a hold of
before
Miss
14
Jules.
PM.
I have 1 through 12 for Sergeant Ricketts.
Right, no data for 13, 14.
Correct. For test number 1, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 61.9 decibels. For test number 2, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max of 62.5 decibels. For test number 3, the resting was 48.9 decibels with a max of 53.7 decibels. For number 4, the resting was 51.3 decibels with a max of 58.7 decibels. For test number 5, the resting was 54.2 decibels with a max of 68.9 decibels. For number 6, the resting sound was 48.9 decibels with a max of 66.7 decibels. And for number 7, the resting sound was 59.7 decibels with a max of 74.6 decibels. For test number 8, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 63.2 decibels. For test number 9, the resting sound was 68.4 decibels with a max of 73.7 decibels. For test number 10, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max sound of 65 decibels. For number 11, the resting was 58.4 decibels with a max of 66 decibels. And for number 12, the resting sound was 57.2 decibels with a max of 65.3 decibels.
This is CMO 28. And it's about 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
data. Close the measure door. Measure door closed. All units stand by. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Record your data.
Our beloved Jules is in the direct path of the storm. And long story short, she had to abandon her vehicle, and the storm is literally going to roll over her house. And she and her family, 5 adults, 3 children, dogs, cats, are hunkered down in Northport, but they can't get out. I want to explain something, and I haven't explained it, but I will. When the evacuations start, they actually have an ordering system in which that happens. So the first people that go are the people who are on life support and have to have electricity in order to live or survive. If you are on oxygen or that kind of thing, you are evacuated immediately. Evacuations happen in phases, but if you're a perfectly able body, like not on life threatening, you are not in the first phase of evacuation. Unfortunately, her vehicle is now stranded at her home. I don't need to go through the full story, but long story short, Ian devastated her community, and this is going to be worse. The thing is a lot of us can go without a lot of things, but our vehicle is vitally important. And the fact that she had to, basically the battery died and no one was open. There's nothing they could do. Family came and got her, but the vehicle had to be abandoned. Had to be abandoned. Brandy's mod sent message that she and her son and mom are all hunkered down and RK. I will be keeping up with we will be keeping up with Miss Jules and her family. This is going to devastate their town. The eye of the storm is literally going to roll right over them. So I told her to check in with me every couple of hours, especially once things start getting going. I am going to be going live. I'll be live most of the night tonight. I will probably crash probably about 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Probably staying live and sleeping an hour or 2, get up and being live. It's going to be a very difficult day tomorrow for me, exhaustion wise, but I'm going to do it. We've got a lot of people that we know that are in the midst of this storm. And so right now she is in Port Charles, Florida is where she lives. She is now over in Northport, which poor baby. Cape Coral, Northport. Oh, let me just move this over here so I don't have to turn my head. Bradenton South. But it's going to really literally roll right over them. So we need to be in prayer for Jules and the family. I appreciate that she's willing to talk to me during this very difficult time. Jules, I know you're not listening. They're trying to conserve phone and power. They have generators. The house they're in is boarded up, so they are all hunkered down. Yeah, I will be taking naps, but I would appreciate a lot of y'all if you can, even if you're not watching, just leave my weather live up or whatever lives I'm on, leave them up because it boosts the numbers. I'm late. I got to go live with no, do you know what? I'm going to go live right now every 3 hours because I'm going to go live at 1 p.m. because right now there's not enough changes. So I'll put that on over at this live. Let me get everything back in position where I had it. There we go. I got to fix my banners. Sorry, guys. There we go. So right now there's not enough for me to go live, but for the weather. Okay. So, definitely, oh my gosh, y'all, let me share this. Let me share this. I want y'all to see. What I wanted to do. Pop that back up. Let me pop this up. Look at this wind and rain. I'm going to bump this back just a little bit because these cameras are moving. Look at the rain coming in off the coast. This is what it looked like a couple of hours ago, about an hour ago. This is what it looks like live. Look at that change in wind. Look at the change in the clarity of the camera. Look at that change. So it is starting, the bands are starting to cause a lot of problems. So we are going to keep watching some of this. Here you can see the tide coming in. You can see they made a barge out of sand, but that's not going to last long. That was a cop car flying through. So right now, just so you know, I'm going to show you, stop screen share. Window. There we go. I'm going to share this. This is where Jules is where that pin mark is. Well, actually, no. Okay, here is where she lives, somewhere in here. And then she lives here. They're looking at a 60-foot storm surge is what they're being told. They are being told that it could potentially reach 60 feet of a storm surge. So this is really, really serious. So let's zoom back out. And so the hurricane is probably right about here where my mouse is. So you guys, be in prayer for her. Okay, we're going to get this trial back on. Share this. Wrong one. This one. Share this screen. Why am I not able? Screen is set. Remove. Stop screen share. I got to get back into the correct screen share. There we go. We're going to go back into the trial, but I'm going to be continuing to monitor the situation.
Yes, sir.
No further questions,
Good time to break. All right, we'll take a short break.
Nope, we're going to zoom. Okay. So once again, thank you guys so much for listening to me talk about them. Poor babies. I would suspect that we may not have trial next week for
Carpet and wood. So that carpet could have been either
Sarah
taken up to the
Boom.
hole
I
or
would not
put
be
up
surprised if they
sections
did not
there
push
was
that
believed
another
that blood
week.
on it, correct?
Just FYI, be prepared.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any gunshot residue swabs taken on any of the people?
I don't recall if it was done prior to my arrival.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm going to kind of bounce around a little bit because the gunshot audio testing and the crime scene investigation, something occurred to me. Okay, so just let me know if I confuse you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so first off, and I know it wasn't you, but you're the one testifying about it, so I got to ask you, whose idea was this to do this testing?
Former ADA employed with the judicial circuit here.
Okay, former assistant district attorney.
Yes, sir.
It was not Ms. Frankish or Mr. Focus.
Correct.
Okay. So y'all got your directives from the DA's office to go perform this specific type of testing.
Through the case agent, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what you already watched, the CMO1. I'm not going to play the whole video here. But we're looking at the ballistics dummy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that your department provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's wearing, so we've got the dummy here, and we've also got a ballistic bulletproof vest on, correct?
Correct.
All right. Who made the decision to put the dummy where it is in CMO1?
I don't know, sir. It was not I. It wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
I don't know how they determined placement of the mannequin.
Okay, that's fair enough. Who was in charge out here when you were there?
The DA's office and the case agent.
DA's office, and would that be case agent Detective Hayes?
It would have been him or Sergeant Westbrook, whoever's in charge at that time.
Were
I
all
was
those-
just there to witness.
Okay, no, yeah, I ain't blaming you.
No.
Who, but was Westbrook there?
He was.
He was, all right. Hayes was there.
Yes, sir.
Was the ADA there?
Yes, sir.
But yet again, it's not Miss Frankish or Mr. Focus.
Correct.
All right. So all of those people are there. So you're just there doing your thing. Fair enough?
We provided the ballistic vest and the mannequin you see.
In the manning. Okay. But you didn't have anything to do in placement.
No, I just attempted to make it as testing as uniform as possible.
Okay. And it's wearing that bulletproof vest so that the bullet doesn't pass through the mannequin.
Correct.
And that firearm you're using is a 38 special?
Yes, sir.
Who provided the firearm?
The sheriff's office.
They just, and this is just.
Okay, guys, they have
Is
confirmed
it a
tornadoes.
deputy's private gun, or sheriff's office just has an assortment of guns for this purpose, or?
Was through the training department. The training unit has different firearms.
Okay. Now you'll also notice, and this is where you may, I'm bouncing back and forth, okay, between July 5 and 6, 2018 and July 2019 when you're doing this, okay? So let me know if I confuse you. So we can see in CMO1 that you've got the rug here, and that's where the dining room table was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and y'all have moved the dining room table, and you've got the, I don't know, the knickknacks and stuff and the dishes over there. All right, so y'all moved all that stuff. So what I'm gonna show you is Thrasher 55. When you got out to the scene to do the audio testing, is this how it looked it's Thrasher 84. Is that how it looked?
I don't recall us moving any furniture.
Okay.
The
Well,
residence was as it was when we arrived.
Okay. But you can see from here, the table's not there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the table had been moved.
Correct.
Okay. Now this rug. So this rug is here on the July of 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Ms. Thrasher took this photograph, July 5th of 2018, the rug's still there, correct?
Yes,
All righty. And as you'll recall, being the lead crime scene technician, there was some presumptive blood found up here where the mouse is, kind of on the edge of the rug at the top, which leads downstairs, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this rug, if it's here in 2019, this rug wasn't taken into evidence, correct?
Correct.
All right. Nor was any of those, what it looks like to be a silk chair. None of that was taken into evidence or, to your knowledge, even reviewed for any possible blood spatter. Because you didn't do it.
Correct. I did not.
So, guys, we do have
And did you review
two
any of the other crime scene
possible
technicians'
tornadoes.
reports
One
prior to
has been
testifying today?
definitely cited.
Prior to testifying today, no, sir.
They are more
Have you reviewed
towards
them in the past?
northwest of Buckhead,
Back closer
and
to
the other
incident,
one
I'm sure I
is
read them. Yes, sir.
Okay.
direct
Do you recall
east
anything
of
on any of those reports
Palmdale.
that this rug or
Now,
these
those are
silk
kind of
chairs
more
being
on the
examined
central part
for
of Florida,
presumptive evidence?
south central. So that is where those tornadoes,
What do you mean by presumptive?
Any
what we
evidence that
call
there was any
the
blood on this
tornado,
rug or these chairs?
circulation. We have another circulation kind
Okay, so
of
we have
southeast
Are
of
you
Greater
asking
Sun
if we tested
Central,
for the
but
presence of
those are not,
blood?
that's
I'm
not,
asking if they even
that
looked
is
for
not confirmed. but we do have tornado watches and warnings, floods. Every warning under the sun
I don't know
is
how to
over there
answer that
going
because I
to
don't wanna put
be
words
in
CSI Thrasher, CSI Eckerd's mouth.
Sure, I know. I'm not
um,
asking you to do
We
that.
would,
I'm
where
asking you
Jules is.
if you know.
Yeah,
if
all this is
they
really
reviewed,
Port Charles,
examined the
Northport,
rug and
and
these
kind of more
chairs
south is
for
getting all of those
any evidence of blood.
warnings at this time.
again, I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to make an assumption. We are taught we look for blood stains, blood spatter. If we don't see any, we move on and move down the road. To question her methodology while she's taking her photographs, I would not feel comfortable making an assumption. We are taught and during our initial walkthrough to look for that stuff.
Okay. So is it fair to assume then that if they didn't find it, that it's not there?
Again, I don't want to make an assumption or put words into CSI Thrasher's mouth in regards to that.
Okay. Now, you also placed the ballistics dummy downstairs, correct?
Yes, sir. We brought it downstairs.
Who, while you were there, do you recall who made the decision to test it downstairs?
Again, we were getting all our direction from the ADAs there.
Okay. Do you recall them actually moving it downstairs?
Well, we had to move it downstairs to perform the test.
Well, no, that's why I asked if you recall them moving it downstairs.
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
we went downstairs.
All right. Let me just.
There is a small rotation,
So-
not confirmed tornado, just northwest
You recall
of
from being downstairs
Bonsanito
that around this
Springs.
chair there was
Once
an
again,
ottoman, correct?
that is not a confirm.
Are we talking about 2019 or 18?
2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is obviously the basement, and the dummy's been positioned around where that ottoman was in front of the chair. It's a little dark because they don't have the lights on the left-hand side of the video, right?
We had a cell that moved on shore in the
And
South
so
Fort
presumably somebody
Myers
at the
area.
DA's office made the decision to place the dummy where it is, around the place of that ottoman.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just to the west of Villas and Bell Tower Park.
Just one second, sir. Was there ever any conversation while you were out there? First of all, how long did this take? I mean, the videos are approximately 40 minutes. Is that how much time it took to do this, or did it take a lot longer that we're not seeing?
That took longer for setup, movement, getting everybody in position, ensuring that everybody's in position, probably about 2-3 hours.
Okay. And there was no testing placing the dummy at the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
And there was
Okay, let's take a quick break. I want to do a weather update. Trying to figure out how to share. Okay, I'm going to play this live on both my channels right now.
Grand, because this is going to go right in this cell that is moving through the South Fort Myers area right now. Let me get down to street level. This is racing quickly, moving off to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. This is over the Villas area now as we speak.
By the way,
Trying to get in and zoom in on that cell so we can get a closer look
I
at
am
what we're
watching
talking
it
about here,
on
the
my
roads we're talking about. The area of
storm
rotation is just
chasers
west
radar.
of 41. This is moving up Cypress Lake. There's College Parkway. There's Cypress Lake. This is moving right up and to the due east, just barely east of Summerlin Road. Here's 41. There's Colonial. So this is going to cross Colonial in the next few moments here. Again, a very strong signature of rotation within this cell that moved onshore in the South Fort Myers area. I know you have those tornado warnings still in the Cape, in the Punta Gorda area. I have been watching the velocity. This is the one that if any of them have a tornado on the ground right now, this one right here bell tower marked on your map. There's Villas. This is just to the west of you. Very strong winds, very strong rotation within this. I'm going to go ahead and get another track on this for you. There you go, the forest. Moving over the forest right now. Moving away from the forest right now. Cypress Lake, 1222. Villas, 1222. Already in the Villas area. I want to draw a new track on this because that is not quite encompassing that area of rotation here within the cell. Moving off to the north and west at 20 miles
Hello,
per
Miss
hour.
Kevin. Thanks
If we
for
have
joining.
our camera view from downtown Fort Myers, if we can swing that around to the south, that is what I would like to do, because that would have a great view of what is working in that view from Edison Grand, because this is going to go right
And
towards downtown
she's
Fort
just
Myers.
up out of view.
There you go, some times for you. Emerald Pines by 1220. The Retreat by 1224. There's an update. So downtown Fort Myers, we're talking 10 minutes from now, a little bit less than that, 1227. That is when that area of rotation is going to move over you. It does appear to have broadened ever so slightly on this last update. I know there's a lot flashing on your screen here. Let me zoom in. The area we're talking about is right along 41. There's Pagefield Airport.
You
There's
see
the
that
Villas
right there?
community. And this is the area of rotation we're
That
talking about.
purple,
This is
you can
paralleling
see the
41, moving to the
circular,
north.
and you can see
at
the
50
blue
to
in the middle.
55 miles
When
per hour.
it
This is going to go right up into.
now on my radar, when and if that touches down, we will see a change of color for debris field. That's how. That's why when I'm watching mine, I'm watching for debris field to pop up. So it does not appear right now for Fort Myer that it has actually landed, but it very well may. Okay, we're going to go back to our trial. Yeah, I did it right the first time. Okay, we're going to go back to trial. I'm going to go interpret. Okay, guys, I'm going to go and do some interpreting real quick.
Just go stand behind the chair on the screen and sit. Raise your right hand, please.
Dagnabbit, that's not what I wanted.
Thank you for being here today. If you tell the jury your full name,
Ricky Collette.
where do you work and what do you do, sir?
I work for Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, and I'm a battalion chief.
In Cherokee County, is law enforcement and the fire department, are they separated?
Yes, sir.
I know some counties they're combined into both are in the same house. How many firefighters and things like that do we have in Cherokee County?
Right now, I think we just have approximately 400 firefighters.
And what level of service does your department provide to the county?
Yes, sir. We pretty much provide an all hazards department.
Tornado on the ground,
Taking a
just
person to
north
the
of Fort
hospital in
Myers.
Ambulance to swift water rescue, dive, hazmat, search and rescue, in your normal assisting citizens off the floor, to again take them to the hospital to house fires.
How long have you been working as a firefighter?
I've been a certified firefighter for almost 35 years.
And how many people do you supervise, or how many things do you actually control and manage?
Yes, sir. As battalion chief, I oversee 9 fire stations, and there's approximately 40 to 45 personnel that I oversee directly.
What made you get into this line of work?
I remember in middle age.
Dag nabbit. My bad, y'all. My bad,
Right,
my bad, my
so,
bad.
generally, smaller ponds like this,
Sorry.
we pretty much know there's no visibility. So you're basically what we call, blackwater, zero visibility. Um, it's, I often describe it as diving in chocolate milk. Sometimes you can see some light, but you can't see, the hand in front of your face. So when we dove this pond, anything below 2 feet deep in the water, there's zero, hardly any light. And there was about 3 inches of silt on the bottom of the pond. So when we searched, we're having to search by feel.
What's the bottom like? Was it? What type? If you could compare it to something like a natural lake or a natural pond, what was it like?
It was just what we call a silty bottom. It's very soft. Same as about 3 inches from where the top of the silt to the hard bottom was in the water. So it's not like if you go to Lake Altoona, we have the hard clay bottom. It's not like that in the ponds.
Is the bottom of this pond, this water here, is it so that it was so muddy that things could actually get down and you couldn't find it? It'd be very difficult, or what was this one like in comparison?
In compared to what we dove before, it wasn't that difficult. It wasn't. There was a layer of silt, but it wasn't so deep it was hindering us from searching.
On July 6th, that Friday of 2018, it looks like y'all were there from about 12 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And then you came back the next day, July 7th, that Saturday. Looks like you're there from about 9 o'clock in the morning until about 6 o'clock in the evening. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were they long days?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you actually, when you got out there, what you were tasked to do, and then we're gonna look at some pictures. But tell us what you did.
Okay, so as being the dive team leader over, I met with the sheriff's office, and I think it was at the time Captain Pinion. He told us, he would like for us to search the pond. We were looking for a weapon in the pond, and that he would like for us to conduct a thorough search of the pond. Of course, it was summertime. It was hot, so I assembled our team together and briefed them on what our objectives were, and we started our day diving.
And the assignment, the pond, the lake, the body of water is less than a half acre, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the division, how did you divide? I guess it was 7 areas to do a systematic search?
Yes, sir. Just the way the pond is laid out and the way we conduct our search. So in order for us to conduct a thorough search, I just broke the pond down into smaller sections using just some of the natural trees and the areas of the pond. So to make sure that we had a thorough search of the pond, we just break it up into smaller sections.
And when you would do something like this, do you want to have a control or supervision to make sure that your people are actually searching systematically and find things? You use any type of control, or in our world we talk about a widget, but you probably call it assault, I think is what you call
Yes,
it.
sir.
Tell the jury about that. How do you do that?
Okay, so when we were tasked to search the area, there's a quality control thing that we use. We'll take like if we're searching for something small like a weapon, we had a couple pieces of pipe with an elbow, so it kind of resembled the shape of a gun. And we used that day we had 3 of them, and I believe I gave it to one of the investigators and to throw out into the pond wherever they seem fit to throw it. So I gave it to I think it was the investigator, and they threw 3 of those into the pond. So that when we're searching the pond, we want to find what we call the salt, just to ensure that we are doing a thorough search of the pond.
Were you able to look at some photographs that we had and that you provided relating to your department, also the actual search that day?
Yes, sir.
Were those photographs fair and accurate photographs involving things in this case?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time I tender to evidence state's exhibit, call it 1 through 6.
No objection.
All right, we're good.
So this is your symbol for the fire department,
Yes, sir.
and then you have how big of a unit is the dive team? I see you have looks like a vehicle. How many people working it?
Yes, sir. We usually keep around 12 active divers.
And then call it 3 here. There's a photograph here. What is this?
This is when I was conducting an open water, your initial dive certification to get you up to public safety diver. So this is a class I was teaching for on-duty divers.
And the things that everybody's wearing, is that what you would wear during the actual search in this case, or is it something different?
It's similar, but we wear a little bit different. What I'm wearing there in the picture is called there's a wetsuit, where actually water is kept inside the suit. What we dive is a dry suit, so we're completely dry. I could dive in this and come out just as dry as I am now.
And up to this exhibit, the 4th exhibit, these are things that are not related to this case, just things that you have with your agency. Is that right?
That's correct.
5, same thing, just showing
Yes, sir.
pictures.
Yes, sir.
6, also training exercise. Where was this at?
That's in Williston, Florida, at Blue Grotto Dive Resort.
Now here, call it 7. This is from the actual day that you went out.
Yes, sir.
And this is a picture of just along the fence line.
Yes, sir.
And you had a picture you took showing the way the pond looked that day when you did this.
Correct.
No issues with weather, wind, anything like that?
No, sir.
Call it number 9 here. Just kind of showing the stillness of the pond before you guys go in.
Yes, sir.
And then 10 is looking back up to the house. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. 11, what is this?
Okay, that's our salt. That's what, when we gave that to the investigators, he threw it out, 3 of those out into the pond, and we've retrieved all 3 of them.
12 here. I guess y'all set up some tents and whatnot, and what we're doing here.
Yes, sir. So this is kind of our little rehab section where you see the diver there. He's in our dry suit and what we call our rig, the tank on the back.
he is our 90% diver. We have 3 divers: a primary, the person who's in the water. Then we have a backup diver. They're usually in the water at the surface in case something goes wrong with the initial diver. And this diver here would be our, what we call a 90%. He's 90% dressed. He doesn't have on his mask, so that's all he would need to put on and be able to enter the water.
And then 13, I apologize, my numbering is off here, so this is 13. Any objection, please?
No objection.
13 here, what do we have here?
That looks like I'm talking to Captain Pinion there. That's, again, that's our rehab area and just a staging area for our equipment.
And 14, what do we see? Is there a line? Did you have your divers hooked up to a line?
Yes, sir. So there's the diver in the water. That the person you see in the water is our backup diver. I can tell that because of the line that you see near the diver in the red there. You see the line that there's knots in the line, so I know that line is going to our diver in the water that you can't see, and the one floating at the surface is our backup diver. Yep.
Same thing, 15 here.
Yes, sir. Same thing.
And then, is that the suit that was used?
Yes, sir.
16.
That's a suit and a Carlson board that we use for searching shallow water that he's carrying.
Just to perfect the record, the state has call it 1 through 16, and I tender those into evidence without objection. That's my understanding.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
How, when you do the search, how slowly and methodically is the diver going?
So he's going very slow when we're looking for a target or something like that. He's going very slow because he's having to go by feel. He's got, and it's more of a crawl on the bottom of the lake than it is a swim or a dive. He's connected to a rope from the shore to the diver, so he's holding on to the rope with one hand, keeping it tight, and he's going back and forth with his other hand, searching the bottom. So it's very slow, very methodical.
Are you confident that the pond was searched systematically and thoroughly?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did y'all find any gun?
Any gun? No, sir.
Nothing further going.
Primarily because I'm curious. Crappy.
Okay, guys, let
Can
me
I
tell you
use
quickly what I was signing. I couldn't talk and sign at the same time. Fort Myers
shows the
area had a
bottom
tornado that
every
was
life
showing up
jacket.
on radar, but was rain
Did
wrapped
you
and
guys
was
use
not
anything
able.
like that?
No, sir,
Why
we
don't
didn't.
I
All
mute
right, do y'all
this?
ever use any kind of sonar technology?
Okay, so Fort Myers area had a tornado that went through. It was rain wrapped. It was not one that you could be seeing from the camera or outside because the rain is so strong right now. So that tornado has moved through. It was not a long lasting one. However, the bands and everything that are going through are producing a lot of circular motions. Right now, we have a circular motion 1131. Yes, that was going on near just south of 16 miles about south of Plastic Lakes, Placid. Placid. I'm not good at pronouncing things, so nail me on it if you want. But and then just northwest of that, next to and then the kind of northwest of Sullivan Shores, there's another circular rotation. So, guys, these bands are starting to hit and they're going around and they're going to be having a lot of, a lot. I'm sorry, I'm trying to mute this. Okay. All of a sudden, I had a new thing go off in my head. So, Lawyer No is doing a live stream. He is safe. Wonderful to know that. Um, that's wonderful. But as far as I don't know where Lawyer You Know lives. Don't know where he lives. Have no clue. No, I don't know where you are. Where are you, Lawyer You Know? Where is your home? I don't know where Lawyer You Know is. Oh, I hate it when they put things at about 500 speed and I can't understand them. He's in Clearwater, Orlando area. Okay. But understand that the Orlando area is going to be more the north and northwest of the storm. So we'll see how those rain bands happen. But I will tell you right now that Jules is going to be going through the eye of the storm. Unless it does a weird move last minute, she is in the direct path of that storm. She is with her son and her family. So we'll be keeping an eye on everybody. Okay. Okay. Back we go to court.
Technology or anything to map the bottom of whatever body of water?
We do.
Okay. Why not in this case?
Because it was such a small pond, sonar is not going to pick up a small metal target like that. And we don't have a good way to launch our boat because it's a fairly large boat. It was just going to be a slow, methodical search. Typically, we'll only use sonar if we're trying to find a truck that's underwater or maybe a body underwater, something larger. But our training is we've never been able to find anything small like that using sonar.
Did you guys use metal detectors?
Not at the time we did.
Okay. Now, can you use metal detectors
We do
underwater?
now. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's something that's been implemented, maybe even because of this case.
Yes, sir. As other times that we search for the sheriff's office, we've used metal detectors, and so we start using those now.
Okay. How long did it take you guys to go over this pond?
I think we were there total 15 or 16 hours.
I'm going to ask you this question, just realistically.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've changed a few things since you did this search. You guys, number one, it's amazing to me what y'all can do because I get very claustrophobic and I can't scuba dive because of that very reason. So you're down there and you said it's like chocolate milk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But is it possible that there's a gun still in that pond to this day?
I feel very confident we did.
Everything's possible.
And I feel like if there was one there, we would have found it.
I'll be right back, y'all.
But yes or no, it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Judge, and I just have one. We're just going to the hot copies. Oh, here. We had a video. Ah, yes. You want to play it? That's fine, man. Judge, we're going to play a video. It's not very long. They want to play this video, so we'll play it here. And that's call it 17. It was 39 seconds. Attend to that too.
No objection.
All right. That's all I got.
All right, can you sit down?
Yes.
All right, you be excused. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Steakhouse Terry Fries. Oh, Judge, may we approach? Terry Fries.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Braswell, did you ever expect yourself to be here testifying in a murder case?
No.
If you would, I'm gonna try to relax you a little bit in this, and if you can, just tell the jury how old you are.
How old I am?
Yes, sir.
I'm 68.
And Mr. Braswell, don't give us your address or anything, but do you live in the county?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
43 years.
And what do you do in your occupation?
I'm a grade contractor
How long have you been doing that?
all my life.
And part of that, what type of work is it that you actually do? What all things do you do for the
I
business?
used to do a lot of residential stuff. I usually just work on horse arenas now.
And when you do that, what type of machines and stuff do you use to do it?
Bobcat, farm tractor.
Do you have a big business? Do you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Do you have a lot
Thank
of
you,
employees?
Toy.
No,
Thank you
big.
so much.
Just yourself?
You guys, we will be doing
Where-
fundraising for
Where in
the
county do
victims
you live?
that
Give us your address
are
or anything like that, but
in
where-
our
where
community,
area?
those who
Off of 372.
stream
Buckingham
and,
Road.
and help us that are
And
impacted, like Brandy and Jules
Do you
and
know the defendant?
Lawyer, and
Melody
anybody
Walker
else
Farris here in
who's
court
in
today?
our community that needs it.
Did I know her?
Yes, sir.
Sorry for speaking over him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that either. But I hope you heard what I said, that we will be doing a fundraising, either with ourselves, with other people. I apologize. I did not mean to bump us, but I did. I'll get us back. Okay, we'll start here.
Just not a Georgian accent. And about how long did the three of y'all kind of interact and know each other?
They walked and, we'd just see each other, see them at the restaurants. They'd go to eat at the restaurants. And my youngest daughter went and played with Melody.
And you kind of adopted her daughter.
Dag nabbit. Jeez.
she,
I don't.
if he was found.
I'll go
on-
back on that a little bit, Sorry about that. I have two
Typing
bars
down
up on
Detective
each feed,
Kirby
and the
from the
top
sheriff's
one will
office
say
came out
this
and
one,
talked to
and
you.
it doesn't work.
Were you
I
expecting
just
them
gotta
to come
fight
and
it.
talk to you?
Figured so, you know.
Yeah. When did you hear about something happening to Gary?
I guess it was that day or the day before, maybe.
And how did you hear anything?
Melody texted me.
Text and tell you?
Mhm.
What do you remember her saying about it?
She just said, well, she first said Gary was missing, and then she said they found him in a burn pile.
And do you remember what day exactly that she?
I don't.
If he was found on July 5th, do you know what day it was that she let
Probably
you
the
know?
4th.
Thank you so much,
The day
Tori. I
before,
greatly
maybe.
appreciate it. And we put towards the fund.
But you're not certain of the date.
No, I'm not.
And that was basically all that she said to you.
Right.
And y'all tell the jury, how often would you ever walk with her and share?
No, I never walked with them.
You basically just hang out with them, eat lunch a little bit.
They'd be at Cherokee Ranch and eat lunch. We'd all went up there to eat lunch when we was working or whatnot. Yeah.
In the family, the Farris family, who all did you interact with?
Scott and her's the only ones I knew.
And how much interaction did you have with
No, YouTube's really been acting up
Eating
lately.
lunch
A lot of
Seen
people
him on the
struggled.
road at Tractor Supply.
Scott? And did you have any problems with Scott?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah.
How about you and the defendant? Any problems?
Do I?
Did you and the defendant, Melody, have any problems?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah, I thought she was just a good neighbor, you know.
Did you ever go to her house?
I went over there to pick up Emma a time or two. Yeah.
Emma's the youngest.
Right. She's my youngest daughter.
And did you ever go in the house or anything like that?
Inside the kitchen.
Now, how many times do you think you actually?
Just letting y'all know I am fixing our lunch, so I'm going to hop in and out. I'll be.
Most 4 or 5 times.
How much time when you would go on the property would you?
Okay, guys, I'm going to be in and out because I'm going to be staying here through tomorrow to cover all this stuff that's going on. So please, please understand that if I'm popping in and out, I'm doing self-care, okay? And puppy care. All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Few minutes.
Anything longer than 15 minutes?
No.
Now, around what I want to talk to you about is you've met with us and talked to us, haven't
Right.
you? And we've gone through your timeline to see where you were around July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Did you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to do now is kind of go back through your timeline. I think on July 3rd of 2018, you talked about, were you working on some polo fields?
Yes, I was working on Post Road on the polo fields.
Just tell the jury about on July 3rd, kind of your day, what you were doing, where you were at.
We were stripping grass off of a grown-up horse arena and putting down new footing, which is M10's gravel dust, and which that took us several days.
Now, what is that? What type of material is that? How's that?
It's
different
gravel
from-
dust. It's ground up granite. Yeah.
Where was this at?
Polo Fields is on Post Road that runs between Highway 20 and Highway 9.
How long were you there doing this job?
We were there about a week.
And on July 3rd, what would have been your kind of?
We usually went to work 8:30 to 9 and worked till 5 or 6.
And on July 3rd, afterwards, where'd you go? I think you went to a Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, I went to Piablo's up on 306 and met all my kids, actually. We had dinner.
Where is this restaurant exactly at? What city?
It's on 306 and 400 at the Publix restaurant up there.
All right. If you were standing there in that, looking at the kind of the mall, the place where Publix is and the restaurant, describe it to us. What would you see? If you're standing there looking at the front door of the restaurant.
Hadn't been there since then, but it's to the left of the Kroger store. That's all I can tell you.
About what time do you remember y'all had dinner that night?
6-ish, 6:30.
Were you? I don't know if it's celebrated is the right word. I believe one of your oldest daughter just came back from the Marines.
My middle daughter just came back from the Marines. Yeah.
Were y'all celebrating or just having a time
Right.
there?
Yeah.
Now, after that, where did you go on July 3rd? What time was that over and where'd you go?
Emma and I went back home
Remember what time you got home?
probably 8:39.
And what'd y'all do that night?
Went to bed.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Anything make you go, huh, yeah, I really remember that and that was strange?
No.
So you were home. Your testimony is that on July 3rd, you were at your working in the polo fields and then at the restaurant and then home.
Right.
Were you on the Farris property at all on July 4th?
No.
Have anything to do with the property on July 4th?
No.
I'll add it to the bill.
Now, on July 4th, I think we kind of joked about it, but 4th of July, obviously, you're getting up that Wednesday. I think you went to breakfast.
Went to breakfast. Yeah.
Where'd you go? Was it Macedonia?
Probably went to. I can't remember if I went to Waffle House or if I went to Cherokee Ranch. Probably went to Cherokee Ranch.
If you said it was Waffle House earlier, would that have been a place you do go to Waffle House?
Occasionally, not much.
And why would you go to somewhere like that on the 4th?
About the only place open.
When you went to breakfast that morning, was anybody with you?
No.
What'd you do after that?
Came back, Em and I piddled around, and then we went to my other daughter's in-laws for a cookout that day. And we were there all afternoon.
Who was all there at the cookout?
All three of my daughters, son-in-laws, two son-in-laws, and one of the son-in-laws' parents.
And where was this at? And to kind of, if you could play a video, kind of speak a video of what you saw there. Tell us what was going on the 4th at the cookout.
They were watching ball games, and we just sit around and they cook ribs and hamburgers, and wasn't a whole lot happening.
Was it outside, inside, or something?
Both.
And what type of food and stuff were you having?
Ribs, and they had hamburgers and hot dogs.
And again, whose house was this?
This was my son-in-law's parents.
Where's that at?
It was about a mile and a half up close to the campground, past the campground actually.
Okay, and how far is that from your house?
Mile and a half.
And how far is your house from the defendant's, Farris's house?
Quarter of a mile.
So basically right there on
But
top
it's
of
on,
each other.
yeah, it's on another road, yeah.
And on July 4th, how long were you there at the cookout?
We were there till after supper.
What'd you do after that?
Went home. Emma and I went home.
Emma was with you?
Yeah. Oh,
Anyone else?
no.
Was Emma staying
Yeah.
Was Emma staying with Beth at all during this time? Or?
I don't think so. I don't remember. There was a time frame there. She had her for a day or two, but that day I don't remember.
And when you were at your house on July 4th, did you ever leave after getting back to the home?
No.
Did you ever go to Farris property?
No.
So on July 4th of 2018, did you ever step even a toe on their property?
No.
Did you ever get outside going to your house? Did you ever go down there close to their driveway or
No.
anything like that? Do you have anything to do with their property on July 4th?
No.
Now, afterwards, I think, did you meet Scott at some point after Gary was found murdered? Did you ever see him at a gas station later on?
Right.
Do you remember what y'all were talking about?
I just told him I was sorry to hear about what had happened to his dad.
And did he say anything to you that you remember that was out of the ordinary or
Not
anything like
really.
that?
Not really. I mean, he was upset, as naturally anybody would be.
And we mean upset. What was it?
Well, I mean, he was grieving over the loss of his dad.
Do you remember what gas station that was at and when that was?
It was a marathon up at
Got something to share with y'all. I have something to share with y'all. This is from our beloved Jules. Hopefully you can hear her.
Hurry up, Frank. It started. Hurry up, Frankie. This is what it looks like right now. Not too bad. Except this is in Northport. I had to abandon my car in Port Charlotte. It started. Hurry up, Frank. Me, standing, and this is me, standing out in the middle of Hurricane Milton. And this is me, standing out in the middle of Hurricane.
Get your butt back inside, woman. You poor thing. Get your butt back inside. Love you. And I'm here all night. If I see anything on radar and y'all are without power or information, I will text it in hopes that you get it. But I am watching the storm very, very closely, and I will update you if I need to. Oh my God, poor baby. Look at that. Oh, oh, my heart aches. My heart aches. My heart aches. Okay, back to trial. Toy, they ask a lot of these questions because they may become relevant later. I got a package. I'll be right back.
I can't remember. It was a day or two. May have been a week. I don't know. That's been over 6 years ago.
Did he say anything to you that made you think it was odd or anything like that?
No.
Did you end up telling anybody that he said something? Was there anything that you recollect that he said that made you think, oh, Scott had something to do with this or anything like that? Did y'all didn't have any problems, you and Scott?
No.
Sir, I want to make sure I clarify your relationship with the defendant. Were y'all ever romantic or anything like that? Friends only?
Friends only.
But you would talk to her, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about how often and how you would talk to her.
We talk frequently, just neighborly. I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, there was no relationship or anything there. It was just a neighbor. Relationship, there was a couple other, with Sherry, I talked to her and did work for Sherry. I never did anything for the Farrises.
So you did some type of work for Sherry?
Oh yeah, I did.
She like it?
Oh yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Sherry?
Just typical neighbor.
Fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody than Sherry?
Do I now?
Is it fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody, the defendant, than Sherry?
No, not really.
About the same?
Yeah, I mean, just typical neighbors.
Would it be unusual for you to talk to the defendant by phone or by text almost every day, or sometimes?
It was a possibility, yeah.
And we were able to go over some records from your phone,
right,
to show that you were talking with her. Do you remember that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And those, when we show you those, were those text messages, to the best of your recollection, fair and accurate messages between you and the defendant?
Oh yeah.
Well, when law enforcement came to talk to you, they asked you about, did you know the defendant's phone number? So you remember that?
I don't know. I didn't know it just right off the hat, but I gave it to him, I think.
Well, you gave them actually two numbers, didn't you?
Right.
Do you remember the first number for her that you had, or one of the numbers?
I couldn't tell you what the numbers were.
The 678-389-1987, does that ring a bell? How about the 678-592-9029?
No, I mean, I had her in the phone as Melody, and that was it. Yeah.
I think you had it as Melody, and then the other one is Melody Farris. Is that right?
Right.
But you would agree with me that you had two numbers for the defendant in your phone. Is that
right,
yes?
Right, yeah.
Jocqueline, can you at least call her if I give it to you?
Do you agree with me that y'all would text and talk about
990?
things, her relationship, or stuff going on with her and Gary and Scott?
True.
Did she ever express to you her frustrations she would have with Gary? Ever say anything about Gary?
Nothing. No, not particularly. No.
But some things.
Yeah.
How about Scott?
No.
Not really, Scott?
No.
Was she ever saying bad things about Scott?
No.
Ever saying she's angry at Scott? Is that no? No.
No,
Ever saying that Scott was mad at her or mad at Gary or anything like that?
never to me. Mm-mm.
So no issues that she would tell to you about Scott having problems with her or Gary?
No.
And did you really talk to Gary at all, or how much to do with
No,
Gary?
I knew Gary, but I didn't ever talk to him.
What was he like to you?
He was quiet. Only time I'd ever seen him was at the restaurant. Him and Scott would come and eat. And he'd speak, and that was it. You know, he was quiet.
Quiet guy? Was he quiet?
Yeah.
Cherokee Ranch, y'all eat there a lot?
Right. Morning, noon, and night.
It's on tender evidence now. State's Exhibit Braswell 1. It's a extraction report from Cellbrite that we've. No objection.
Good.
May I approach the witness?
We good?
Mr. President, we're going to show you. I'm going to get it. It's going to come up on the screen here, and I'm going to walk you through some of this stuff here. I know you've seen that. We asked you some questions about that, but if you can't see it or something, let me know.
396 0110.
When law enforcement talked to you, you cooperated with them, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
In fact, how many people do you know at the sheriff's office or knew?
Bob Post, Joe Satterfield, Robert Ledford. I don't know right off.
You know a good bit?
Yeah, yeah.
Just from growing up here. Any
Right.
problems with the sheriff's office?
Do I?
Any problems with the sheriff's
Oh, no,
office?
no, never.
Were the detectives, were they nice to you?
Oh, yeah.
Did they threaten you in any way?
No,
Did they yell at you, scream at you?
no.
They have to use bad cop, good cop with you? Did they,
Go,
from the best part of the
Toy,
deal,
and make
was
sure
there
that
nice
you
conversation?
have your
Oh.
comments posted
Yeah.
on
oh, yeah.
all and not
Did you
just top
resist or try to hide
comments.
anything?
No.
Did you give them permission to take your phone?
'Cause I'm getting them right
download
now.
and get all the
Right.
information?
Mhm.
Where'd you have to go to do that and get the
To the
phone?
precinct and Freeholm,
Free home?
Mhm.
Did it take very long? Do you remember?
hour maybe.
And when they took it, did they get the phone back to you?
Oh, yeah.
So a cordial interaction. This is the exhibit. This is a cell bribe. So basically, they took your phone and got the information off. Is that
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right here, 404-683-1829.
Mm-hmm.
What's that number?
That's my phone number.
Just FYI, real quick, I want to inform you all that right now Port Charlotte is getting the least of the rainfall. Thank God for you, Jules. It is passing around. However, there looks like there's a potential rotation, possibly starting, but we'll be heading northeast. But it's going to be pure west of Punta Gloria. She just moved it. I can't see it. Near Vermont. So east of Vermont. So luckily, Jules is not in the path of that, just in case somebody was wondering. Luckily, that's Punta Gorda. I'm really bad at pronunciation. If you nail me for it, I'm not gonna be happy. I'm doing the best I can as a dyslexic person. Okay, back to log. So she is not in any way of that tornado.
Over here on the left, you see where it says from, and it's got a Melody, it's got a number right there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now we know the old area, the first number you dial, then the area code 678-389. That was the number you have, and it was in there as Melody. That's her number,
Mm-hmm.
the 1987.
I guess, yeah.
All right,
I
so
don't know which one was which.
October 10th, 2016 timestamp.
So it looks like the worst of the rain has left for the moment from Port Charles, but another band is on its way.
And it says,
And the eye is going
does that
directly
say
toward.
finally quitting, can go no more, finish in the morning? Is that what it says right there?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if
Yes.
that part. And then looks like the next message there The 1829, that's your number? Probably help with the highlight right there.
Yeah.
And then to the 1987 number for Melody, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you respond, is that dang it, girl?
Yeah.
And then same conversation, 10/10/2016. From the 1987 number for the defendant, does it read, he wouldn't even go get me and Scott food?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now at about 10:24 p.m., you respond to her and you say, is this correct? You say, wow, maybe he'll get hungry one day and won't have anyone to get him any food. Was that your response?
I guess I don't remember all this, but it's there, so I guess I did.
Okay. And then October 10th, 2016, 10:26 p.m. from the 1987 number for Melody.
Mm-hmm.
The text was from her to you. My response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I don't remember that, but it's there.
You don't dispute if they dumped your phone. It is what it is.
It is what it is, yeah.
And then you respond by saying, there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. See that right here?
I can't see that up there, but
If I make it bigger there.
is that on page 3 here? I can't.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where's your problem?
This is not on.
Screen's not on.
Let's turn that on.
Oh. I'll just read off of the paperwork.
That'll work. I don't know, it seems to be flashing. Judge, I don't know if it's
Is
just.
it unplugged maybe down there on that part?
I'll look at it there and like, just show them on the document where it is.
I'll show you that.
Was it up the whole time Shaw was here?
Page 3.
That's page 3.
Oh, okay.
So. Works different every time we use it. Start. So right there. And then we'll just go to page 3. Go right from there.
You think that thing unplugged?
It could be. And if you can see that. All right, so let's go. You're page 2 there.
I'm on page 3.
All right, page 3.
Yeah.
There you go. He's going to push you over the edge. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, that's your response. And then you see her reply to you.
Mm-hmm.
At 10:10, October 10th, 2016, 10:29 p.m.
Right.
I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where it could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. Did she say anything else to you about what he had done to make her feel like that?
No. I have no clue what it was other than didn't get nothing to eat.
Do you ever remember her saying anything else to you about hoping that he would die a gruesome death or be gone?
No.
And you go on, there's some more messages here, but did y'all ever talk about guns or anything?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember her asking you anything about guns or shots being fired in the neighborhood?
No, I mean, guy that lived between where they lived and I lived that shot a lot. I don't remember her ever per se saying
Okay,
anything about shot.
Toy, it's coming through for me. I guess it's just very quiet right now. Kind of a quiet part of the trial.
Let me see your written report. I'm going to ask you a question. There's some more text messages going on, but I want to ask you about specifically. Right here, this starting right here. See that? We're on page 15 of this report. Now, these aren't all your messages. These are just some, but I want to go to page 15.
Okay.
And 1829, so we got your number from you to her 1987 number, and there's a question. You see that you shooting? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then from her, she says, no, laugh out loud. That's on May 4th, 2017, about 6:26 p.m. You see that?
Yeah.
And then from you to her, the message is, you say, okay. See that?
Yeah.
And then on May 4, 2017 at 6:27 p.m.,
Sanibel,
from her
if
number,
I'm saying it right,
1987,
Island
she
is
texts you
already
and
starting
says,
to have a little
I'm
flooding.
not that bad a shot.
Right.
Going to say between you two, you respond, laugh, LOL. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that later on from her to you, same shooting. As
Oh, understand,
Saturday or
Mary
Sunday.
Kay.
Mm-hmm.
I would be doing
And
it if I
finally,
could.
From her 1987 number to
I'm going to
you,
go fix lunch. Be right
May
back.
4th, 2017, 6:28 p.m. And she says, text handgun question mark. You see that?
Right.
Did y'all ever talk about guns or shooting?
No.
And did you ever see her with 2 cell phones?
Yeah.
And when was that?
When she was walking.
And what would she be doing on those cell phones?
Carrying them. Sometimes she'd be on one.
Was she talking on one?
Occasionally.
Out of the 2 numbers, we've got the 1987 number. Of the other number she had, which one would she communicate with you the most?
I don't remember.
Now, did she ever talk to you about Rusty?
Yeah.
Tell the jury what she would say about Rusty.
He was I'm assuming a boyfriend that was in Tennessee that she had known for a long time.
Did you know his name was Rusty Barton or just by Rusty? Did you know his name just Rusty or Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton.
Did she say how they met?
I think had known each other all their lives.
Did she indicate whether or not they were in a romantic relationship at the time?
Yeah.
You kind of make that.
Yep.
I know you don't want to be here.
Oh, I know, but yeah, I'm telling the truth. Yeah.
What would she say they were? How long they had been in a relationship?
I really don't know about that.
She say where they would meet up sometimes.
Chattanooga, different places.
How often would they meet up?
Once a month at least, probably, maybe more.
It was more than that, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It wasn't it?
Probably, yeah.
You knew she was going to meet Rusty during the week? Did you ever assist her in meeting Rusty or
No,
anything?
no.
Sir, I'm not saying anything
No.
about you. I'm
No,
just
I know.
asking.
I know.
You understand? I got a job to do.
No, I know.
Would you just ever ask her what's going on between you and Gary if you got Rusty on the side?
Wasn't in my business.
didn't want to get involved in that, did you?
No, no.
How would she talk about Rusty?
They were longtime friends, and I guess just been in a relationship for I don't know how long. But
Did you see her talk on the phone to Rusty?
I don't think I'd ever seen her talk to him on the phone.
Did you know she used that one phone to talk to Rusty with?
Yeah.
The other phone, not the main phone, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know which one was which.
Did you know that she would use one phone for him as opposed to using for a family?
Right.
Did she talk about Rusty in front of Sherry while you were there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, that's how I found out was from Sherry.
And how long had you known about Rusty? Do you remember what year it was when you first learned of him?
Pretty much since I met her. I mean, just pretty recent after that.
What year would that have been?
I don't say 2016, probably. I don't remember.
Did you know about anything that she had on her person or anything because of Rusty? Anything to remember him by?
I have no clue.
She talked to you about anything that they would do besides meeting up?
Mm-mm.
Would she talk to you about it?
Not really.
Did you ever inquire at all about it in any way?
She sent me a few hunting pictures where he'd been hunting and killed a deer or something. But other than that, that's all.
Was he a hunter?
Yeah.
Were you a hunter?
Yeah.
I had that in common.
Mm.
Did you ever see Rusty in Georgia?
No.
Did you ever see Rusty at the property?
No.
Did you ever know whether or not he ever came down to the property?
Oh, I have no clue. I wouldn't know him if he walked in here today.
Sir, to be clear, I want you to look at this jury and answer this question. Did you have anything to do with the death of Gary Farris?
No.
Did you personally get involved in it any way?
No.
Did you help the defendant in any way?
No.
Did you go to the property at any time of this and do anything to aid or abet her in this?
No.
Did you even get close to the property on July 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
No.
Judge, you might just have a moment.
10 minutes. All right, lunch is here, so we're going to go ahead and break. So we'll break for an hour, start back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we're catching up. I am going to inhale some lunch. So if that bothers you, I apologize. You can leave and come back later. Teething babies don't sleep well. And their mamas sleep even worse. You were so right about that, Miss Kevin. I can't believe there's still people down in Key West when the waves are literally encompassing that platform. I'm appalled.
Waters, we don't have big, long, complicated trials like this every year, although we've had 2 in the past year, but I haven't had one since 2021. But I have not sequestered y'all, okay? Y'all don't want, exactly. We don't want to do that, all right? So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm also trying to get this case tried in a reasonable time frame. That's part of why we're having lunch brought in a few days a week. If you don't want to participate in that and go off on your own, that's fine. But if you choose to do that, I need you to go away and not hang around. Because if you're hanging around the building, I want to have you in a controlled environment being monitored by either court staff or bailiffs to make sure that no one comes up to y'all and does anything inappropriate, since we have lots of coverage, lots of witnesses, lots of folks around the building. We have the entire district attorney's office. We have defense attorneys in and out of the building. We have media all over the place. So if
That
y'all are
does
gonna be
sound good.
on the
Grilled cheese
campus,
sounds real
I
good.
want y'all supervised. Now, when I said y'all could go walk or whatever, I meant for y'all to eat first and then go for a walk. So we had to take care of that. I've talked to Jody, our court administrator, and we're going to see if between her and the bailiffs,
Somebody's
and
wanting to
court
move
staff,
around.
we can have someone at the top and bottom of the pavers where the park benches are to the side of the building right here in front of the art center, where y'all can stroll and enjoy the lovely weather that we're having. All right. But we're going to have you eat in up here first, even though having a nice little picnic would be great. Then we have to clean up and get all the stuff and all the mess. So we're not going to, I want y'all to eat here, and then y'all can go for a little walkabout. If you choose not to participate, that's fine. Let us know on the front end so we don't order your lunch and pay $12 for a ham sandwich. But you have to be back in the room 10 minutes before I say we're going to start back, which means that you only have 50 minutes to go get lunch, which isn't enough time. So make sure you do all that. And we're going to try to make better accommodations for that on Friday. And that's one of my plan. I'm going to talk to y'all later at the end of the day or after maybe Friday. We'll see what y'all want to do and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not. I think it would be good for everybody to have a little bit extra extended time. You know, I think the lawyers would like that too, because they're working through their lunch break too, preparing for the next witness. All right. We have taken care of our monitor issue. Someone kicked the power strip and turned it off. We have rewired everything and tucked it up underneath another cable so that it's not on the floor, and hopefully no one will kick it again. All right, with that, let's get back.
Thank you, Mr. Braswell, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I am Melody's attorney, one of Melody's attorneys. I want to talk to you about a few things that you spoke about earlier. It sounded like you made it out that you and Melody weren't really good friends. Y'all were just kind of acquaintances.
Well, we were friends, but I mean, that was it. I mean, that was all it was.
Well, no, that's one thing, but y'all were friends,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Talked on almost a daily basis.
Someday, yeah.
Because, I mean, just going back and looking at
Right.
the messages that they showed earlier, you know, that was just a clip from about 2016.
Right.
And, I mean, it looked like you guys talked a lot. But I'm going to come back to that. But you would say, yeah, we were friends.
Yeah.
All right. So how did you meet Melody?
Like I said, Sherry Cooper was
Who's Sherry Cooper?
Well, she's Sherry Stain. Sherry Cooper lived past Melanie, and they walked a lot.
On what road?
On Old Purcell Lane, across Birmingham Road, Old Birmingham Way, and the road ended right there at my house. And the first time I met her, I was cutting grass, and they were walking, and Sherry waved me down and introduced me to Melanie.
So you knew Sherry before Melody?
Oh, yeah, a long time.
How long you known Sherry?
I'm going to say probably 2006 or 7.
All right. And what's the nature of y'all's friendship?
Do what?
How did y'all become friends?
Oh, in the horse world.
In the horse world?
Yeah.
Okay.
She had kids with horses, and I actually did some pasture work and built her a horse arena.
All right. So y'all known each other, and that's
Equestrian
about
world.
2016 is when you met Melody, or maybe even sooner?
So I think it was 16 or 17.
Would it refresh your memory that she moved there in 2013?
It wasn't that soon. No.
Okay.
I didn't meet her then.
All right. So sometime between 2013 and 2016. But y'all got pretty close as far as friends.
Yeah, just friends. Yeah.
Talking daily. All right. Why do you think y'all became good friends?
I don't know.
Really?
I know her grandkids and my kid were the same age, and they, worked or played together.
All right.
Yeah.
So that maybe that was part of how it kind of.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, nothing ever any further than friends. I promise you that.
And again, that's not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I
Sir,
know.
I'm not alleging that.
He got to make it
But
clear.
what I am trying to get at is that you knew.
Yeah, get to the point.
Most of her kids and her husband, you knew of them, or at least talked to them, to Melody, about them to Melody, and back and forth.
I didn't know either one of the girls. I knew Scott.
Okay.
And I met Chris one time.
All right, but you knew Scott. All right, so you knew Scott. So let's talk about physical appearance of Scott. How tall would you say Scott Farris was? Is
6'5", 6'6".
Big kid, big guy.
Big guy.
All right, how much do you think he weighed?
No clue. 230, 240, maybe. I don't know.
But he's about 6'5", somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Would you say he's more like 300 pounds or more like 250?
He was in pretty good shape. I mean, I'd say I don't know, 250. I mean, it's hard to judge somebody. I know how much I weigh, and I know how tall I am.
I'm not going to answer that. All right, so, and you met Gary.
Yeah.
All right, how tall was Gary? How big was Gary?
He's a big guy.
How big was he?
I'd say he's 6'5".
All right.
Better.
Yeah. All right. And how much do you think he weighed?
I'm going to say 250, 300.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
All right. And how tall, I mean, Melody's been sitting over here most of the trial, but how tall do you think she is?
5'9", maybe. I don't know.
You think 5'9"? How about more like 5'3" or 5'4"?
Well, maybe. She's not very tall.
Okay. And how much, and I know you don't ever ask a woman's weight, but how much do you think she weighs?
125, maybe.
Okay. So that you've seen him, you physically, but tell me about Scott. Tell me about your interactions with Scott, the best you can. I know you don't want to be here, Mr. Brown.
Never much. I mean, just seeing him eating with her and running into him at Tractor Supply and just on the road. I mean, we talked hunting a little bit because he was a big hunter.
Have you ever discussed or knew about his temper? Did you know about Scott having a temper?
No, not really.
Did you know about Scott serving in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
All right. Did you
just knew that he?
You knew of it.
Do what?
You knew of it.
I just knew of it.
Okay. Did you know of any difficulties that Scott had been having with his dad?
No.
All right. Did you know of any issues that Scott was having financially, meaning he didn't have a job? Did you know that?
Well, I knew he worked there on the farm, but I didn't know if they paid him or what. I knew he worked on the farm, cleaning up and cutting grass and whatnot.
All right. Did you know how he paid for anything or got money?
I thought the truck was Gary's. I didn't know where he even had a vehicle or not.
Okay. Did you know did you ever hear him complain or say,
"Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?"
Gary all the time to do anything?
He never talked about that with me.
So Mr. Fogus mentioned something, and I don't think you necessarily answered it. It was sometime after July the 5th. I believe you ran into Scott at the gas station up in Ducktown.
I think that's where it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's the one right there on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you went there, and what did he say? You must have said something in one of the
He
interviews.
was getting fuel, and I was getting fuel, and I mean, we were, just the pump between us.
Right.
And I just told him I was sorry about his dad. I mean, I'd heard about it, and he was just, so you could tell he was suffering from it,
All right. Well, what do you mean? You got to help.
Well, I mean, he wasn't crying, but you could tell he was upset because his dad had passed away.
All right. Did he tell you anything?
Huh?
Did he tell you anything?
Oh, no, no, no. Mm-mm.
Anything he thought had happened?
No.
All right. And you remember being interviewed in this case?
Being interviewed?
Interviewed?
Yes,
you remember that?
yes.
And they did a phone dump of your phone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I want to show you. We'll show you some text messages. If you just take a look at that, there should be about 8 pages there. And I can put them on the big. I'm going to put them on the big screen. If that print's too small. And you take your time, sir.
Do what?
You take your time to look through them.
Oh, you want me to look through?
Yes, sir. Just thumb through.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. And it should be able to come up on your screen. But
Wow, Zach, that's unusual.
this time I was asked to move into evidence defense exhibits 1 through 8, Braswell. Mr. Braswell, I'm showing you some text messages that would be from around the time of July the 3rd, July the 4th, July the 5th, and July the 2nd of 2018 between you and Melody. So this message right here, raining on the hill. Are you familiar with that message? Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah, that was just typical, you know.
All right. Is that from you or from Melody? Can you tell?
That's from her.
All right. And that would be the 1987 number.
Yeah.
And yours would have been 1829?
1829.
All right. And you say simply, yeah, I know. Is that you? Says, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You and Melody talk about the rain. Didn't rain much. Yeah. And that'd be the sum total of the conversations that you guys had on July the 2nd.
Right.
Standard stuff. Did y'all do that a lot?
Yeah.
All right. So July the 3rd. Looks like from Melody to you. Says, good morning. You going hard at it. What does that mean to you?
Working.
Okay. And I believe that day you were going to be working on Post Road.
Right.
All right. And you responded. How'd you respond, sir?
Hey, yeah, been at it since early.
That's July the 3rd, 2018. All right. So this would be the morning of July the 4th from Melody to you. Says, good morning, you okay? And you say back what?
Call if you want to, I'm driving.
All right. And Melody says, I'm good, working as usual. Will in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing, I think you tried to type okay. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's probably.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you sent okay. All right. That's just on July the 4th, that morning. So later on that day, that afternoon, you say, or she says to you, you having a happy 4th? Is that the way you read that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you say,
So far, so good. Trying to call you. Fixing the road.
Mr. Weaver, I go back. Who was that one from?
oh, that one would have been from, actually, I believe that was from you. You asked if
Yeah,
you,
I asked her, you having a good 4th.
you asked that. All right,
Yeah.
sorry. And then you say, so far, so good. Melody said, so far, so good. Tried calling you, fixing the roll. Did you know where she was going that day?
I have no clue.
All right.
Well, no, I'm not sure if that was the day they went to the Lake Lanier Islands or not.
Okay, and I think in a further text message, I think it kind of clears that up.
Right.
All right. And then Melody says, tried calling you. Did y'all talk at all that day? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
BK, rolling, try you later. That's Melody again.
Right.
And then you say,
Well done.
well dang. Then on the 4th,
Zach, that's incredible that you still have signal out there.
again, later on that evening,
I know that area.
you, I believe, texted, what is that?
You still at the island.
So that would be Lake Lanier Island.
Right.
We're almost done, Mr. Braswell. I know this is a slow, monotonous task, and if I knew how to zoom this thing out, it probably could go quicker. I know you did. The tape's been a big help. I've just been sitting over there for days. I've gotten sluggish. All right, here we go. Good morning, you okay? Again from Mel. This is the 5th. This appears to be, do y'all start every morning this way? Back in these days, back in these days. Would that be fair, how y'all talk?
Yeah, fair. I mean, I'm not going to say it was every day, but a lot of days.
All right, call me when you can. All right. Do you remember back around that time that, and your daughter's name is what again? Emma. Was Emma going to go over and hang out with
I think so.
Ella?
Yeah. Okay. And I can't remember that one point right in there, Ella, her granddaughter, went with my ex-wife and Emma, but I don't remember.
Your ex-wife Beth?
Huh?
Is your ex-wife
Right, yeah.
Beth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I don't remember exact time frame right there, but it was one of those days.
In those days, in that time period. All right. The 5th at 7:58 p.m. says just, hey, can I call you? From Melody to you. No, actually, that's from you to Melody.
Do I?
It's from you to Melody. It says, hey, can I call you? Because you're 1829, right? That's your phone number?
Yeah, that's my phone.
Okay. And then finally, from Melody, call me when you can. I'm finally home. Got your message. I'm so sorry.
I think Emma was at Lake Lanier Islands with them. I'm not positive, but
Well, going back through this conversation, you know, this is during the time that Mr. Farris was murdered. The state, I believe, is alleging. Did you notice, was anything out of the ordinary that you noticed at all?
Not that I know.
With your friend Melody?
Not that I know.
Okay. Everything seemed normal. Yes? Okay.
Unbelievable, Zach.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor. I do want to say this. So in those messages the state showed you earlier, before lunch, you remember the message about the threat of the gruesome death?
Yeah, I saw
what
it
you saw
yeah,
on the
right,
screens,
right.
and I can't figure out how to get back over to that screen. But I'm just simply asking you that in all these messages, so that the state took your cell phone, and they went through how many years had you had that cell phone? Years. Yeah. So in all those years and all those messages, that's the only kind of message like that, yes? You got to respond, yes or no, for the court reporter. So in all those years, that's the only kind of message like that, correct?
Just switch to channel 1 or? Yeah, switch.
You don't have to do anything else down there unless you plug in a laptop.
Mr. Terry, you're almost done. Just hold on just a little bit.
Push number 1, then you mess it up.
Won't be the last time you're on it. All right. Mr. Terry, I'm on page 5 of page 15 of Roswell 1. It's not all of them, but some of the messages that were found on your phone. So you see to the left of the screen, it says 23, then it's from Melody to you on August 14, 2016. And you see where it says, you two, you have done a great job with Emma. Be proud.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Emma is your child, but you were married to Beth at the time.
Right.
She went out of wedlock and had a child.
Right.
But you've raised her. She's yours. You love her. Proud of her.
Right.
You love your kids, don't you?
Oh yeah.
And when you talk to, I mean, are you just a compassionate guy?
I guess. I mean, that's just the way I've always been.
You don't get riled up too much, do you?
No.
Seen too much, done too much. During this conversation about Emma, would Melody sometimes walk with Emma or see her?
I think Emma did walk with them sometimes. Yeah.
And then she gives you a compliment about how you raised Emma.
Mm-hmm.
And you respond by saying, thank you, just what I have to, right?
Right.
Then on 25 here, on August 14, 2016, can you read that, what I'm going to highlight here for you? Can you see that?
Very true. Gary was no help with mine, but I survived and with actually some sanity left. Well, maybe.
She responds that Gary was not a help with her children. Do you remember, y'all talk when you saw each other in the community, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk on the phone a good bit?
Text more than anything, probably.
But were conversations at times? text messages. And I think she actually called you on, was it on July 5th when she was on the way to Walmart, I believe?
Maybe, yeah.
And I guess that was when Ella and Emma talking about things
Right.
around that time. Did she ever go into other details about problems she had with Gary and not feeling that he was not helping her?
No, not really. I mean,
She liked to clean, didn't she?
oh, yeah.
She was almost OCD.
Mhm.
She liked to cook.
Yeah, I think she cooked for them every day. I mean, they go out to eat at lunch, but I think she cooked every night.
How much did she like her house?
It was the grounds and just going inside. It was very nice.
Now, fair to say you don't really have anything bad to say about the defendant.
No.
Would you agree that she's a hard worker?
Yeah.
Would you agree
What I
that,
saw.
would you agree that she's smart? Is that yes?
Yeah.
Agree that she can get after and take care of her own property? Do you think would you consider her to be independent minded and independent willed? Is that yes?
Yes.
I know you're shaking. We're just
I know. No, I'm not.
And I apologize. I'm not trying to come across pushy. House was beautiful, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've talked about Rusty, and you've told us about Rusty. I don't think that's going to... It's going to be something we're going to meet Rusty. Jerry's going to get to meet Rusty. The first time you talked to law enforcement, though, you didn't tell me anything about Rusty, did you?
No.
And you didn't really go into the details that we've asked you today. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And they kind of had to talk to you about the 2 phone numbers?
Right.
Is it because, and I understand why, is it because you didn't want to add anything to hurt your friend?
Yeah.
You don't know what happened, do you?
No. I have no clue.
And fair to say you don't really want to add anything to it? You don't want to add anything, get her in trouble or anything like that?
I don't know anything else to add. I mean,
it is what it is.
it
Right?
is what it is. You know?
So just have one moment. Just have one moment. Is there a reason why you didn't call and you were close sort of though? I mean, y'all friends.
We're just friends, yeah.
And did you care for her back in 2018?
What do you mean? Just
Friendship. Did you
just
like her?
friendship.
Yeah,
no.
sir, I'm not saying
That was it.
I'm not saying you
Yeah.
had an inappropriate relationship.
Right. No.
But you were friends. You were close.
Yeah.
You share things about other people, family members. I think one time you joked about maybe you should set Gary up with Beth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I think we did make that comment one time.
But y'all were close.
Yeah.
If she needed help, would you call and talk to her and help her?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why you never called her and asked her what happened to Gary?
I don't know. I mean, she texted me and told me what the deal was, and
That just he was found on the burn pile?
Found dead, and, you know, it was
But nothing after that?
nothing after that.
Didn't find that odd?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
So going back to the 2 cell phones, and I'm going to try to move real fast on these questions. 2 cell phones, that wasn't a secret. You knew she had them.
Yeah.
Sherry knew she had them.
Mhm.
Emma knew she had them too, right?
I'm sure she did.
It
But
was
she
just-
was 13 years old, so that's a different.
But it didn't look like she was trying to hide anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Because Gary and Melody, everybody knew they lived separate lives, right?
Right.
Gary lived at the top of, or Gary lived in the basement. Melody lived upstairs. They had their own lives. You knew that. Did you know anything about Gary having relationships with any people
No,
at work?
I didn't.
Didn't know.
Mhm.
But you just knew it was very obvious the way they lived their life. Not a secret. You got to nod. You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you not getting a phone call in detail about everything that was happening following finding of Gary's body, isn't it fair to say that she had a lot of things going on at that time?
Probably.
Okay. She needed to be with her family?
Do what?
That she needed to be with her family?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, anything else?
Judge, Mr. Terry be released.
All right, that'd be fine. Step down, sir. Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Chris Farris.
Y'all can stretch or not.
What do you think about his testimony? What are y'all's humble opinions?
You could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter?
Interesting suit there, love.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Christopher Wayne Farris.
Chris, how is it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
And I want to go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2015. Oh, excuse me. 2005.
Ooh, son.
Where did you
Excuse
move?
me. 1995. Sorry.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
I mean, it's my first time on this trial. So.
Sure.
And move the microphone in front of you, and if you'll just talk over it. You don't have to talk into it.
Okay. Great.
So is that 1995 you said?
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham?
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12. My brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been, she's the youngest, would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Byrne Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school. So
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school, and
we'd play laser tag, and when he would work security, he had a job working security, so had a lot of, for a little kid, a big law school to run around in. It was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for burn foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer, from what I remember.
Okay, and then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for burn foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to? In Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to? What high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta, or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we eventually got married and had 2 children, and we separated in 2007.
What are your children's names?
Ella Grace and Addison Marie.
When were they born?
Ella was born September of 2004, Addison August of 2006.
Once they were born, did you guys ever leave Georgia?
Oh yeah, about a couple of weeks after Ella, the oldest, was born, we moved to Maine.
How long were you in Maine for?
So that would have been about 3 years.
I want to go back to your parents and their background a little bit. We talked about Gary's job. What did your mom do when she was, when Gary was in law school?
Homemaker, took care of us, took care of the house.
Kept her busy. There were 4 of you.
Correct, yes.
And when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh yeah.
Who was around?
Both sets of grandparents, my aunt, both aunts, my uncle. They were in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area.
And is that where you were before coming to Alpharetta in 1995? Muscle Shoals area?
No, I was in Hoover. Muscle
Okay.
Shoals is the northwest corner of Alabama. So we were, from Tuscaloosa, which is where he attended the University of Alabama Law School, then went to work for Burn Foreman, which was in Hoover. Well, it was in Birmingham. We lived in Hoover, and then we moved to Alpharetta in 1995.
And all of your family stayed in Alabama, essentially. The family you just mentioned.
Yes, correct.
Did you learn when you were in Alabama a lot about how your parents grew up?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't know about the name drops, love.
Where did you learn that information from?
I would say both of them. My father would talk all the time about his growing up and things he would do. And, my mother would talk about it as well.
What would your mother share with you about her upbringing?
Mentioning how they lived in, Nashville for a time, and working at the hardware store in Muscle Shoals, and that's what really comes to mind at first.
So you mentioned a hardware store.
Uh-huh.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So my grandfather owned an Ace hardware store in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and I really enjoyed going there as a child.
She's going to start crying.
You could
There comes the
run around and
faucet.
play and build things with the little tools and the wood and the little woodworking things. And I always enjoyed getting up with my grandfather and going to Burger King or McDonald's for breakfast. I got a big kick out of that. And, it was a great time, and I really enjoyed. My grandfather was a huge Alabama football fan, and he loved to talk about football, and so I always would enjoy people coming in to talk to him about the football team, and I think that's kind of where my love for football in Alabama kind of came from, as well as my father.
And when you mentioned this grandfather, are you talking about Melody's dad?
Yes,
And the one who owned the Ace Hardware store?
that is correct.
Okay. Was he a hunter as well?
Carl? No, not that I ever knew.
Did he own guns?
Yes.
About how many guns did he own?
I don't know how many. I mean, I know he would take us to shoot, 22 rifles at this outside of town, and it was like a rock quarry. So I know of those, and then I knew of. I remember when we would go do that, he would shoot some pistols, but I would not know how many guns he owned.
Sure. Did Melody grow up shooting guns?
I don't know that.
Don't show the bald spot.
And
Zach.
do you know what happened to Carl? eventually?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you share with the jury?
He had a heart attack and was in ICU for a pretty long time. I assume ICU for I think a week or two at least before he eventually passed away.
What year was that?
It would be 2007, or excuse me, 2007, 1997. I apologize. These 2000s and the 90s get me. 1997. He actually suffered a heart attack on my 17th birthday.
You were already here in Georgia when
We
he
were. That
passed.
is correct.
Okay. I want to move along a little bit and jump ahead to your parents' marriage.
Okay.
At what point did you learn that your parents had a little bit of a rough marriage?
Not until the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, after I had moved back from Atlanta, or moved back from Maine back to Atlanta.
Okay, so you and Kendall Lee had moved to Maine and you had already moved back.
Yeah,
for
I
that.
moved back. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
What caused you to learn about the trouble in their marriage?
My father told me.
Okay, when was that?
I would say late 2008 to early 2009 is when I first got wind of that from him.
Why did he share that with you?
I don't really know why he did. Why he initially started sharing things like that with me, but once he did, he continued to share things like that with me.
You said that was in the late 2000s?
Correct.
And did he continue to share those troubles with you up until he died?
Oh, yes, 100%.
At any point, did you learn about your mother's relationship with Ted Wiley?
Yes.
When did you learn about that?
Well, the dates, I'm not quite sure. I want to say suspicion-wise, probably somewhere around late 2008, 2009. And then when there was an incident with financially, when it was really brought to the forefront.
You mentioned suspicion.
Yeah.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions, but my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, like, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry
Did
for
you
years.
Did you know him personally?
Oh yeah, I mean, he'd been around for a long time. I remember I was a child. I mean, not that old, and
So he went from one sister to the next?
7 or 8
Ew.
years old, and that's when he. I don't remember the dates, but it was I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. Every year, Ted would be there, and he'd bring a football, and we'd, throw the football around, and he was always very kind, and he was a funny guy. He was part of the family.
Did you see Ted and Melody around each other in the late 2000s?
Yes,
Did you see them interact with one another?
yes,
And did anything stand out to you at that time?
yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I had ridden up to Florence, Alabama with my mother. I was actually picking up a vehicle that was my grandmother's, and we stayed at Ted's house, and he was sitting next to my mother. I was laying on the couch. Can't remember if I was still watching TV or if I would maybe was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep. And I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008. So now that I think about that, yeah, it was November 2008. So I think that would probably be when my suspicions really began to arise.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was living in Buckhead with my ex-wife, Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. He said, meet me at Outback Steakhouse at the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down and he said, Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year. And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Who was at that dinner?
I think it was, I know I was there, and I think one of my sisters, I think Amanda was there too, but I can't be sure about that.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question. It would have either been Christmas, right before Christmas of 2009. If I had to guess, that would be it. But it's been so long, I don't know the exact year.
And what happened after that? Between your father and mother?
Well, I know he filed for divorce.
How do you know about that?
Well, I got wind of it because I had stopped at the house in Alpharetta to use the restroom because I had a job where I drove around a lot, and I would stop in to use the restroom and or say hello. It's my parents' house, and I come to the door, and the door's open, and my sister's black lab is running around in the front yard, and there's a lady at the front trying to
what I come to find out very soon after that is serving her divorce papers. I called my father and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, I'm serving your mother with divorce papers. And that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
I would say either 2010 or 2011. I would, if I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess, to avoid getting served.
That's one way to do it. Never
At
thought
any
of that.
point did your mom leave your dad?
Can you clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, she's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back.
And did you do that?
I told him I would. But I mean, I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters. And did you have both at the time you moved to Maine or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay. And why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, hey, come live up here. And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
Free house,
They weren't
moving
happy
in.
about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood, but if I had to say, I don't think he was happy about it.
Prior to moving, you ended up having Addison in Maine.
Yes.
And did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She was very supportive.
Oh yeah, she was great. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Haley
And
Mouse.
she's always been supportive with your daughters,
Yes, very.
as was your dad.
Husband dated my oldest sister.
They
Guess
love
it can
your
work.
daughters.
Oh, this is so hard on him, y'all.
Yes.
My heart cries for him.
I want to move forward a little bit.
Yeah, get him off of that subject.
You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change? Did that affect their relationship moving forward?
You think?
It affected it financially, I know, and I think it affected it at some degree, their trust, his trust for her. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I know for sure it affected it financially, for sure.
How did you know that?
Well, he basically told me he wasn't going to let that happen again. So I assume that, well, I know he basically took away her ability to be able to do that.
What does that mean?
Not really. I mean, he didn't share details with me at the time. But
What was your understanding of your mom's access to their finances?
before this happened with the HELOC, that they just shared everything. You know, it was.
When you
They
say
hadn't-
HELOC, what is it that you're?
He was an
Home
adult
equity
at the
line of
time.
credit.
Okay, so before,
Toy.
you're talking about before that?
Yeah.
Okay, they shared everything.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember anything other than they had a checking account, and
And then how did
was
it change?
husband and wife. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
I'll be right back, y'all.
At any point, with your conversations with your dad or just over time, things around the house, did you ever learn about who the beneficiary of your dad's investments was?
No,
When did you learn all of that information?
I learned it about a year after we lost him.
I want to talk about the months leading up to your father's death.
Okay.
And at any time right before he passed, was he in the hospital?
He was.
What did you know about that?
Can you clarify?
What did you know about him being in the hospital? What information did you have about that?
I was called by the first initial. I think I got a text message from my brother saying we're taking Daddy to the hospital. And then I got some sort of communication from my mother saying, that he was in the hospital or we were taking him to the hospital.
Did you know why?
My father would have these, he would call them his spells, okay? Where he would be very lethargic, almost, how can I put this? Just very, very tired, couldn't stay awake, didn't feel well. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Did you ever witness one of them?
I never did, actually, never.
How long had he been having those?
At least for a few years, on and off. I don't know exactly how long though.
And so that was your understanding of why he was admitted to the hospital.
Correct.
When was that?
That would be April, I think early April of 2018.
Did you go visit him in the hospital?
I did. As soon as I found out that he was there, I rushed up there.
And how did he appear to you when he was in hospital?
Fine.
Was he acting fine or was he acting differently?
He seemed 100% okay. Like, I ran up there as fast as I could because it was described to me that he was in very, very bad shape.
Who described it that way?
My mother.
How did she describe it to you?
Basically that, it was bad, you need to get here.
And what is it that you were expecting when you walked in?
I was expecting the man to be hooked up to machines and honestly, I wasn't even expecting him to be just in a general room, as bad as it seemed, which I was told. I didn't expect to walk in and see my father just sitting up and I was very panicked. And he looks at me, he's like, "What's your problem?" I was like, "Well, I was told that you're in really bad shape right now."
I want to go back a little bit. Eventually, your parents moved out of the home in Alpharetta, the first house you moved into in 1995, right?
Correct.
When did they do that?
I could be, the dates and everything, but 2014 is what I thought it was. Because it was after Halloween, because I remember helping them move, and I was trying to get out of there to go watch the Alabama game. So
Uh,
we were playing LSU that night. So yeah.
All about the game.
November.
All about that game. About that game. No helping.
Is what I thought. Was what I think.
And where did they move to?
Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia. On the other side of Alpharetta. It's more the western northern corner of Alpharetta, and it's actually in Cherokee County.
Did you live with them at the time?
No.
Where were you living?
In Buckhead, at my apartment.
Ada K. Gracie?
Out of their Alpharetta home.
What does Ada K. Gracie mean?
I talked to my dad about it some, and he said, it's just kind of time. And my mother and I talked about it. And
Well, it can work for you, definitely.
I went.
I'm not trying
met
it.
her to
Couldn't.
look at homes while they were looking for houses
But she's still married.
before they purchased the Purcell Lane
That's
house.
where I have a
I would
problem.
meet her, and I would go with her and her real estate agent to look at homes.
Were you surprised when they bought a hobby farm?
Oh, grazie. Gotcha.
Yeah. I was a
Grazie.
little bit.
Why?
Because my father always told me, he's like, well, after this house, I just want to get a townhouse in, Buckhead or, so I'm close to the office and don't have anything really to take care of.
Where was his office?
It's in Midtown. I guess you would say Midtown. It's off 17th Street. It's the Wells Fargo building.
So that was around, do you think 2014, the fall? When they
I
moved
believe so.
into
I
the
mean, I
farm?
guess it could be 2013, but I think it's 2014. Because never mind.
So you saw your father in the hospital
Correct.
in April, and he was fine.
Yes.
He appeared fine. And how long was he in hospital for?
A few days. I talked to the doctors, and they were just trying to figure out kind of what was wrong with him to cause him to have the spell that caused him to have to be brought to the hospital. So they ran some tests. I know they had a stress test and all that kind of stuff.
While you were talking to your dad in the hospital, did he enlighten you on what he thought was wrong with him?
He did.
What was that?
He said, Chris, I think your mother is trying to poison me.
Oh, geez.
What was your reaction?
What?
I said, excuse me.
What? That wasn't on my bingo card.
Well,
Oh my gosh, y'all. Wake up. Wake up. Was poisoning on the bingo card? Holy crap. I gotta go get the tour. No, I don't. It's Mary bringing me something to drink. Y'all, I'm going to be setting my desk up. I got a desk behind the desk. And I'm going to be setting up food and snacks for tonight. Because this girl's going to be trying to stay awake all night. Get some bead work done, maybe. Me don't know. No bueno. So, but that said, anybody have poisoning on their bingo card? Did that wake you up? Did that wake anybody up? Oh my God. Oh, grazie, my child. Now, can you bring me one of these from in there? If it will fit in two, go ahead and do two. Thank you, because thank you. I have such a dear, dear friend. We're going to have a fun time together with her. Maybe she'll come join me tonight and help entertain me. Who knows? Okay, guys, that was not on my bingo card.
and I was in the theater room, and all of a sudden she brings me down some cookies.
Whiplash.
I ate the cookies, and my throat started burning, and then I started feeling bad.
What? Allergic reaction, maybe?
Like, what? He's oh,
Ending of life? Not?
Paranoid or something. Some paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of shrugged it off. And
Holy crap.
That's what he said.
At that time, did you know the state of your parents' relationship?
I know they didn't.
Why am I hearing my flute music? Are y'all hearing any music?
Well, there had been different episodes, with, he had told me about a gentleman named Rusty Barton.
Oh, gosh.
Numerous things. I mean, there was a lot of things why I thought that.
He confided in you about their relationship.
Somewhat.
Gee,
yes. I
gads.
think he might have confided in some of the other children more than me.
Like who?
Emily, Scott, maybe Amanda. I don't know about Amanda.
Did you know how they lived physically in the home? In the farm?
Of course, yes.
And how did they live?
My father slept downstairs in a bedroom in the basement. My mother slept in the master bedroom. They still shared a bathroom. My father still showered in the master bathroom. He still had his main closet there, but they slept on different floors.
Did your dad sleep with a CPAP machine?
Oh, yeah.
Did he sleep with it every night, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your dad's birthday weekend before he was murdered, okay?
Okay.
When is your dad's birthday?
June 27th, 1960 was when he was born, so June 27th.
11 years older than me.
Is that essentially the week before his remains were found?
Absolutely, yes.
What did the family do for his birthday?
Well, we had a family gathering at the farm. Everybody was there. It was a cookout. We cooked barbecue, and Emily brought her daughter, the new baby, and it was a celebration of his birthday.
Were your daughters there?
No, they were not there.
So when you
Why?
say everybody here, I have a family tree over here. Both your parents were there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's you and your wife at the time, Jenna?
Correct.
Scott was there. Emily's husband Chris there too?
Yes.
And they had just had Olivia.
Yes.
And then Amanda was there?
Yes.
Was Chad with her?
Yes.
Was Cameron there?
I don't remember that.
What did you all do that day, that evening?
We ate. I remember Jenna and I took the RTV through the woods, and I actually ran out of gas, so I had to walk back up and get gas for the RTV, because when you took it off road, it would get kind of sideways. Well, if it was on empty, it wouldn't be able to suck the fuel into the engine. So I had to walk all the way through. She wasn't very happy with me at the time, but
I bet.
we walked from RTV back up to the barn to get fuel to put in it so I could drive it back up to the house.
Did you have anyone help you with that?
I don't remember. I think maybe my brother did, but I don't remember.
Were you well versed with what to do on the farm and how to work anything on the farm or work at all on the farm?
No.
Okay. Did you like going to the farm?
No.
Why not?
Well, I did sometimes, but for the majority of the time, I did not. When they first bought the farm, I didn't really like going because my father would, put me to work, cutting trees down with him and things like that. And,
yeah.
And
It wasn't all fun and games. You had to work for it.
Kind of led to why I didn't like going there, which was the turmoil of their relationship, unfortunately.
Of their relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have turmoil with anyone?
with my mother.
Okay. When did that start?
I don't know. I mean, it's a mother-son relationship. I mean, we, had issues from time to time. But in summer of 2017, it got to its highest point of turmoil.
What happened?
Well, her and I got into a little bit of a confrontation because she was withholding giving my children back to me. My children love spending time with their grandmother, but my kids were being purposely held from being returned to me.
Do you know what caused that?
Well, she said it was because of my drinking. So I don't really know why, but I know what she said.
Okay. And how did you receive that information from her?
Not very well. I was very upset. And my kids are only here for a short period of time. I mean, they had gotten to the point where, before, when they were younger, they'd come for a couple months during the summer, and it was to the point where they'd come for a couple weeks, and then they were just spending all the time with her.
So I don't know if we've really talked about this. You moved back to Georgia, and did the girls stay in Maine with their mom?
Yes.
When did that happen?
2007.
2007?
Excuse me. Yeah, 2007.
Okay. And so when you talk about the girls coming, they would come to see you.
Right. They would be on summer break, and they would come for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere around then, and spend time with me and my family.
And they would hang out with your mom a lot?
Oh, yeah. They love
What would they do with her?
a lot. They would spend the night. They would go shopping. They would go do lots of things that a grandmother and grandchildren would do.
When it came to your daughters, did your mom and dad, they never said no? Everything was
Oh, they never
fun.
said no. They love Big Daddy and Grandma.
That's what they called them?
Yes.
Big Daddy and Grandma?
Correct.
Big Daddy was Gary. Grandma was Melody.
Mhm.
So I want to go back to this incident with your mom. Describe what happened. How you described her withholding your children. Describe what that means.
I had Braves tickets for this particular night, and I had gone to pick them up, and she basically said, I'm not going to let them go with you. And that's what happened. She wouldn't let them go with me.
What?
And there was an argument.
And what did you end up saying to her that night?
I ended up saying basically, we got into an argument, and then I actually left because I was trying to call my father. He was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. It was getting very heated. She was very, very
Poor guy.
word.
Insanely out of control.
And just screaming at me. And I was screaming and I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box, by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive. Okay. Basically saying, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it. We're done. And so that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to attack me. She tried to hit me. And she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And I, was, 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And we just were going back and forth. And I ended up taking out my camera and recording this exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back, when your dad told you to come back? What ended up happening?
I came back. My kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there. My dad was out there, and my girls were out there. And I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
I want to jump forward and go back to your dad's birthday weekend. That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah.
You talked about driving the RTV. What all did the family do when you had gatherings?
Well, we would eat. All of our gatherings were focused around food, which is very, that's just how our family was, very Southern, And we would eat together. We would talk. That particular day, we had a new baby. So I remember, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was, I had met her before, but, they lived in Nashville. So, I didn't get to see her that often. So, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up, rekindled? How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October of 2017. So about 3 months after my last interaction with my mother. I did not speak with her for 3 months. I was out. I had gotten a hotel in downtown Nashville for that weekend of the baby shower. And I was out in Nashville with my wife and my mother, Chad Bruce, and Amanda Farris came walking into Legends, which is a bar on Broadway in Nashville. So I went up to them and greeted them, and I actually hugged my mother.
And was there ever a discussion about what happened between the two of you?
No.
So after that, it was kind of brushed under the rug and you moved forward.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? At your dad's birthday celebration, did you and your dad plan any trips or talk about taking any vacations? Tell the jury about that.
So my daughter had come to visit in May. So this was about a month before. And we were at Longhorn, and Ella said, "Big Daddy, I want to go to the beach this summer." And he said, "Okay, we'll go to the beach." So leading up to that birthday party, my father and I had discussed going to Orange Beach, Alabama for a trip right after the 4th of July. we would be going on the trip right after the 4th of July, but that party is, we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
And so when you say the weekend after the 4th of July, so the Friday, Saturday, the 6th and the 7th?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to leave for Orange Beach on, I think it was Friday. We were supposed to leave to go there.
Okay. So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about the beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go. He had given some recommendations. I had been to Orange Beach before, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I usually went to Destin. But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, oh yeah, that place is good. And he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes.
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
Yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance lessons, recitals, costumes. He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
Yes.
What was your job?
At the time, I had my own painting company.
So was your dad that helpful with everyone in the family?
I believe so.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
How was your dad and Scott's relationship?
They had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes. Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work, and my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So it's, I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like a, agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like, but yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get in arguments about money?
I wouldn't really consider it an argument. I mean, he'd get mad at me for spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, I mean, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach, he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was going to pay for everything there, the dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was going to pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did.
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes.
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself. How was it prior to July, let's say 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him, I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here.
Okay. While you're where?
At the house.
Okay. Was your mom going to the beach?
No.
How do you know that?
Because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
So who would have, if The
A
trip.
boyfriend.
Who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife Jenna, both of my daughters, Ella and Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And
He remembers.
talk about
Congratulations.
your wedding to Jenna.
Some people don't.
Yes,
How so?
he helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
And you said it was in 2015?
The wedding.
The wedding was in 2015?
Mhm.
Okay. So you had been married to Jenna for 3 years
Yes,
at this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
they would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
The conversations about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
Most of the conversations with my mother we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how.
Hey,
If it
ADHD.
was text messages or if it was a phone call, I don't remember.
But at that point, to your knowledge, she was not going.
Correct.
Now, after your father's birthday, I want to talk about that next week. Okay?
Okay.
The first week in July of 2018. Were your girls scheduled to come down and stay with you?
Yes,
When did they come down?
they arrived at between 8 and 9 a.m.
Zah.
The morning of July the 3rd.
The morning of July 3rd, and that's Tuesday?
Yes.
So the Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you work on Monday, July 2nd?
I don't remember, but probably. I would think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. So the morning
I mean, it was a holiday week, so probably I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the morning of July 3rd, that Tuesday. What did that morning look like to you? What did you do?
Woke up, or drove to the airport, Hartsfield Jackson, picked my kids up. They always wanted to go to Waffle House. They don't have that in Maine. So we went to Waffle House.
Who was it that went?
Ella, Addie, and myself.
Jenna was not with you?
No.
Okay. So how long did you eat at Waffle House for?
30 minutes.
What did you do next?
We went back to my condo and
Where
hung
was
out at 55 Far Road in Buckhead.
Okay. And what did you do then?
Just hung out. I had a dog at the time. They were very fond of Oliver. That's my dog's name, or was my dog's name.
Was.
Hung out,
Oh.
and They were itching to do what they had what they thought planned, for their trip, which is.
And what were their plans?
Well, Addie had already arranged with Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. My sister Amanda at the time, would eventually become, I guess when they got married, her stepdaughter. They had planned, because they, both had phones. They would text each other and, say, "Oh, I'm coming down to stay with me, visit my dad, and we're going to have a sleepover at the farm." So that was Addie's plans.
Okay.
Ella's plans were she had this friend Emma, who was the daughter of this guy named Terry, who he lived on Birmingham Highway, and somehow my mother had become friends with him, and Emma had become friends with Ella, and Ella and Emma had talked, and Emma's mom actually trained.
Wow, Zach.
Facility
Bicep, pec, and teeth. When's the Brazilian butt coming in?
I know she lived in Cumming because I dropped her off there that afternoon. So they were itching to go. You know, they had plans.
Okay. And none of them with you, it sounds like.
No.
I
mean,
they were how old?
Yeah, they were preteens at the time. They were 12 and 14 years old. Like they were very social.
They were busy.
They were busy.
So
Zach, don't you get me busted.
Well, you know, Addie's plans.
No, no name for kitten yet.
The third. She had asked to do that, and I said, "Well, you got to ask your grandmother," and it just didn't work out. But I did take Ella to Emma's mom's house and dropped her off.
I wouldn't know, Tori. He kept promising me a long time ago he'd come say hi to me, and then he kind of backed out of that.
I think they had like a
kind of hurt a girl's feelings.
Or a pond
I know I'm ugly, but damn.
Excited about it. So we actually stopped at Target on the way up there so she could buy a new bathing suit.
Okay.
And I dropped her off at Emma's mom's house. I think her name was Beth, maybe. But yeah, I dropped her off there.
I love the way he talks.
I'd say if I had to put a number on it, between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
On the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. After you dropped Ella off at Emma's on the 3rd, where did you go next?
No, people are being
stupid
again.
I said,
y'all, they're being stupid again.
Because I hadn't talked to him that day. And he said, I'm working. I say, oh, cool. I was like, well, let's, meet up. And he's like, no. I'm at the farm. I'm just working. I said, oh, okay. Well, I was like, I just dropped Ella off. We're going to come by and come see you. He had recently seen Ella because she was down in May, but he hadn't seen Addison since Christmas time.
I want y'all to see the weather right now versus this morning. Okay, look at this versus this morning. Look at those surfs coming in. This thing, the water is crashing. And people, oh, that was a low one. Oh, not like Minnie Pearl. Remember Minnie Pearl? You can call her Minnie Pearl. If you're old enough to know who Minnie Pearl was, we good. But people are still running to this. Oh, shoot, didn't mean to do that. They're still running and taking pictures. I'm like, look at that. Now this, remember just an hour ago, this was clear. So the water is hit. This is Tampa Bay. This is Key West over here. This is Sebinel Toll Plaza. Look, the water is starting to come. And this is Fort Myers Beach here. I know. Look at these people. There's a kid. Look at those kids. 1, 2, at least 2 kids, if not 3. I'm surprised we don't have surfers out there, guys. Look at all these people running up there. I'm all like, guys, this is insane. A pretty pool shot. And see, you've got some smaller ones out there. Look at that one. That's a kid in the white. Yep. I'm surprised the police have not stopped the stupid people. I don't want anyone to ever get hurt or die. But y'all, this is the satellite. Look at it. That's the satellite. What the hell are you doing out there? Jesus. Yeah, guys, and that's going to go right over, unless it deviates, it's going to go right over. Well, now it's going to go north. They have it going north of Port Charlotte, but that eye is 80 miles wide. That's insane. Insane.
We were up there, might as well stop by.
So you ended up stopping by the farm?
I did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5 o'clock.
How long did you stay?
Between 20 to 30 minutes.
What did you do when you were there?
We pulled in. My father was in the driveway, sitting on the RTV. I parked my truck, went up to him, and Addie went to get. I just never forget it. This is the last time I saw my father.
Yeah, Port Charles is going to get some of the worst of it.
Just let me give you a kiss because I'm too sweaty right now for you to hug me. And
yeah.
my mother walked out, and we went up to the barn.
Me.
Because I think they had
Discord, Zach.
ducks that had been born recently or something like
That's
that.
why we got Discord, Zach. I haven't looked at it. I need to look at my
I just
Discord.
remember the baby ducks as being the draw that day. But I think there was a baby goat too, maybe.
Okay.
There's always babies of some sort. There were a lot of animals.
Baby animals. So you and Addie walked the property, went to the barn. Who was with you? Was your dad and mom with you?
Yes. We actually went from the main house up to the barn, and then we walked down to the pond to see the baby ducks, and my mother walked down there with us.
Who all went to the barn?
Oh.
To the barn?
Yeah.
All 4 of us went to the barn.
How did you get to the barn?
I drove my truck up there.
Okay. How did your dad get to the barn?
He rode the RTV.
How did your mom get to the barn?
I think she
Don't
walked,
know.
but I don't remember.
And was Addison with you or with your dad or with your mom?
Addison was with me, I think. She might have walked with my mom. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So your dad was on the RTV.
Yeah,
Was he on the RTV often when you were at the farm?
all the time.
Do you know where he would keep the RTV?
Different places. Sometimes it would be at the barn. Sometimes it would be parked in the driveway. Sometimes it would be parked in the garage at the house.
But he had it often.
Very much so.
Do you remember if there was anything on the RTV this day?
Yeah. I remember seeing like dead boxwoods, I think what they were, that he had pulled up and put them in the back because we had a conversation about it.
What was he planning to do with those boxwoods?
Dang it.
He told you he would burn it on.
Told me he was going to burn it on July 4th.
Did you see the burn pile?
I saw the burn pile the weekend before at the birthday party when I was driving the RTV through the woods.
How large was it?
It was big. I remember
What does big mean?
Big means probably as tall as I am, and I'm 6'4". I remember Jenna saying like, wow, like this thing is huge. And that's what I remember.
Did your dad burn often? Do you know?
I don't know how often. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. The only time I saw him burn anything was after it was like a Christmas Eve, and we had the family there, and he had taken a bunch of pallets and some wood and things, and we actually had like a bonfire like on Christmas Eve. It was actually a very, very nice evening. But that's all I know he would burn things, but as far as me knowing or seeing him do it, that was the only time.
Would he burn at your old house in Alpharetta? Did you have the property?
Yeah, he would.
You laughed a little bit there. So is there?
Well, so I laugh because my grandfather, my father's dad, every year on Christmas, there'd be all this wrapping paper, okay? And every year, my grandfather would take all that wrapping paper out there and burn it in his little leaf burning pile. And I always thought it was funny. And so I don't know. I always think about that. And like my father almost would talk about, oh yeah, I'm gonna burn this burn pile. And he was actually, I think, burning leaves at that house behind the fence. And so you're talking about a suburb house. I mean, this is like living in a neighborhood, not a farm. And he had actually started burning some leaves back behind the fence. And I guess didn't put it out all the way. And I woke up, I was staying with him that night. I might have been living there at the time. I don't really remember. And I wake up and there's the back of the woods is on fire behind their house.
And what happened?
The fire department came. And the fire department came.
What were your parents' reaction to that?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember, I think I was out there, and I think the firefighter asked me, he was like, how'd this happen? I was like, well, and my dad said, shut up. You know, like, so I don't remember what their reactions were.
So the burn pile on the 3rd was large.
Very.
Or at least when you saw it the weekend before.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see it on the 3rd?
No.
Okay. It wasn't burning when you were out there, though.
No, not at all.
He was still building it?
Yes.
So after you saw all the baby animals, what did you do next?
We walked back to my truck.
Went and bought one.
I remember telling my father, you know, there's going to be fireworks on the 4th of July. Maybe we can get together and go see fireworks. And then I got
the next day,
which would have been the 4th was the next day. And then I got in the car in my truck with Addison, and we went back because she wanted to go get dinner.
Did you drive back to Buckhead at that point?
I did.
What did you do after that?
We went and got poke bowls, which is like sushi in a bowl. Addie loves poke bowls. We went and got that, and then we went to this new ice cream place, and Jenna went with us to that.
To both places?
I know she went to the poke place. I don't remember if she went to the ice cream place. I think she did. I don't remember.
So after you got poke and ice cream, what did you do?
We went home.
And did what?
Hung out. You know, I think we went to the pool. We had a pool at our condo. And just
you
hung out at home.
Jenna?
Mm-hmm.
At any point the night of the 3rd, did you go back to the farm?
No.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street. So we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up. And it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you were done watching it at 8 or 9, or you started, or you were done at 7 or 8 in the morning?
I think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through. I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning.
And you were out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
We went to Cracker Barrel in Norcross.
Why Norcross?
Because I had my own painting company and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy and he's like, oh man, I really need my check. So I was like, okay, fine. And he lived in Norcross. So I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there. And so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
And after Cracker Barrel, what were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always had a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jenna.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
She was still with Emma.
Incoming,
yes, at the horse park farm,
Sure. Were you checking in on her?
Very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just going to hang out and stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes. And that was my intention of the day. But that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, hey, I'm on the way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron. And does Addie want to come spend the night? So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you want to go have this sleepover? Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive up there. But she said yes. So we went.
What time did your mom call you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what time, but I would have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops?
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison.
I need your help.
I didn't know you were,
And then went to.
That's man. Can you get that pillow?
What did you do when you got to the farm?
And
I
put
was
it.
already standing up.
We
So I
pulled
got
up
that
and
one.
my mom.
Well,
and,
I'm not feeling that great. My hips are not happy.
Cameron had already arrived.
And just put it. Oh, never mind.
And we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back. I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be. So I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No, the only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there, because I had asked for her to meet me, so I didn't have to drive all the way to the
Love you, toy.
You would ask who to meet you?
my mother, to meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier. So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm, and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm going to stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So when she was hungry, she would let you know.
Okay, so what did you do when you left the pool?
I went to the gas station.
No,
and then I stopped by Kroger in Buckhead, border of Buckhead, Sandy Springs, and I bought fireworks because we always shot off fireworks on the 4th of July at our apartment complex.
And where did you go after that?
I went home to the pool.
Did you talk to Addison again that evening?
On the way back from the farm, Addison called me and she's like, she's like, we can't find Big Daddy. And I was like, well, he's got to be there somewhere. Go look for him. And I called him and his phone went straight to voicemail. And I didn't really think anything of it because his phone went to voicemail a lot. And I just said, well, he's there somewhere, you know, go find him, you know. And we had that phone call, and I think, of course, I texted her that night or called her that night to check on, make sure she was okay, that kind of thing. But she was, from what I remember, was fine. Nothing alarming from her at the time.
Did you ever communicate with your mom that evening?
No.
Is that typical?
Yes, very typical.
Even when your kids are over there?
Mm-hmm.
You mainly communicate with your kids?
Directly, yes.
So the night of the 4th, did you stay in Buckhead?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the farm the night of the 4th?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you went to the farm?
July 5th, I think I left my apartment around 11:30 in the morning to go pick up Addison.
Did you talk to Addison before you left?
I don't remember.
Did you try to call your dad that morning?
Yes.
And what happened?
I went straight to voicemail.
Did you talk to your mom?
No.
You just decided to go up there.
I talked to my sister.
Which sister?
Amanda.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
She said Daddy's missing.
That was before you left?
I don't remember. I think it was actually after I left. I mean, I don't remember there being a phone call or a text message or anything like that to say, okay, come get, that I'm coming to get you now or anything like that. I knew where she was. I was going to go get her. And I can't remember if the conversation with Amanda was at my apartment or it was on the way. I remember us talking a lot on the way.
Who's us talking?
Amanda.
And you talking a lot?
Yes.
Okay. About what?
Trying to figure out where my dad was. I told her, I say, you know, you need to call the local hospitals and you need to see if his wallet and his car keys are there.
At this point, knowing that his phone was going to voicemail and Addison couldn't find him the night before, what was your thought process when Amanda said he's missing?
I was pretty panicked. You know, this was 2 months after this whole scenario of him being in the hospital. 2 months, 3 months, you know, April, May, June, so 3 months. So I had not been able to talk to my father to get in touch with him the night before when I called him to see where he was, so Addison and them could find him and, you know, hang out with him. And then the next day, my sister calls me and says, Daddy's missing. So yeah, I was excited in the point of panic. You know, I was very, my heart.
Mary Kay.
So even though his phone would go to voicemail pretty often, this was not normal.
We don't need another Sarah Booth.
How long did you know that nobody had gotten in touch with him?
Well, I know that I had tried to call him the night before, you know, on the way back from the farm to Buckhead. So for me, I mean, we're talking, you know, over 12, you know, I mean, about that time, we're talking, you know, 15 hours later, you know, so.
And you didn't see him on the 4th at all?
No.
Okay. Did the family have any group messages happening? Like text message groups?
I don't remember there being a group message.
So you and Amanda were talking on the phone
Mm-hmm.
about, and you had said to her to call the hospitals.
Call hospitals. I also told her, because she said his car was there. I was like, well, he never went anywhere without his car. So I was like, well, find his car keys and find his wallet, you know, and
Why his wallet?
because his wallet, my dad never left anywhere to go anywhere without his wallet. You know, he would not leave the house without his wallet. My dad only left the house to go to the store or go eat. You know, that was basically it.
What about to the office?
Oh, of course, in the office. Sorry, I'm talking about things other than work.
Okay. Who, did you talk to anybody else?
I talked to my sister Emily on the way there and told her what was going on.
And what was her reaction?
She was kind of had the same reaction as me, panicked.
Had she heard from him to your knowledge?
No.
So you arrive at the farm,
Mhm.
and what's the first thing that you do when you get there?
When I arrived at the farm, Amanda, Cameron, my mother, and Addison are actually sitting on the steps out front. I just remember going in thinking, I need to figure out what's going on. And I went out and I asked my mother, I said, hey, have you seen his wallet? She said no. I knew where he kept his wallet. He kept his wallet either in the Mercedes or downstairs in the basement or in the master bathroom. So I went to look. I needed to know if he had left or not. And that wasn't going to be an indication to me if he had left or not. I went to the Mercedes. I looked in the glove compartment. I looked in the center console. I looked in the back seat. I looked everywhere in that car. I did not find his wallet.
Did you find his car keys or cell phone or anything?
No, I didn't find anything. I left the garage and I went down to the basement to keep searching. And then I came upstairs and eventually took my search out of the house and, up to the barn.
Did you at any point check for his CPAP machine, or did that cross your mind?
No, that never crossed my mind.
So you were in the basement. Did you see anything out of the ordinary in the
No.
basement? So when you took your search outside, what was the first thing that you did? And was anybody with you?
Yeah, actually, because the kids they loved to ride that RTV. And that RTV was up at the house, so I jumped on it and they were like, "Can we ride with you?" I didn't know what was really going on here, but I let them.
Oh, that's not good.
And they jumped on the RTV with me, and I drove up to the barn to see if I could find him or a sign of him.
When you got on the RTV, you said it was at the house. What part of the house was it parked on?
He was in the driveway. I don't remember exactly.
So the girls jumped on with you?
Yep.
And where'd you go?
To the barn.
Anything at the barn stand out to you?
No. Everything. I mean, I looked. I mean, there's even because I thought at this point it was maybe he was having a spell, or maybe he was, God forbid, something that, medical issue had happened, and I went up to the barn. I even climbed. There's like a ladder thing there's like a loft up there. Not my brother's apartment, but a loft where you store things in. And I even went up there, like looking around. Just anywhere. He was not there, so we got in the RTV and started back towards the house.
At any point, did Scott come down and start searching?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember exactly.
After you arrived or before you arrived?
I think it was right after I arrived, but I can't be sure.
You didn't see him when you pulled up?
When I first pulled up to the house that morning, no.
No.
Around noon, my first initial time when I got to the house, no, I did not see my brother. I just saw the four of them.
So you're on the RTV with Cameron and Addison?
Correct.
And you're driving back from the barn down back to the house?
Yep.
Okay. Where did you look next?
So I'm coming from the barn, and I look out across. My brother and my mother walking between the barn and kind of the pond, but kind of back the tree line. And that's when it clicked in my head about that, because he told me he was going to burn that burn pile on July the 4th, and it clicked in my head, I need to go back there, because he told me he was going to be burning that burn pile on July the 4th. So whipped around. I saw them walking back there, so I'm like, I'm gonna follow them back there. I went back around the backside of the house, and went down, and they were already at the burn pile.
Who's they?
Scott and my mother. And I drove and parked about, I don't know, 10 to 20 yards away between the house and the burn pile. And I told them to stay back, and Addie and Cameron. At that time, it was just more of I was just walking down there to see what was going on. And, I walked down there. My brother had a stick in his hand. And I walked up there and I looked at the burn pile, just, at the time, what was about to happen. I mean, I had no inkling that this was even possible. And my brother, this is really hard for me to talk about. My brother looked up at me and he said, "You need to get those kids the F out of here. I'm calling 911 right now." And I did. I took the kids out to the house and I put them in the room, in their bedroom. They had slept in the night before. And I said, "Y'all need to go up here." I mean, I didn't say anything to them. My daughter had just lost her uncle like 2 months before that. And I knew kind of I'm not stupid, like when he's looking at something calling, like, so my instinct was get my child back up and away from whatever's going on right here. And that's what I did. I put them in the bedroom. I said, "I'll be back." And I went downstairs. After I went downstairs, it's like the adrenaline was going like crazy. My brother said something to me like, "I think there's human remains on the burn pile." And so I got an RTV. I had to go back down there. I went back down to the burn pile and I took a close look at the burn pile. And I looked and I was like, "Wow." And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand, like bones of a hand, like.
That is horrible.
That's when I think I went in shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
If I was an innocent wife of a deceased man listening to my son, I'd be a basket case. She's trying to control herself.
It was that he saw or was looking
I thought it was a rock.
It was a skull.
I saw but he told me after I put the girls back up in the room, I came back downstairs and told me I think it was human remains. And, of course, my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding. And he told me, yeah, I think that's.
Was that before or after he called 911?
After.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not. He said he was going to call 911. He said to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was your mom nearby when
she was standing right there?
Did she say anything?
No.
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only thing I remember about Amanda is her walking up when I was sitting on the back of my truck waiting for whoever was responding to this 911 call to come. And
No, Tori or Carissa. Toy, Carissa. He had the kids and the ATV, four-wheeler. And he walked over to his mother and his brother at the burn pile. And he looked down and he thought he saw a human hand. They had the brother said, I think I'm gonna call 911, get them out of here. So he took the children back to the house, put them in their rooms, came back down to the burn pile. But while he was gone, 911 was called. While standing there, he was realizing probably daddy. Yeah, this is not good.
My sister walked out and we spoke then. My sister was out there when the I guess
Authorities.
I think it was the paramedics showed up.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney. And I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing what was happening. And
I'll be back.
It wasn't long after that the paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, "I'm sorry for your loss." And that's when it really kicked in. And that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, paramedics are showing up. So, I mean, and then they're saying, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really just I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful. I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, oh, we put him through so much and we weren't the best kids and this, that, and the other. And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's, and things just, everything, really a lot of things after that are a blur to me. I've done a lot of PTSD therapy because of that day. And what I've discussed in a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went into shock.
I think we're going to take a short break.
All right. Let's take 10.
Y'all don't go anywhere yet. Well, y'all go. I'm talking to them. You can step down.
At the burn pile. And I looked and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand, like bones of a hand, like that. And that's when I just, I think I went in shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No,
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking
I
at?
thought it was a rock. I saw but he told me after I put the girls back up in the room and I came back downstairs, he told me I think it was human remains. And, you know, of course, my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's
Was that before or after he called 911?
after.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not.
You
He said he was going to call 911. He said to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was
Yep.
your mom nearby when you?
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
No,
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. Then, my sister was out there when the I guess I think it was the paramedics showed up. Yeah.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney. And I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing.
Once again, like I said, they didn't realize the person had been burned.
It wasn't long after that.
They just thought he
the
fell.
paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really kicked in. And that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, you know, paramedics are showing up. So, I mean, and they're saying, I'm sorry for your loss. And that's when it really just kind of, I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful.
That's horrible.
I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, oh, we put him through so much. We weren't the best kids and this, that, and other. And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, you know, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, you know, I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's, and things just, everything, really, a lot of things after that are a blur to me. A lot of PTSD therapy because of this, that day, and what I've discussed, and a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went to shot.
I think we're going to take a short break.
All right, let's take 10.
Y'all don't go nowhere yet. When y'all go, I'm talking to them. You can step down.
Y'all, that is just a bad place to be for that young man.
All talked to y'all sidebar earlier about potential juror issue. We'll deal with that at the end of the day. When that happens, we're going to do it with the juror in the jury box in front of the microphone. Y'all can cover whatever, but just don't put the juror on the camera, and we're not going to address the juror by name, just by number. All right, anything else? And we'll just do that whenever we wrap up for the day. Let's, still shoot for 5 o'clock.
You guys, the new model by Wednesday, 11 p.m., they're thinking that the hurricane is actually going to go more north. The center will go between Sarasota and Tampa. Port Charles, in that area where Jules is going to be on the south side of the storm. That, for her, would be the best situation. However, it's horrible for everybody, which means it's going to go straight towards Orlando.
Today, because we'd like to, where we're at, we'd like to take up that one issue with the juror at some point.
We'll do that. I don't, y'all think we'll get through with him today?
I highly doubt it. Based on talking to the state, I think they've got about an hour left.
It's just 3:30 now, so we could.
Yeah, I don't, if y'all got, I don't anticipate us going beyond this witness. I would like to
We
go.
released the other two, so.
That's fine. We can go up to, I don't think we'll be done with him by 5 o'clock regardless. So if we get to a logical point, we can stop. And I just told the bailiff to tell the juror to stay late after I dismiss everybody. All right, y'all ready to bring them back in? All right. Yeah, I'd rather you go downstairs if you need to do that. It's, everybody is a little soft-spoken today. Cousin says there were five tornadoes circling their house. So yeah, we tried to tell them to come. They were gonna come, change their mind, didn't come. We told them to come anyway, and they didn't. 2 of them wanted to, 2 of them didn't. And it's gonna be bad. They didn't get that. They didn't get that. I think that's why they want to stay. Come up and stay with us. But she posted at lunch. There were 5. All right, let's get started back.
Okay, Chris, I want to go and stay on the 5th for a little while and talk about a couple of things. We had talked about how you looked for your dad's wallet earlier. Did you ever see that wallet?
Why did you leave,
Yeah, my
love?
mom came
We have
walking up with a
electrics,
wallet
if
after I
that's what
got
you were looking
upstairs.
for.
Saying she had found it in the Mercedes.
And what did you think when she told you she had found his wallet in the Mercedes?
I thought, well, I just looked in the Mercedes and it wasn't in there. And I thought that was kind of weird because when I got there that day, she said she hadn't seen his wallet. I go to look for it, then come back to the kitchen. Now all of a sudden she's got the wallet and says she found it in the Mercedes.
Did you see her go into the garage? Was the Mercedes in the garage?
This is before I left to go back to Buckhead. She's going to be fine. And she said, my daughter will stay here if I say so, or something like that. And I was like, I was shocked. And I was angry. I'm getting yelled at. My father's just been found dead. I'm getting yelled at by her. I remember I had my tailgate down. I remember slamming my tailgate. The guy moved the car and I left. I was beyond words, angry and frustrated, and just, I was all over the place mentally. And it just didn't seem, something was off. And so that, yeah, that.
So when you heard about the bullet in his rib, what was going on in your head?
I just remember crying. Like after I got off the phone with them, I just
This
sat
is
on the
horrible.
couch and me and Jenna just cried together. That's all I remember.
I'll see you tonight, correct?
Did your mom?
You can
say
get some
anything
then.
about money to you that night?
She had asked me, she had told me that I needed to cancel the condo to the beach.
The night on the 5th?
Yes. Well, either the afternoon. It was
But
still,
why
it
was the
like-
wallet
it was
found
still
in
daylight. I don't remember
the
exactly what
Mercedes when it
but
wasn't
she told
there?
me you need to cancel the condo to the beach.
And what did you think about that?
I thought, that's what you're worried about right now?
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, well, I didn't book the condo to the beach. You know, I ended up a few days later canceling it because I was able to find out. I think my father had emailed me the confirmation, and I was able to get the information. But at the time, that was the least, in my mind, it's like, why are we even talking about this? Which was, you know, another reason that I was starting to think something was wrong.
Poor guy.
So you get a phone call from Detective Kuykendall the night he tells you about the bullet, and he asked you if your dad had any enemies, things of that nature. Do you know anybody that not really would benefit from it, but that would want him dead?
No.
Would Scott have benefited from his death?
I mean, could have. I mean,
They all could have.
financially, I mean, all of his kids could have,
How so?
because we're his children.
What does that mean?
That means if some, you know, if somebody has money and they pass away, it, you know, can go to their wife, their kids, whoever.
Next to Ken. He could have had a life insurance policy for the
Did
children to
you
have
end
and
up
one for him
speaking
to
with
have.
Law enforcement in the days shortly after.
Not shortly after, no.
Okay. And why was that?
The following day, which would have been the 6th, my mother was still being questioned. My brother and my mother were still being questioned. I guess they had taken them to a local precinct, maybe. At this time, we're in frantic chaos mode. And
I could only imagine. People say do stupid things. I'll be honest. I know that for sure.
I guess my sister Amanda had contacted somebody at Borough Foreman, and then I was told that I need to be at this lawyer's office because my mother was, I guess, still talking with them. They were trying to get her out of being interviewed with the police. And we ended up at an attorney's office
On the 6th.
on the 6th.
So that Friday, July 6th.
Correct.
And why did that keep you from talking to law enforcement?
Well, because they told us not to. Manny Aurora was the name of the lawyer, the attorney. He told us, he said, if you say anything to the police, they're going to arrest you, your mother, and your brother if you say anything to them.
He said that to you?
He said that to me. He said that to everyone.
Who was everyone? Who was there?
Everybody. All the siblings were there. Jenna was not there. My kids were not there. But like me, Scott, Amanda, Emily. I don't remember if Emily's husband was there. But it was definitely the four of us kids and my mother.
And so they instructed you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it was
A little unusual? No.
strange. I just wanted to find out what happened to my dad, you know, like I just wanted to know. And I remember getting kind of frustrated and probably voiced my opinion about it was an effort by Manny Aurora to convince us that if we said anything, he told us that the police were probably lying about him being shot. And he was just like, you need to shut up or you're going to go to prison for this. And I'm thinking, I had nothing to do with this. Why do I need to stop talking?
Mm-hmm.
But I did. I agreed. I said, okay. I said, fine. I won't.
Now what about Addison? Since she
That's
was
when you
there
go
the
get your
night
own
of
attorney
the
and don't
4th,
depend on somebody else's.
Was she interviewed?
By the police?
Right.
Or
By the police. We'll start with the police. Was she interviewed by the police?
no, I think Jenna had, I can't remember if Jenna, I don't think Jenna had gotten there before it's just so cloudy to me, like when people got there. But no, they did not talk to Addison that
Was
day.
she eventually forensically interviewed?
Yes.
Okay.
They took her cell phone.
Law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a big deal.
That was a very big deal. She was very upset about it.
So she was eventually forensically interviewed, and you know that to mean what?
When, I mean, they flew down, this was over a year later. This was August of 2019, and Kendall Lee, their mother, my ex-wife, flew down with them, and we went to I think it was Ann Crawford Children's Center. My children went in the back and were interviewed, and we were not in there, myself or their mother. And then they came out, and that was it.
As far as you know, no law enforcement interviewed them.
No, the only thing I seem to remember was maybe law enforcement was listening to it, but there was no law enforcement there physically.
Did you talk to Manny Aurora about Addison being interviewed or spoken with?
Yeah.
What
He
was that?
confronted me about it, and he wanted me to call my daughter. This was not at the first meeting. We had multiple meetings with Manny Aurora, and he wanted me to call my daughter and put her on speakerphone for him and like everybody in that room to basically like confront my daughter.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to relevance.
Hell no.
A brief reenactment of what happened earlier, but now we're continuing to talk about what a previous attorney in this case was saying, so I would go ahead and object to relevance, Judge.
Explains why he didn't go to law enforcement and eventually.
He can explain what he did next without going into the content. So I'll stand it.
Did you eventually go to law enforcement yourself?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I'd had it. I was.
I would have too. We would have had to come to you.
I didn't like the way that was going with her attorneys. And so, and I was just wanted to know what happened. And I just felt compelled to help find out.
Did anyone go with you?
My brother, Scott.
Do you remember about how long after your father's remains were found did you go voluntarily with your brother to talk to law enforcement?
I don't remember the day. I don't remember the date.
Was it more than 10 days after?
Before, after burial.
I don't remember.
If
'Cause I went-
had told you it was July 26th, would that sound accurate to you?
It could. What I'm trying to think, because I went to Maine, and that meeting was either right before or right after it. So if it was July 26th, it would have been, I believe, right after I got back from Maine.
You went to Maine to see your daughters?
Yeah, I had to get out of this town.
So you sat down with.
Definitely
what law enforcement
understandable.
officer or officers did you sit down with when you and Scott spoke with them?
For sure, Detective Hayes, and a couple other ones. I think Kaikanal might have been there, but I can't be sure. There were people coming in and out. It was a lengthy interview.
Mm-hmm.
It was officers coming in and out.
Why you don't do those interviews
I wanna
without
talk
an
about
attorney
the
present.
year that followed
Just saying.
murder. So the next year, before your mother's arrest,
Mhm.
you eventually at some point became the temporary administrator of his estate. Can you
Correct.
tell the jury about that?
Yeah. I mean, the farm was basically, there were financial problems. I mean, the farm was potentially going into foreclosure. I mean, there were things going on. My mother was openly trying.
Can you give me
to
a
say
synopsis
we
as
did
to
the
what's
best we
going on,
could
please?
get, and, like,
I'm
all
having a
these
hard time
things.
understanding.
And Emily and Scott and I decided we needed to do something as far as, because they froze all my father's accounts. There was nobody who could use any of that money, and somebody had to do it. There were discussions back and forth whether Amanda was going to do it. And, there was at this time, a very hard divide in our family. And,
What was that divide?
well,
Who was divided?
my brother, Scott, my sister, Emily, and I on one side, and my mother and Amanda on the other. My mother was not living, but still had kind of a relationship with Amanda.
What created the divide?
Well, a lot of things. I mean, it was my mother was very much so telling us that we needed to help support her, that we needed to give her money because my father had supported us and given us money all these years, and that we needed to, in turn, give her money. To speak of my situation, I just had my suspicions that she had something to do with this.
So there was a divide in the family. You eventually became the temporary executor of the estate, administrator. And so when you were in this role, did you learn who the beneficiary was of all your dad's assets?
Yeah. I was actually visiting my kids in Maine, and Barry Bishop sent me an email saying that my mother was on the life insurance and the 401k.
Eventually, did someone else get appointed the administrator of the estate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that a contentious area among the family when you were appointed?
Yes.
How so?
My mother was not happy about it.
How did you know that?
Well, the day that I was officially appointed and she had learned about it, her and my brother got into a pretty bad, I guess, argument or something like that.
You weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Did you and her ever speak?
Yeah.
How did you speak with her?
I called her. It wasn't too long after that because I was getting, not directly from my mother, but through Amanda, basically saying, you need to do this with, because they thought I had access to these accounts and I didn't. What happened was when I was named, because there were bills, there was the mortgage, there was a condo in
bet there was a lot
Alabama that my dad owned, that I wanted to start making these current. I didn't want those things to be foreclosed on or go away, and so when I was named temporary administrator, I immediately set up a meeting with his personal banker. And she said, okay, come down here. We're going to have a meeting. I get to the meeting. She meets me in the parking lot. She's like, Chris, our legal team said a temporary administrator is not enough for me to give you access to your father's funds to pay for anything. From what I remember, that was either not believed or just maybe they didn't know that. And I called my mother to tell her that I can't do anything. I don't have a checkbook. I don't have a card. I don't have access to money. I can't. I have nothing to be able to pay these bills.
When you became the administrator of the estate, what was your role? What was your duty, your job, your oath?
My duty was to preserve the estate.
So be conservative with, try to save as much as you could.
Yeah.
Is that what that means? So let's go back to the phone call with your mom you had mentioned. What was that?
I called her and I said, I can't. I said, Mama, I can't do anything. I can't. And I did. I said, just please tell me what happened. I was like, there's no way you know, or excuse me, there's no way you don't know. If all this happened like they say, there's no way you don't know about it. And then she hung up with me, and I think that's the last time I've talked to my mother ever. I mean, that's the last conversation that I've had with my mother, period.
Did you ever confront your mom?
God,
about
poor kid.
any of her affairs?
I'm sure I did. After this all happened, there were at that point text group threads for the family. I would get very angry about some of the things that were being said, and I would throw it out there like, well, you know, are having this very, XOXO, which was some name for Rusty's name on her cell phone. And I would like text it to like, just.
Did
out
you
of
ever
anger.
confront her face to face?
I don't remember that.
Wow. Y'all, wish more was watching. This is, oh,
After everything that happened, you had already mentioned your PTSD therapy. When did you start doing that?
immediately.
I started doing that.
I would object to relevance as PTSD therapy.
I'm sorry?
Response.
Oh, it goes towards the aftermath of all of this and the family, of how it's affected the family.
She's going to lose it.
It has nothing to do with the facts in this case.
Also saying.
Yep.
Did
Told
you,
you. Comfort break.
did
I'll
you
be
ever
right
get
back.
to have a funeral for your father?
No.
Was that a contentious area?
I bet.
For me, it was.
Why don't we have witness step out too?
Witness needed a break.
All right, I asked the lawyers for a sidebar and quickly.
It was my understanding when he moved in that she was going to be getting his disability benefits to pay for food, water, gas, rent,
That whole conversation.
transportation, everything she paid for him.
Question to the witness about.
She's taking care of him. That's like him paying rent.
Based upon an issue with the funeral.
Period. That was the agreement.
Was about to object,
and all the money that he got from his job, he was to keep for himself, but she was going to help manage it because he blows money on girls and inappropriate, explicit materials.
We had expert witness issues.
Period.
Insofar as examining the remains and to somehow say or imply that
He was also sending money to people that were scamming him.
It sounds like the state's going to try to also discuss something about the contentiousness of the funeral, insofar as my client wouldn't pay for the funeral, but they've already stated that she doesn't have the money to pay for it anyway. She had no access to funds. So ultimately, it's not relevant.
All right, Ms. Frankish.
Judge, the motive of this case for this defendant is money. The fight and the argument that I'm wanting to get through the witness is that shortly after his death, this is well before Ms. Farris's arrest, well before the defendant's arrest, before the remains and the release of the remains even became an issue. The family met at a funeral home to plan a funeral. The package that Emily had picked out, the defendant did not want to spend that much money on. There is a call that we are going to play later on, a recorded call with Rusty Barton, where she talks about, why do you need a funeral? There's nothing left, basically. So it loops back to the motive.
Right.
And
Here's the problem. When you ask him about him being upset about not being able to have a funeral, he's not going to just want to talk about what you're wanting to talk about. He's going to want to talk about the fact that, as far as I know, they've never had a funeral because the remains were at the crime lab forever, and then COVID, and so longer, and then expert witnesses need to work on the remains, and then we had an expert witness die, and then we had another expert witness, and all the other issues that have come up over the course of the trial that have led to the delay. Now, if y'all want to craft some kind of explanation for all that we can give the jury, I'm happy to do that. But he's going to go into all that other stuff, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop him from doing it. Now, you can instruct him, and when he goes outside the specific instance at the funeral home that you want to talk to him about, I'm going to call him down in front of the jury, and I don't want to have to do that. So if y'all can contain your witness to just that conversation and those issues, that'll be fine. But I don't think that's going to happen.
okay, Judge.
All right.
Judge, can we just have 1 second?
Aw, Dawn. That's aw. Wait a minute. I got my contacts in. Trying to get adjusted to contacts. And the contacts that I'm wearing are supposed to be able to read close up.
I'll get the cross.
And it's
Y'all can't
blurry.
delve into it either to cause him to blow up about it.
Judge, I think you may have a way to.
All right.
Basically,
How do y'all get these things out?
we just make it just a little.
That's
bit-
fine.
I'll just ask
And-
very specific questions.
All right.
And allow some lead just on lead.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need to crack it real quick.
All right. We'll take 5 minutes.
So you have a raven outside your window giving you their opinion. What are they saying, love? What is the raven saying? What is the opinion? You want to share? It's been pretty quiet in here today. Not a whole lot of viewers, which is fine. It's one of those days the world is all focused on other things. I get it. I went ahead and shut down my live because I'm going to go live a little later today. And I just want a fresh live. Really, y'all? How in the hell do y'all do this? God almighty, y'all. Yay. Holy hell, why is that hurting me? Holy hell. Like fire. Oh. Why in the hell does that hurt so bad? I really want to do contacts. I'm tired of glasses, but I'm not finding the prescription to work for me. The prescription is not, it's supposed to be the bifocal. Oh, son of a. Yeah, but they are. And we can't get the prescription right. I mean, I'm trying to make sure that these are shaped right. Yeah, it is. Oh, there it goes. I'll let it. Well, once I get them in, they're fine. I'm super new at this, so and there goes my makeup, I'm sure. I am sure. And these are weighted. But we're not getting this prescription right. So my mid-range, so if I back off here, I got to let them balance out. My close-up is still blurry. We're not getting my close-up. My distance is okay. Mid-range and close-up is still blurry. And that's frustrating. Let me see if I can zoom as I forget. No, I cannot. Okay, so let's take a peek at weather. I stopped the other live. I will reinstate that live in a little bit. Here's Ryan Hall, y'all. I'm going to share and ask for forgiveness later.
So lots of tornadoes going on right now.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like that eye is going to go north.
We've got 86,000 people without power right now in Florida. That number is going to go up. Ryan, what's the category right now? We've got a major a Category 3 hurricane, Milton, right now. This is exactly what we expected would happen. We've been talking about this for days. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, the storm you were just pointing out now has a deeper correlation coefficient drop right over Lakewood Park and Viking, Florida. And that's going to head right up Highway 1 into the Vero Beach area. Once again, there's another tornado now to your south that is moving up north along the highway, paralleling it just west. So you can estimate the neighborhoods in the line of sight for this tornado ongoing here. A good early call by Ryan, but now we definitely have an ongoing tornado doing some damage to populated areas here.
Thank you so much, Andy. The Indian River Aquatic Reserve is one of the places that's in the path here, as well as the town of Oslo and Orchid, Vero Beach. Take shelter. I know it's got to be disorienting if you live out here. You've been under who knows how many tornado warnings today. We've been saying, there's a tornado warning over there. There's a tornado over here. There's a tornado. There's another one. And this one also we need to treat with respect and take shelter for in the Vero Beach area. Storm surge from Milton is also beginning to be felt in the Naples area of Florida. We're starting to get reports of some minor flooding there. And actually, we're getting pretty close to moderate flooding in Naples. So we'll see this happen where, it happens first in Naples, right? And then next Cape Coral, and then Inglewood, and then slowly up the line, we'll see more areas start to report flooding as a result of the storm surge coming in. Yep. For those of
Okay, guys. Yeah, we got some tornadoes happening in the Lakewood in the Naples area. Y'all need to seek shelter if you're in that area.
Y'all ready to go back on the record? Yes. All right, Mr. Farris. I'm gonna let the prosecutors talk to you about this area of questioning they want to go into next with you. We're gonna end up breaking for the day, and we're gonna take up this topic tomorrow. Now, Ms. Frankish is gonna give you some very specific questions, and I don't want you to go rambling about other issues. I know that you are upset, and I know there have been issues with the family and the funeral and the remains and the delay of the trial and all those things. But we don't want that in front of the jury, okay? Because that's just going to be rabbit holes we don't need to deal with. So I understand to the extent that there was a confrontation or whatever this couple of incidents that Ms. Frankish wants to go into you with, that's fine, but let's don't go beyond that. So
Yes, sir.
stick to that area. You
Yes, Your
understand
Honor.
that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Also, this case is ongoing. Don't talk to any of the witnesses overnight. Don't look up anything on the internet about what's going on with the trial. Okay. All right. Anything else we need to talk to him about? Is that fine, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, as far as instructions? All right. You can be excused. We're going to go ahead and break for the afternoon.
Okay.
All right. Bring in my whole jury. All right, y'all don't get comfortable. I'm letting you go. So just come on in. My two jurors on the end can just stay standing. All right. One of y'all has asked for a break for the day, and we're at the end of the day. We had some instructions. We got a couple of things we need to take up outside the presence of y'all. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to take up testimony back in the morning. Just 9 o'clock is fine. So no reason to come back any earlier.
9 o'clock's great.
Okay. All right. So y'all just do the same instructions that I've been giving you. Be here at between 8:30 and 8:45, so you get your so that you can actually have a place to park in the parking deck. We'll take up the testimony in the morning. Again, don't look up anything about the case. Talk to anyone about the case. Talk to your family or friends about the case. Look up anything on the internet at all about the case. Just spend the evening watching hurricane coverage. All right. All right. With that, y'all can be excused. Tracy? I think I have it pulled up.
So I'm on the phone with my eye doctor, and they have another pair of contacts for me to try. Yay.
All right, you're juror 74. All right, you had some concerns that you brought to the attention of the bailiff to bring them to me. So we're going to address those. So tell me what your concerns are.
I work with a lot of the witnesses, and it's the fire department I work for, so everyone talks, and everyone knows jury I'm on, So when I go to work, it's all they talk about. And I can't really avoid it because, I'm on call and they'll eat dinner with them. I sleep in the room next to them. So
all right, so let's talk about that. So when I go to work, why are you going to work?
I go to work after.
Why? What makes you think that you're supposed to be at work instead of being here full time as a juror?
I was instructed to.
Instructed to by who?
By my chief, sir.
What's your chief's name?
Gosh, now that you asked me that. I recently started working. I don't remember his name. I can get it for you.
All right. Oh, I'm going to get it. What precinct? What station do you work for?
Oh, 6. Station 6.
All right. Now, did you inform your superior? Is he your direct superior? The chief. Chief for he's the chief for your district.
Yeah.
All right.
At jury duty?
Let's back up. All right. When did you tell him you had jury duty?
Whenever they called me in the morning up. So.
All right. Did you inform him before you came for jury selection that you were in the pool of jury people? All right. And then when you got the call Friday afternoon, what did you do the day that you were questioned to be here? The day that you were here that we did void ire where you were sitting in the box?
I was working.
All right. Okay. And did you tell him that you were on jury duty and he instructed you to work?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you told him you were selected for the jury, and what did he tell you?
So show up to work after jury duty was done.
So, and how many days have you been working since this case, since you were, we'll just say since Friday?
2, tomorrow would be my 3rd.
All right. And you're working 12 hours on, 36 off. What's your deal?
It's 24 on, 48 off.
All right. Do you have a copy of the Cherokee County personnel?
Y'all getting
procedure
spicy.
manual?
Spicy.
They give you one of those when you started working for the county.
They may have. I'm not sure. I can ask about it though. I don't believe so.
Well, I'm going to call Chief Robinson to make sure that your boss knows what it says, but you should not be working. You should not be told in to come to work. I have told people that have overnight shifts that they can't do that while they're on the jury. Would you want a juror to sit in on your case if you were charged with a crime and they were sitting after working for 24 hours? No, of course not.
Yeah.
Okay. So policy number 6.31, any regular full-time employee who's required to serve on the jury or as a result of Cherokee County duties required to appear before a court, blah, blah, blah. You are on excused leave with pay. Time away will not affect vacation or sick leave accruals, etc. So they should not be directing you to work. Now, when I got word of this earlier, I looked up the policy myself and
I love this guy's
contacted
personality.
the HR department and
When
contacted
I
the
look,
manager and said, I have a juror who's told me that they're working, and that doesn't seem like that's supposed to be what happened. So I want to make sure that
ooh, someone's in trouble,
that I was correcting that information. So if you're not working, then you're not going to be in the station with your employees, co-employees and workers who know about this case and therefore can't be talking to you about it. Now, I expect lawyers are going to ask you questions about that, but I'm going to start it. So what has anyone said to you about this case?
They talked about stories they heard. They didn't run the case directly, but they've heard it from.
Because this happened 6 years ago, so I doubt anyone that's in your there, other than maybe the chief, was actually working back
They're
then.
older guys. All of them. Station 6 is kind of like a retirement
Okay.
home, but they had stories from, I guess, Captain Love. They heard that
he should say, whoa, 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 whoa. I am on the jury. You can't be telling me this stuff. You know better.
person down.
And did you explain to them that you're a juror and they didn't need to talk to you about the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I am awake now.
All right. Y'all want to ask any questions about any of that?
Judge, if I might.
Go ahead. Oh, I was supposed to tell Jody I was starting this, but then we started early, but anyway.
So
Who's
what
aware?
we want to do is ask questions. I'm trying not to go into great detail because obviously you're a juror of the case. Have you heard anything about the case that is something that you have not heard so far?
No, not.
Did you feel like you were pressured one way or the other because of what you heard or where you work?
I mean, yes.
You feel like that pressure has caused you to lean one way or another in the case?
I'd say so.
And I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but is it yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like you could not say that if the judge is instructing you? How it works is if he instructs you about what you've heard, and that's what we call extrajudicial. It's outside of the evidence. Can you set that aside and just listen to the evidence in the case from this point on?
I've tried to. That's why it's been brought up so late. I just try to, ignore it, remove myself from the situation, but I've already been tainted.
If you're not going back to work and things like that for the rest of the trial, can you?
I can possibly.
Okay, could you just listen to the evidence and decide based on the evidence and law?
Try as best as we can. Yes, sir.
And could you be? The term is equipoise. If you have perfect balance, you're not leaning to the defense, you're not leaning to the state. Your job is just to get to the truth. Can you be perfectly in equipoise based on the charge of the court and what you? Just under your oath, could you do that?
Yes.
All right, anything? I really don't want you to ask any more questions about that. I just want to ask you to ask them specific questions about what conversations they've
Very
had.
specific. So in these conversations that you had with coworkers, have you relayed any of that extrajudicial information to other potential jurors or other jurors on the jury?
No, sir.
But you can still be fair and impartial.
Yes, sir.
Listen just to the facts of this case.
You make up the slip and I'll do
All right, you can be excused.
Just 1 second, if I can.
Well, I'll let y'all.
Okay, guys. I hate to do this. Hi, Zach. My hearing aid disconnected. What happened? What happened? Is he going to get dismissed?
But you can still be fair and impartial.
Yes, sir.
Listen just to the facts of this case.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be excused.
Just 1 second, if I can.
Well, I'll let
Hold on a
y'all.
second.
All right.
Wait, what happened?
That you had with coworkers, have you relayed any of that extrajudicial information to other potential jurors or other jurors on the jury?
No, sir.
Okay. But you can still be fair and impartial.
Yes, sir.
Listen just to the facts of this case.
All right, you can be excused.
Just 1 second, if I can.
Well, I'll let y'all.
What happened? What happened? What happened? So basically, my understanding is that this guy works in the firehouse and somehow, somewhere, he was told he had to continue
You can
going
be
to work.
excused. We'll see
And that
tomorrow.
ain't supposed to happen. They cannot make him go to work when he is on jury duty.
We're not doing anything right now.
We'll come back in the morning.
We'll come back in 3 weeks.
What?
All right. We'll be recessed till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
He pissed. I don't know what happened. What about 3 weeks? We gonna hear that again. We got to do that again. Got to do it again. Oh, not only is well, if his boss is the one that made him come in, his boss is going to get in trouble.
All right, you can be excused. We'll see you tomorrow. We're not doing anything right now.
We'll come back in the morning.
We'll come back in 3 weeks. All right. We'll be recessed till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, they may have to pick a whole new jury. Did y'all hear what I hear? He said be back in 3 weeks. What? So what he's going to do, he's going to go and do his research and find out what the hell happened. And if this juror has been going to work and hearing all this stuff, because I told him he had to come in after jury duty, and they're talking about it within the firehouse, all hell is going to break loose. Well, it's not about just having alternate. Could he have tainted the jury? They're going to have to do an investigation tomorrow. That's what's going to happen. I don't know. Okay, guys, I'm going to hang it up. I'm going to go to my eye doctor. I got to go by the banks. I got to go get some groceries, and then I'm going to come back and be prepared for an all-nighter. But right now, let me go live. Orlando needs to take shelter for possible tornadoes.
South, the seaplane base, Burt Martin's Children's Emergency Department. These are just a couple of the places that are in the path of the specific area of rotation that might try to produce a tornado here in Orlando. Nothing confirmed, but there is a warning.
I'm going to pull it up on my radar. Oh, I see where it is. Yep. Let's get some motion behind that.
Landfall hasn't even happened yet, and this has already been one of the wildest.
Yeah, a lot of tornadoes
coverages we've ever done here.
A lot
the
of
water's really starting to come up now, though, so it's starting to feel more like a hurricane stream, I think. This water's risen quite a bit in the past little bit.
I'm changing my wow. Yep, I see it. Have to change some of my velocities.
We are covering all aspects of Hurricane Milton, including the tornado situation.
They got 1, 2, 3 potential tornadoes, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way starting from Key West, all the way going up at least on between the East Coast
I think
and
that
Orlando.
The tornado threat for you has let up a little bit. I don't think we have to worry too much about that in the near term. Something else that we have to start worrying about down there, though, now is that storm surge and the overall effects from the hurricane that's coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of rotations that are being reported. Myrtle Beach South has got severe flooding already in the streets, and that's on the southern east tip of kind of east
Why does
southeast tip, or actually almost
there's a
parallel
little
to Newport.
discrepancy with the track. It hasn't updated completely yet.
Right now,
that'll
the
sort
east has
itself out
gotten
here in a
slammed a
moment.
lot worse than the west. The west has had a lot of rains. East is having a lot of tornadoes. Oh my gosh, let
We're
me
starting to
see.
hear some more reports of damage
1,
in the
2.
Fort Myers area. By the way,
Yep.
One of the hardest hit places seems to be Fort Myers, as far as we know so far.
Yep.
Roofs completely blown off of homes. People are now seeking alternative shelter. This is mostly happening on Orangewood Avenue. So really unfortunate situation where a lot of those same places will take on additional damage with the hurricane as it's coming in later. And yes, we do have a shed camera. And the water is starting to rise here as well. As you can see, it's
that's
starting
where
to
he
overtake
is.
the path a
Oh,
little bit
crap.
there.
Look at the brakes going on back there. Wow. The eye right now is moving more north of Northport, more towards
Go ahead, Andy.
Sararosa and Tampa.
Hey, Ryan, I think we'll see a new tornado warning south and
Yep.
east of Okeechobee and northwest of Indiantown here for this small supercell.
Yep.
That is south and east. It's
I have the
barely in
same
that
radar
current
they
warning
have,
right
by the
there.
way.
However,
Just
I think it's
FYI.
taking a more conducive track for producing a tornado. It's moving a little bit more west than the storm, just to its north. So if we do see a
What tilt
new
are you
tornado
on?
warning from that, that's the reason why. And I do think it has maybe just as good, if not a greater chance to produce a tornado compared to the storm to its north, which does have an interesting signature on it right now. It may be producing a tornado as well in that warning. And that would be just due east of Okeechobee and west of Port St. Lucie, about halfway between those two cities. So I think we'll see another warning for this storm to the south and east. Please be prepared for that. Northwestern Martin County, southwestern St. Lucie County.
Thank you so much.
What velocity are you on?
Meteorologist Andy Hill. Another one. This one looks like it could be another potentially serious situation where we have a tornado coming up towards places near Bluefield. We've got the Southern Fruit Groves Airport in the path as well. This is happening to the south and to the west of Port St. Lucie. And then we also have another area of rotation and a tornado warning that we're keeping an eye on south and west of Westlake, moving up towards the J.W. Corbett Wildlife Management Area. And then we've got another tornado warning that we're watching well off to the west of Delray Beach in the water conservation area. This is moving up towards Wellington. You guys are under a tornado warning as well in Martin County, Florida. We do have that tornado warning in Orlando as well.
Yes, we do.
Southeastern portions of Orlando are under a tornado warning.
Wish I could share
until
my screen with you, but I'm seeing the same
Eastern.
thing he is.
Currently, no major signs of an ongoing
The rotation
tornado
is
from what we
right
can
about
tell.
here.
This is a
All these little
precautionary
blue
warning.
spots,
And
red
rightfully
and
so. We've seen
yellow,
how
are
quickly
actually
today
storm
certain
chasers.
storms have been able to produce tornadoes. This one's no different. Okay, so let's take it seriously. Let's respect it and get into our safe spots.
Right now, Jules is sitting pretty. Her rain is very minimal right now. Jules is sitting pretty. I really believe north of her, St. Petersburg area, Brandon, Tampa is
Marco
in the
Island
orange.
Police Department is reporting, or
The
they're sending
East
out this
Coast is getting
PSA.
hammered.
As local weather conditions deteriorate, should you experience an emergency, call 911.
Okay, guys, I'm going to let this
a
run.
curfew is in
I'm going to go to
place
the doctor,
beginning
go
at
get
4
my
p.m.
contact,
Stay off the roads
and I'll be
this
right
evening
back.
as storm surge is expected
Yeah,
to be
Ellen, that's what
5 to
I
8
don't live
feet
anywhere near
in the
it.
Marco Island area.
I'll be back. I'm going to just come off screen, turn my mic off.
Yeah, we're starting to. Yeah, lots of places along southwestern Florida near Naples are starting to report like halfway into minor flooding and approaching moderate flooding. Yeah, the highest point in Marco Island is not much more than 8 feet. So that's why that they've got that curfew in place. It's going to be a dangerous place if the water actually rises that much. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. A very large debris ball on this storm that is due east of Okeechobee here, the one that is halfway between Okeechobee and Port St. Lucie. So large tornado there that is likely eating up quite a few trees. That is going to head north and intersect the county highway or state highway road 70 there. So state highway 70, county highway 70, that east-west road looks like the path will be in the path of this tornado that is doing quite a bit of damage, probably to mostly trees that we can see on the radar.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Definitely a tornado producing or causing damage here, as we can see the debris signature on the correlation coefficient. We talked about Bluefield. Hopefully this is not coming from Bluefield. Bluefield's a tiny little area here north of Marcy. But if this continues to go on its same trajectory, it'll cross Okeechobee Road here within the next couple of minutes to the west of the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. So y'all take shelter if you're in this area. I don't know how I don't know if Bluefield even has a population. Hey, how many people live in Bluefield, Florida?
Ryan, Bluefield, Florida is pretty small, with an estimated population of less than 100 people. It's a quiet spot compared to the bustling cities you usually cover.
All right. What about the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds? Do you know anything about that?
The St. Lucie County Fairgrounds is a hub for community events in Fort Pierce, Florida. It hosts the annual St. Lucie County Fair and offers facilities for expositions, concerts, and other gatherings throughout the year. A real local hotspot.
All right. So Highway 70 between the fairgrounds and Okeechobee, pretty rural area, right?
Yes, Ryan. Highway 70 between Fort Pierce and Okeechobee is largely rural. You'll find open landscapes, agricultural fields, and pockets of wildlife. It's a scenic drive, but watch out for those sudden downpours Andy's always tracking.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead. Elijah, was that one real or is something causing that to
It's
happen?
real.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a good update today so far. Out of the current 17 tornado reports that the Storm Prediction Center has documented, there is 0 injury reports that I have been able to find. So I am not aware of any injuries to have occurred so far today from any of the tornadoes.
Okay. That is a good report. Thank you so much. Elijah. Elijah's going to be with us. Hopefully not reporting much bad news today, but if there is news, Elijah's going to come through with it. And of course, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to keep us updated. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, if you take your radar to the TPBI terminal radar down in Palm Beach County, the storm that is just west of that radar does
A
look
new
like
tornado
they're
warning has
going
been
through
issued.
tornado genesis right now. We're able to look at that storm only 100 feet above the surface, so would go right through where a tornado would be forming. And I do think that that is tight enough rotation as well as a presentation on reflectivity that tells me that a tornado is forming right now with that storm. So I expect a warning to be issued upstream of it, or downstream of it rather, and that would go through northern Palm Beach County, perhaps even extended into southern Martin County, given we know this corridor is favorable for tornadoes to be produced and to continue.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, getting us to turn on the terminal radar once again, which has proven to be really useful during this event down here near West Palm Beach. This right here is what we're looking at. Look at that. Once again, it looks very convincing to me. that we've got a tornado coming together here to the west of Westlake in Florida. That's going to be moving up towards Highway 710 again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see if there's any smaller places here. Where is that, Chandra? So we just got another new tornado warning, by the way. But before we get to that, I do want to just kind of vocalize where this new tornado is going. It's going to go right towards the J.W. Corbett Wildlife Management Area, okay? No towns in the path, really not many roads in the path. However, if it gets up there to Highway 710, it'll be really close to the Sandy Run area, okay? So y'all take shelter, even though you're a little bit outside of the polygon in Sandy Run. Same thing for you guys in Wellington, Florida. And then let's see where that latest warning is for. And that's going to be for Port St. Lucie again, just to the west of town. The storm that Andy was talking about earlier, moving up towards Canna, has prompted a new warning. And it's going to include Lakewood Park again, and it's going to include places like the Sunnier Palms Park and Campground. Also, the Dragonfly Airport. Here's another before and after. The water's coming up. I thank you, Aaron, for throwing this together. The water's coming up. It's going to come up a lot more. In fact, I think even since your screenshot, it has. This is what it looks like right now. So storm surge is starting to become a big problem out here in Port Charlotte, Florida. $115,000 people without power in Florida right now. The number is going to go up a lot today. So we do have a tornado coming together near the Southern Fruit Groves Airport, moving up towards Canna and the St. Lucie County, or the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. We got another one coming together, moving up towards the J.W. Corbett Wildlife Management Area in Florida. And then another one, another really serious looking storm down here near the Water Conservation Area number 1, west of Sun Valley, moving towards Lakefield West, Loxahatchee Groves, and Pearson Road. And there we go. They just upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning for Palm Beach County, Florida. And what that means is that this is now an extremely dangerous situation, because we know for a fact that we have a big time tornado on the ground here. Wow. So the next places in line for this tornado as it comes up into Palm Beach County, Florida, is going to be the Loxahatchee Airport. Okay, if it makes it up far enough to make it to the Wellington area, then we also have to be worried about Lakefield West and Lakeview South. Lakeview South is where the Wellington Aero Club Airport is. Loxahatchee Groves and Royal Palm Beach. You're also theoretically, in the path of this as well. You're not quite in the polygon yet, but y'all watch out. confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado with this other storm that is approaching the fairgrounds and the JW Corbett Wildlife Management Area. So this is happening over here, thankfully, right now in a very rural part of Florida, but it's flirting with a really populated part of Florida. The closer you get to the beach, Wellington is going to be the place that I'm most concerned about right now. And you can see the debris here for our PDS tornado warning as well. So this storm is doing damage. Hopefully just to trees right now. But it is getting up there close to Wellington. If you're just now tuning in, we just did, 4 hours straight of some of the most intense tornado coverage during a tropical system I can remember. We are still dealing with those tornadoes, but things are slightly winding down just a tad little bit on the tornado end. But things are winding up, I should say, on the hurricane end. We are doing full coverage of Hurricane Milton today, which is currently a Category 3 major hurricane getting ready to make landfall
A new PDS
within the next
tornado
4 to
warning
5 hours.
has been issued.
And here we go. We got another PDS tornado warning. This is going to be associated with our same storms that we've been talking about. But they've extended it to include Lakefield West and Westlake. How many people live in Westlake, Florida?
Westlake, Florida is a relatively new and small city. As of 2024, the population is estimated to be around 1,500 people. It's growing, but still has.
What about Loxahatchee Groves? And how do you say that?
It's Loxahatchee Groves, Ryan. This rural area has a population of about 3,500. Known for its equestrian lifestyle, it's got more horses than traffic lights.
All right, thank you, y'all. So definitely one of the higher populated areas that we've talked about here recently with some of these tornadoes that are coming together over very rural areas and now moving into more populated zones. So if anybody knows people on the far western side of West Palm Beach over there towards Westlake, Loxahatchee Groves, we've got thousands of people potentially in the path of a dangerous storm capable of producing a big old tornado, okay? PDS tornado warning means that we've got a particularly dangerous situation going on here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, in addition to that, there are some absolutely incredible water spouts just off the eastern coast of Florida here from the Melbourne radar, some of which, again, could follow the track previously where tornadoes detach from the storm and begin to move west with the lower level winds. So if any of these water spouts do that, they look incredibly strong on radar, especially offshore of Orchid and further offshore from South Beach. Those are extreme signatures, thankfully, that are over open water right now. But if there is a warning issued for any parts of Palm Bay, Melbourne, down the line, Sebastian, once again, if you do get a warning for that down the line here, please heed it because those water spouts are intense.
Thank you so much, Andy. This is what he's talking about. You see these areas right here. If you're new, there's a lot of people in here that maybe have never looked at velocity before on radar. Essentially, what we're looking for is tight couplets, tight pockets of colors that indicate that we've got winds blowing in a counterclockwise fashion. very close to each other. The greens and the blues typically indicate winds that are blowing towards the radar. The reds show away. So when you get that really close to each other, you can infer a counterclockwise rotation. So we've probably got a big water spout out there, a big fish NATO just off the eastern side of Lakewood Park, and another one to the east of Orchid. These are probably visible from the beach. You don't want to go out on the beach and try to look for it or anything. But and also because the problem with these is they could be coming back in towards land. And we want you to get ready to be in your safe spot. Actually, you already need to be in your safe spot because you're under a tornado warning anyway in Sebastian, Indian River Shores, and Vero Beach and Orchid Island. So we're watching these closely as they could come back up in this direction. Additionally, we've got some more rotation that we've got to really keep an eye on and prepare for the worst and hope for the best down here near the St. Lucie Fairgrounds. Once again, could potentially keep going up towards I-95 near West Angle Road and cause even more problems. So get ready on the western side of Fort Pierce. We're talking about places like Graham Road right there around I-95. This is coming towards you. But our PDS tornado warning continues for Palm Beach County, Florida. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at it on Google Maps, but I have the satellite view pulled up of Westlake, and there are a lot of houses that are in the direct path of this likely intense tornado ongoing here. So I'm very, very concerned about that area. I think you should pull it up just in case. I didn't hear what the AI said if it told you an accurate estimate, but there are a ton of neighborhoods that are going to be in the path of this tornado, very, very close to it. So I am extremely worried for everyone along the. I can't even read the road names. Could you please pass them along, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Andy. According to Yalabot, we've got about 6,000 or 7,000 people in the direct path of this storm between the new developments here between Westlake and Loxahatchee Groves. The storm that's producing a tornado, the tornadic circulation will approach from Lakefield West. If you know where the Wellington Aero Club Airport is, that's one of the first places in this developed zone that would be near the tornado. Then it's going to go over Southern Boulevard. And then we'll see it go near Okeechobee Boulevard. And then from there, it'll parallel the Westlake main, kind of the main street through Westlake there, up towards the Arcage. So make sure you are in your safe spots in Westlake. This is on the western side of West Palm Beach, okay? And also in Loxahatchee Groves and the Acreage, sorry. You guys are all in the path of an extremely dangerous storm. This is a newly developed area. You can see all of these places where homes are. This is going to be, unfortunately, if this remains on the ground, this will be an incredibly damaging storm for this area. So you need to be prepared for that. You want to get into the most interior room of your home, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and you want to protect your head. Production, let's put 6 in one of the top 3, please. We're also seeing that storm surge come up very quickly in real time here in Port Charlotte, Florida. This is a better visual representation of the area that we're talking about. This is Westlake. And this is approximately where the tornado is right now. It's over this. There's not a lot going on down here, right? But it's coming up into a more populated area. Once again, that little airport, the little airfield there is going to be one of the first places that could potentially see it. And then it's going to go over the Highway 98. If it stays on the ground, we're going to hope. We're going to hope that it lifts, but we're going to prepare for the worst. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I just wanted to say that I am okay with a tornado emergency being issued for this situation, as it's now past the major east-west road through Westlake and is headed into the population. I'm totally on board with a tornado emergency being issued for this. So please let people know.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill there, indicating that this might be, this likely is one of the more dangerous situations that you will ever find yourself in if you are a resident out here in Westlake, Florida, or Loxahatchee Groves, as it does seem like there is a big tornado right now going over Highway 98 and moving up into this newly developed area called Westlake, where we are hearing that there are thousands of people that live here. So hopefully we're reaching some of them. Okay. If you got any family members out here for whatever reason, if they're not watching, or if you think they don't know what is going on here, this is an extremely life-threatening situation. This is going to be a big bad tornado, and it is going to cause damage. And it will potentially be life-threatening to those especially caught off guard and who may not understand the full severity of the situation. On top of that, we've got another observed tornado warning still up here for Highway 710 in extreme northern and northwestern portions of West Palm County. That's going to be or Palm Beach County. That's going to be moving up once again into that same corridor to the east of Indiantown that we've been talking about a lot today. We've got another confirmed tornado warning back here. These big water spouts, by the way, off of the Indian River shores, they're getting dangerously close to the coast here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fly in here. We got a new tornado warning, by the way, for Martin and St. Lucie counties for that very reason. Okay, we're starting to see the debris now. This is, once again, I think that it's doing significant damage right now in Westlake. So we started talking about what Westlake, 30 minutes ago, or I don't even remember, but like hopefully everybody is in their safe spots there, because this is almost certainly doing significant damage in Westlake right now. You got a couple minutes, actually you've got seconds in the acreage. And then this is going to go on up towards the North Palm Beach County General Aviation Airport. Also, we have to be concerned about Delta. Delta and the Palm Beach International Raceway. If you know where that is along Highway 710 there, that's the next place that this tornado is likely going to go. PDS tornado warning means that this is a particularly dangerous situation. Your life is in extreme danger if you are in the path of this thing. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Homes, even well-built homes and businesses, could be significantly damaged or completely demolished. That's the kind of tornado that we're dealing with here. Currently, this thing's so close to the radar, we can almost see exactly where it is. It's likely somewhere between the C road and the E road in this row of roads in Westlake, moving up once again towards North Lake Boulevard. It's not going to take long for it to get there, and these radar images are on average behind by a couple of minutes. So you've got to run. Once again, run. Don't walk to shelter if you haven't gotten there already. If somebody just shared this with you, we've got a big, bad tornado happening here, and it's about to do significant damage. It likely already has. So here's our big debris signature, moving up towards the Golden Grove Elementary School now. Golden Grove Elementary School, literally in the direct path of this tornado. We've got seconds before it's there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just posted a video of this tornado in stream text. We can't show it, but go ahead and retweet this. This is a very, very strong drill bit tornado. It's very narrow at the bottom, so all of the energy in this tornado is going to be focused on one specific spot. If you guys aren't following Ryan on Twitter, you guys need to see this video. We need to be spreading this around because it's this kind of video that gets the information about these kind of things spread out, and we need to spread this because it is going to be very, very bad for anywhere in the path.
Thank you, Riley. Yeah, there's so we've retweeted that. I mean, it's as nasty and horrific as you
Hey Ryan, when you have a
could
second, hit me
imagine.
up real quick.
This is a big, nasty tornado doing damage to thousands of people's homes down here in the Westlake community on the extreme western side of West Palm Beach. It's almost, I mean, it's not going to be long before it's out of the neighborhoods here. It's in the acreage right now. It's going to continue to move on up towards the boulevard. It's going to exit the development at the 809A Boulevard, and then it's going to go towards Delta. Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, you can see from my live stream, you can see the Gulf right now. I am in Siesta Key, Florida, working my way up to where I'm more than likely going to ride it out. I've got two areas, either Lido Key or Lido Key, or head back down to Punta Gorda. But Siesta Key, what I'm noticing is there's a lot of inland flooding already. A lot of the roads are already backed up. That is from freshwater flooding, though, from all the debris that is actually getting clogged up in the drainage in the drainage pipes and things like that to be able to let that fresh water, that rain, to be able to evacuate. I've not seen any surge yet. It's getting close. You can see how big those waves are. Estimate, probably about 10 feet or higher out there. The surge is going to come up pretty quick, though. So we're going to get out of Siesta Key. There's not really anywhere I can get with the flooding that's around here, and head up to Lido Key.
All right, thank you, Brad. And then in the production room, I don't know if we're looking, but I would be surprised if at some point we couldn't see this from one of those I-95 cameras between Tequesta and West Palm Beach. If you're just now tuning in, this is, we're doing coverage for major hurricane Milton as it's coming in. It's going to be a catastrophic hurricane on the southwest side of Florida. You can see on this camera right here that the storm surge is really starting to come in. What you're looking at there, all that water, was just a couple hours ago just a sandy beach, a nice calm beach. Now we've got several feet of water inundation happening, and it's only going to get worse. Additionally, we have a tornado outbreak happening in Florida on the eastern side as a result of some of the outer bands of Milton as they go through. We have a big tornado doing extreme damage right now in Westlake, Florida, and it's moving on up into the Delta area next. And it's going to cross Highway 710 here soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Unfortunately, possible another strong tornado west of Fort Pierce, Florida. It's all the way up again in the corridor near Vero Beach. So right now, just west of Fort Pierce, about to cross over the I-95 again there, due west of the city and due west of St. Lucie. That track is going roughly north-northeast, so it's going to bring it into heavily populated areas. It does have a little bit of debris that's just started up on the last scan. I am scared to see what it looks like on the next scan, so I really, really hope everyone is taking shelter here. Once again, please be ready to be in shelter in Vero Beach, Vikings, South Beach. Y'all watch out. I just saw the new scan. Sorry. Uh, please call people here and get them to take shelter. This is unbelievable.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, guys, we have two extremely serious situations unfolding right now. One, we just had Westlake, Florida, likely take extreme damage from a powerful tornado. That's continuing to
A
move
new
on.
PDS
Now we
tornado
just got a
warning
new
has been issued.
PDS tornado warning for Lakewood Park, St. Lucie Village, and Sunland Gardens, and Indrio, and Florida Ridge, and Oslo in Florida as a result of this other storm farther to the north near Fort Pierce that is now causing a huge tornado over here near I-95. And that's another one, production room. Like, I would be very surprised if we didn't have something there. But we don't necessarily even need to see it to understand the severity of this one. You can see it on radar. This is a big time, powerful tornado crossing Interstate 95 right now near Baggett
A new
Airfield.
PDS tornado warning
Baggett
has been issued.
Airfield, going up towards Lakewood Park. They just issued another PDS tornado warning, okay? And this is going to be an extension of the PDS tornado warning that we've been tracking for Westlake. Now, Delta, we've been hooting and hollering. We've been saying this name forever. If you live anywhere near Delta, you should have already been in your safe spot. But now it's time to go. It's time to run and not walk if you haven't gotten there already. And then this is going to come up into a little community known as Sandy Run, or Sandy Run Road here, where there's another new development of houses near the Cypress Creek natural area that could potentially be directly in the path of this dangerous storm. So yeah, we have multiple PDS tornado warnings now, which means that we have a couple, we have multiple particularly dangerous situations. If you are in either of these, especially the one up here in Indian River and St. Lucie counties, this is an extremely populated area. Mobile homes that get hit by a tornado of this magnitude will be completely destroyed. Well-built houses in some businesses could be severely damaged or even demolished. This is the kind of tornado that produces, high-end damage. Okay, so if this stays together as it goes past, or as it goes towards Lakewood Park, it's going to kind of ride Highway 713 and 614 and then cross Indrio Road into Lakewood Park. Florida Ridge is also going to be one of the places that is going to be in the direct path of this thing. Same thing for Poinciana Park in Oslo. So this is kind of near 713 right now, where it intersects with 95, and it's going to go over Lakewood Park and then eventually catch up with Highway 1 as it gets over there closer to Oslo. Everybody in between that needs to be running, once again, not walking, to their safe spots. This tornado warning does include Vero Beach. Again, we probably are getting to a point now where we have some alert fatigue going on. Okay, I guarantee you that there are people in Vero Beach that are disregarding this right now because they think that this is just another one. You know what I'm saying? So like if you are one of the lucky people who has actually missed being hit by a tornado today in Vero Beach, you might not be so lucky this time. You've got to take every warning seriously today. Okay, especially
Ryan,
this one.
check stream text.
Especially this one. All right, so this is from one of the traffic cameras just moments ago. So this is what we're dealing with here. I-95. This is what we're dealing with here near Lakewood Park in Florida. Is that one down? Do we have access to that one or what? Riley, do you know?
We're working on finding it. We can't find it for some reason. Nick Stewart's on that. He's in spot number 2. His feed's kind of choppy, but we're trying to get a camera on it as quick as we can.
All right. So this is what it looks like, y'all. This is a big, nasty, violent tornado capable of flattening entire neighborhoods. Okay. This is no joke. And once again, Lakewood Park is one of the more dangerous places on earth you could be right now. Same thing for Oslo. If you're just now tuning in, you're looking at a picture just moments ago of a tornado over here in Florida. Once again, this is a PDS tornado warning. Surprised it's not an emergency, but it's a PDS tornado warning for Indian River and St. Lucie counties in Florida. This is one of 2 storms that we have currently producing monster tornadoes in Florida. The other one is a little bit farther to the south. We just had it go through an area called Westlake. A tornado just ripped up. Who knows?
Look at Nick's feed. Look at Nick's feed.
Okay, here we go. This is a live look at it. This is a live look from Nick Stewart, who is on the storm. This is the one near Fort Pierce, right in Vero Beach. Okay. So we just saw the thing. It's still there. It's still a monster. And it's this is near Lakewood Park. Once again, Nick, we've had some trouble with his location today. It's a little bit lagged behind, but he is not in Okeechobee, Florida. He is in the Lakewood Park area, and we just saw a massive tornado there from him. I don't know if somebody's already got a clip of that or not. It looks like we've lost his signal, but we'll show that here again in just a second. But the important thing is here, this is what it looks like. Okay, we've shown it a bunch of. It looks just like this now too.
A new tornado watch has been
tornado,
issued.
high-end tornado. This is the kind that does damage that ends up on the news, like nationwide. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a big deal. This is one of the most intense and life-threatening situations you've ever found yourself in over here near Lakewood Park. I just hope that we've reached enough people to get you guys in the shelter. And once again, we talked about that this alert fatigue. It's a real thing, and I hope that we're finding a way to overcome that for everybody that's been under 17 tornado warnings today. This is the one. This is the real deal for Vero Beach, Oslo, Florida Ridge, and South Beach, and of course, it's too late in Lakewood Park. I'd say that if there's a tornado in Lakewood Park right now. All right, we've got Nick back. I'm guessing it's going to be to the west or on the left side here. Actually, no. It's right in front of him. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one of the things I saw on a different feed that we can't show is there was a metal fence, and it kind of looks like that metal fence there, but it's a different one, but it actually ripped that metal fence out of the ground. That's something that only the strongest tornadoes do, especially with how much wind you need to rip a metal pole out of a concrete structure. Like, this is a very strong tornado, and I don't think we can stress enough how important it is that you are underground when this hits, if possible. And if not possible, your best bet might be to leave, but you just cannot be in the path of this thing unless you have some sort of stable structure.
All right, thank you, Riley. If you don't have the ability to get underground, which I know that it's very hard in Florida for anybody to have that ability, what you want to do is you can get into the most interior room of the lowest floor of your home, and you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Don't be in a room with any windows. Avoid glass if possible. A lot of times an internal bathroom or a closet is a good place to go. Grab the mattress off the bed, cover your head. If your kids have bicycle helmets, have them wear them. If you have closed-toed shoes nearby, grab them because you might have to walk over glass, nails, and splintered wood if you have to evacuate your home after taking a hit.
A new tornado warning has
You
been
don't want to be
issued.
in flip-flops. You don't want to be unprepared. And that's what we're dealing with here in Lakewood Park, Oslo, and Vero Beach once again. Wow. Unbelievable stuff, y'all.
Brian, there's a clip in stream text from mile marker 133.
Whoa. So once again, this is what this thing looks like. As it approached, this is earlier as it was approaching Lakewood Park. Now it could look similar to this as it continues to approach places like Oslo. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. There's actually 2 tornadoes ongoing with that Lakewood Park and Viking storm. The southern debris signature right there is an anticyclonic tornado, one that's spinning the other direction due to the extreme amount of vorticity present that's leading into the main tornado. There is also an opposite spinning tornado that is doing damage on the other side of this tornado. So, I mean, there's nothing else to say about that besides we need people in the interior most remove their house, or like Riley said, I don't know what advice to heed. So hopefully this warning got to you guys ahead of time, and for anyone who knows anyone in this area.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, this is a look at what this tornado was doing moments ago. It's the same tornado that's coming up towards Oslo right now. It's going to ride Highway 1 up towards Florida Ridge, Oslo, South Beach, Poinciana Park. All of you guys, including the Indian River Aquatic Reserve, are in the path of this monster. And, you know, everything else that comes along with it, like Andy was talking about there. So let's go back over here. And also, Nick, you see Storm Chaser Nick. This is an even more recent view of the same storm. Nick is in Fort Pierce, and he's been following this storm. This is what it looked like just moments ago. This is a live look at it. This is a live look from Nick Stewart, who is on the storm. This is the one near Fort Pierce, right in Vero Beach. All right, so you know that's still what we believe it looks like right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you, Ryan. I wanted to say that our southern PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, is likely and still an ongoing tornado, is also passing through an extremely populated area due west of Jupiter. You'll see that on the maps. That there's developments that extend all the way out west. And then they have that east-west highway going through there west of Jupiter, since this tornado is likely still on the ground, and you can see the debris that it's kicked up so far. There's a lot of debris fallout just carried into the entire forward flank of the storm. The entire storm is scattered debris in it, way up in the clouds from what it's hit so far. It's taking a north-northeasterly track, and because it's still on the ground from what I can tell, and it's passing through populated areas, need to be concerned about them and those developments. And also out ahead of this, I expect another PDS warning to be issued into eastern Martin County. So Martin County's populated areas of Jupiter Island, Gomez, Port Salerno, Palm City. Please anticipate this tornado coming towards you guys. Get into the interior most room of your house. Take your shoes. pets and make sure everyone's accounted for. On the lowest level of the house.
Thank you, Andy. It's still two big time tornadoes going on right now. We talked about the Sandy Run Road area whenever this PDS tornado warning was first issued down here near Delta. It looks like that place did take a hit west of Jupiter from the tornado. Now we have another little buffer zone in the Jonathan Dixon State Park before it gets to Hobe Sound, Gomez, and Fruitia. I think that's how you say that. And South Point as this comes up towards Stewart. So if you are anywhere out here in near places that I just talked about, you are in a life-threatening situation, you got to take shelter now. Now let's go back up to our other PDS tornado warning. This is the one that we've seen all the videos of, and it's still there. It's in Oslo right now, another place that we've been talking about for a long time. Hopefully we got everybody into their safe spots there. It's all we can do at this point, and hope that people are heeding the warning. And then, next up, we've got Vero Beach, and for the upteenth time, the Indian River Aquatic Reserve and Riomar. You guys are next in line in the Cleveland Clinic Indian River Hospital. Take shelter if you haven't already. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, there are some people in the chat mentioning that we pulled Nick's feed. He is okay, but there's just some sensitive stuff that we don't want to show on there should something unimaginable happen.
Thank you, Riley. So it seems like he's come across some damage, and out of respect for the people who have lost things today and may be hurting, we don't want to broadcast that on the air. We will get an update from him though, and let you guys know what's going on out there. In these places that just got hit by a massive tornado that is still ongoing. I want to make sure everybody knows that. I feel like we're probably all having some alert fatigue right now. This is a big deal. What's happening right now is insane. And we really need to make sure that everybody is aware of that and taking it seriously, especially up here in the Vero Beach area of Florida near Orchid. This is, once again, and for those of you who are just now pouring in, this is what we are dealing with. This is what the tornado looks like as it comes up towards Vero Beach and Poinciana Park right now. A PDS tornado warning is a particularly dangerous situation. Latest scan there still looks pretty concerning. Once again, getting really close to that Indian River Aquatic Reserve area. Riomar is another place that really needs to be on high alert right now. We are starting to get some preliminary reports of significant damage in the Fort Pierce area. We are starting to hear of even, we're talking about major damage. And of course, our news analyst, Eliza Joyce, will give us details when we know more. A lot of times in a situation like this, it's very chaotic. Listening to the scanners, listening to what's happening on the social media channels and stuff. There's a lot of information flying around. We're going to wait until we can confirm things before we start reporting things. But if you have family members or friends that live out here and you haven't heard from them, we are going to make sure that we do relay that news to you so that we don't just leave you behind after a significant event like this. The tornado is eventually going to lift, and we're eventually going to have to move on, but we are going to keep you updated on what happened here in the Fort Pierce, Lakewood Park, Vero Beach area. Go ahead, Riley.
I think we have a tornado on camera number 1.
It very well could be. This is Martin County, Florida. And in fact, the National Weather Service in Miami just sent out this tweet. Large multi-vortex tornado remains on the ground, now moving into Martin County. So I'd say that right there is probably the last frame of the traffic camera before the power went out, and it shows it. This is what it looks like more recently, or I should say up close. A new tornado warning was just issued for Brevard County, Florida. So this is kind of straddling the beach right now. It's A1A. It's between Highway 1 and A1A in the area, but between the barrier islands and the mainland here near Vero Beach. Rio Mar, I really hope that everybody in Rio Mar is sheltered. If this thing remains on the ground, it's going to be a bad situation here as it goes up towards Orchid Island. We're gonna check in on our confirmed tornado warning down here near North River Shores as well. As this is maybe producing a tornado, we've got a confirmed tornado warning here for Martin County and St. Lucie counties, again on the southern side near the Portofino, Jensen Beach area. St. Lucie Medical Center is in the direct path of this one. Please take shelter if you guys are out there, as well as for you folks in the Village Green Elementary School. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, we have a water spout that's about to make landfall here between Satellite Beach and South Patrick Shores up towards Pineda, yeah. That is doing exactly what I was talking about 30 minutes to an hour ago, where the water spout would form and then start to deviate to the west as it occludes from the storm. So this is headed inland right now between the shores and will come onshore on the beach if it holds together. There's another one due south and east of it that could also do the same thing and maybe threaten the same areas or areas closer to Melbourne and Palm Bay. Again, please be ready to receive any warning while we watch some absolutely horrific tornadoes ongoing here. We don't want to forget about anybody who may be in a warning.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. 2 monster water spouts going on out here. One of them has prompted a tornado warning for Satellite Beach and Cape Canaveral and everywhere in between. Oh, let me reload. Okay, and we also just got a new PDS tornado warning, so let's go look at that. This is still for the Vero Beach area. This includes Orchid Island. This is the same thing. It's just updated. Indian River County, Florida, Indian River Shores, the Gifford and Orchid Island. You guys are all under a tornado warning right now. We have a big, nasty tornado still causing damage over here in Orchid Island and Rio Mar. And now we've got to worry about Indian River Shores. So if you guys haven't gotten to shelter yet, which you should have, now's your chance. You don't have long, though. A water spout is a tornado over water. Yeah. Here's another look at this thing. My gosh, dude. From a Florida traffic camera. at its largest size. That's unbelievable. All right, Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I do have a report now of at least up to 10 people trapped in the debris of a home in Wellington, Florida. That is from the recent, now still kind of ongoing major tornado. The report also said the house was gone. So I will give you more information as we find it, but up to 10 people are trapped currently.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. We're unfortunately, after seeing this video, it would be a miracle if we didn't hear a lot more stories like that. A true miracle. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you, Ryan. Unfortunately, this storm that has produced our intense tornado, no doubt, from the Viking area north is now cycled and producing another
Y'all,
tornado of equal
cray happened
intensity
today.
or possibly even greater right here along the coast,
I got to get
impacting
my
all
hearing
structures
aids
along the coast
reconnected.
Between the areas of Vero
Because
Beach
if I
and
go to the
Gifford.
front of the store, I
On the
lose you.
highway, this is going to do incredible damage
Okay,
that you do not
y'all.
want to see, given its
Okay, y'all, we're back. How are you doing?
debris ball visible and reflect.
Let me do this. Mut them. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and. Hi, everybody. How are y'all doing? Okay, it is 4:50. Oh, I didn't do too bad. I got back within an hour. Not bad. I'm looking to Brookwell. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. My friend can look. She has it. I did. I did. I got my new contacts. I haven't had them on yet. We're gonna play that game. Yeah, the problem I'm having is getting the right prescription in. And of course, I'm an oddball. Of course, I'm going to be the oddball out. We had an interesting event happen. I'm sitting in front of the place. I'm trying to be more discreet. And I am taking care of some stuff online with the bank. And I already, all of a sudden, a cop pulls up next to me and goes, "They don't do this. It's old school." I said, "Hey, what's up? You've been sitting in this car this whole time?" "Well, yeah. We had a call that there was a dog abandoned in a vehicle with no AC on. Now I have my lab with me. And she's not in here. Is she? Oh, yes, yes, she's down there. And she's in the back seat. Well, a lady pulled up next to me and went into the business next to where I was going and apparently saw my puppers, but assumed that I had left my puppers in the vehicle and called the police on me. And I said, "Dude, I've been sitting in this car the whole time." And he then said, "Aren't you so-and-so from YouTube on YouTube?" And I went, "Yep, that'd be me." And he was like, "Oh, okay." And we start talking and he goes, "I know her. She's your service dog, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so someone accused me of locking my girl in a vehicle without the car running. I would like, I'd lock myself in the vehicle without the car running before I'd put my dog in it. So anyway, all is well. But I just wanted to let the police officer who talked to me know that thank you for being so kind. But for some reason, this one's much harder to get off my finger. See? Maybe I ought to use this finger. And we're going to give these a try. There we go. Maybe I ought to switch hands. So I don't know if these are going to work. We'll see. Just going to give it a minute. These are weighted, so they will fall into place. So thank you so much for watching, you guys. Okay, so let's see what else we can play around with. What if, I think what I'm going to do is I'll start another live here shortly. I got to get this organized and get this air off my face because that doesn't help any. Oh, I talked to Jules. She was going to lay down for a nap. Their weather is not, they do have about 2 feet in the roads right now. But the worst for them is happening between now and I'd say 3 a.m. Oh, I'm trying to get comfortable, y'all. Because I'm going to be here a while. There we go. I've got to get my... Got to get myself comfortable. This chair is fabulous, really, it is. But 12, 15-hour days. Oh, that feels so good. Okay, well, the distance looks great. I'm waiting for my eyes to adjust before I start trying to read, but this is better. It's not my back that bothers me. It's more of my hips. Although this little chair that I have, phenomenal. I don't seem to hurt. It's more like I just wish it had a footrest for it. So I have a footstool over here with a pillow. So I want to know what the heck happened with that trial we just watched. Oh my gosh. That was interesting. That was interesting. Now, we'll see about the reading later. But I can see everything on the screen, so that's good. I just got to get used to them. Okay, so this has been an interesting little cookie. I don't know. I'm trying to find out. I'm popping on. I need to get somebody who can give me some good jazzy music for my You good girl? You okay? Come here, baby. Come here, please. Come here. I'm sorry. Oh, somebody did a Sarah Boone show, and it says parts. Is that 1 or 7? Part 1. Are you there, God? It's me, Sarah Boone. Who in the hell? Oh, I would never have done that. Jules has already got 892 views on her short out in the hurricane. Good for you, Jules. She is resting right now. Okay, I'm going to pull this in. We're going to share this screen. There's a new tornado warning.
Riamar, South Beach, you guys
Hey,
are all
Ryan,
included.
it's Brad. Let me know when you have a second.
So please take shelter. Not a confirmed tornado, but we all know what can happen here very quickly. That can change. please take shelter or stay in your safe spots. Okay. Go ahead, Brad. Oh, go ahead, Brad.
I know what he's talking through.
Yeah,
I
was
had
gonna
one
let
of
you
those.
know, we were told by the officers at I think it's Lodi Key or Lobie Key, something like that, that we had to get off the island. The island was closed. If we didn't, we were obviously going to be arrested. So there was no officer that was sitting on the bridge, so I thought it was okay to pass, but stopped by one of the officers. So out of respect to them, obviously didn't ask any questions. We got off the island. So we are I'm going to drop south now. I'm going to focus mainly on the surge for this. I don't think the wind field's going to expand so much. It really
Looks like right now that the East Coast is getting far more right now overall than the
get the surge for this.
oh boy, than the West Coast, but the West Coast is getting it good.
So that's where we're headed right now. Should be there in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
All right. So that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us the latest on his plans. So yeah, we'll be able to see firsthand from him what's going on in Punta Gorda. Here's a video from the sheriff, St. Lucie Sheriff.
Wow, tornado.
It looks like the sheriff's department was significantly damaged in the tornado. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have some statistics so far from the National Weather Service. They posted this to Twitter just a few minutes ago. So 55 tornado warnings were issued today so far by the National Weather Service of Miami, Florida. 98 tornado warnings were issued today by the National Weather Service of Tampa Bay, Melbourne, and Miami combined.
Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you.
In the NWS Miami area.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. You cut off there for a second. I thought you were finished. But that feels about right. I assumed that it was over 100. But this is what we just went through here in Florida. Honestly, one of the biggest outbreaks of tornadoes that this part of the world has probably seen in a long time. So I do think that the worst of it is over now, as far as tornadoes go. Which is I'm very thankful for that, because now we can focus on the hurricane. It would have been a nightmare to try to do that and cover the hurricane landfall at the same time. The tornado threat isn't over, but it is much less than it was, and for a smaller area. We're going to keep you updated on those warnings as they get updated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
County, St. Lucie County, again, new tornado warning, man. I mean, honestly, if I'm in Stewart, Sailfish Point, Ocean Breeze Park, St. Lucie, all the way up to Fort Pierce and Vero Beach, I'm just wait until all the warnings are allowed to expire. Stay in the safe spot, get cozy in there. Hopefully, I really do. I hope that we're not going to deal with any more major tornadoes, but we are going to have these storms that are going to try to produce tornadoes right before they go off the coast. And like, you might as well just stay in your safe spot until they stop.
Okay, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new live, and that way I can focus on it and get it off of the title that we have right now. I'm going to do a watch party tonight, all night watch party, and I'm going to be hopping in and out and interpreting. So that'll work. So appreciate everybody for being on with me. I appreciate all the comments and the support. I look forward to seeing you. I probably will give me 30 minutes, maybe an hour before I hop back on. We'll see. We'll see what I got to do. I may be on sooner. Sorry. So we'll just kind of hop in and check out and figure all that stuff out. But in the meantime, y'all grab yourself some dinner, have a little break. For those of you who stuck with me all day, thank you so much. And I hope that you guys are safe. And I will update you on Jules as soon as I get back.
Gonna take it slow.